We need to now talk about the LCK rosters, and this is the
boy.
meat and potatoes. This is what you came here for, and this is what I have wanted to talk about the entire time, because Wolf and I cast the Kesper Cup, as we mentioned earlier on, and I am very happy to say that Bro are the winningest team heading into the LCK, and I think that they might be able to go all the way. This might be the year of the Bros.
Go to playoffs. Yeah, I agree.
Let me just remind everyone, and this is starting at the very bottom of the list of teams that we've got here on our sheet, but this is the roster. It is Morgan, Humbuck, Closer, Hype, with Bull there as well. Hype is, of course, on loan from KT, so still does belong to KT at this point in time, and Polo is still there as well. So they kept the best players from Bro in the previous year, and they've added Closer, who I think was the shining star of B&K. Sorry, B&K, probably not going to look so good this year. And then added Humbuck, who is the best jungler in Challenger by like a country mile, like a giga country mile.
I'm a huge fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like him and Lucid always went toe-to-toe, and then the
And
other
then Lucid
Apex
got up.
Predator
Yeah,
left,
yeah.
and it was like
Yeah.
Hambak was just...
I guess I'll win everything. And Hype is amazing as well. So this team, and Wolf and I saw it in Kesper Cup, they are just really good.
Yeah, even Closer seems like a little bit like he's been unleashed. He's been
revitalized.
Yeah.
And he still has his moments where like sometimes his macro sense isn't as good as it needs to be, but mechanically very strong. And we have a very aggressive jungler like Humbuck. It kind of reminds me of some of the best days of Kroko, but like a little bit more measured, you know, where he's just super aggressive all the time, kind of like Lucid was in Challengers when he was at the top of his game. It does unlock Closer's playstyle because a very aggressive player wants to skirmish, wants to fight, wants to use his mechanics in the early mid-game very well. The team looked really good, and Hype is an incredible talent. We've been watching him through Challengers for a really long time. I think KT kind of had a missed opportunity not locking him into their normal roster.
With the player that he'd been playing with for a really long time.
Yeah, it's very strange, but either way, maybe they made a great deal. Maybe Bro paid a lot. I don't know how that deal went on. It's not public, obviously, but it's a strong roster. I do think that it has some limitations. I think that I don't want to get too hyped for them yet because in Kesper Cup, also, Bro was a team that had a lot more to win, like had a lot more to prove. It meant a lot more
And
to
they
them.
also had their full roster.
Yes.
I have to actually say the caveat, which is there's a few asterisks when it comes to the players that
Max,
were brought
let
for a lot
someone
of
else,
these
let
teams.
someone else do that.
All
That's
right,
not your...
maybe someone in the YouTube comments can say, well, actually, and you can have that. Just make sure you start it with, well, actually. If you can add italics, that would make it even better. But yeah, I think Bro actually, like, the team
beat
still
DK.
looks good. Yeah, they,
No, and I actually, I'm 100% with you, and I've known Bro anti, as we all know, over the
change
last
this
couple of
year, though,
years.
you
No,
know?
because
I mean, the only thing left is Morgan, right? And I guess Polo as well.
Well,
But Polo came
Polo.
in as a pretty positive.
was good, yeah.
He was a positive change.
I wasn't
when he
even
was
a
there
Bro
before.
anti in 2021 when they were actually a pretty good team, right? And I think that they're going to make playoffs. Like this team, I know the playoff structure has changed, but like they could be top 5.
Yeah, they could
very
make the
realistically,
Legend group,
Yeah.
which is so cool. And I think that these are exactly the type of signups that you want to see. Where like Hambak not being signed, as you point out, makes sense. Cuz staying at KT, like it's cuz that no one can really fault them for that. But the fact that Hype gets to play for them, yeah, they'll be nerfed against KT, which I think might actually be relevant because I think they are contesting for 5th place with KT. Looking at the teams as they are now, because KT is same top side, so Perfect, cuz BDD. Perfect obviously had a bit of a rough end to the year, but we do know he's a grinder. I do still think that giving him another opportunity is fine. And then Dokdam and Wei, and I was a really big fan of Dokdam, but I feel like he's kind of stagnated. And then Wei is super exciting, so maybe he can breathe some new life into that.
Hype and Wei
was
were
just-
always so good in
And-
Challengers. That
I just
duo was the
would
best.
have loved to
Yeah.
see them together.
Yeah.
There's an interesting thing to think about too with Bro. Like Bull, obviously we hyped him up a lot when he came into the scene, and then he kind of fell
didn't.
off.
Well, he was playing well for like
He
a couple
played
of
well,
weeks.
but he was
and
he's
then-
the type of guy who plays the lane bully, wins lane. But if you put him on a scaling 80 carry, you put him on Ezreal or something, you're like, ooh, you know, this isn't great. It's kind of reminiscent. Obviously, this is a much higher level thing to like what T1 was doing when they had Guma, who's known to be like lane pusher, lane bully guy. He's also good at scaling, but then they had Teddy on the other side. We're like, oh, who are you going to play?
Yeah.
You got the late game fountain laser, but you've also got the lane bully kind of guy. Hype is the late game type of guy. Not to say he can't aggressively win lane, but when they want to play something different, it's cool that they have Bull on their roster. I don't think it's necessarily that they'll only play him when they're playing against KT. We'll see what happens, obviously, because Hype is a much better player and much more well-rounded. But there are some situations where I could see if Bro wants to utilize Bull in this specific niche role where they could play him on some specific drafts they want to run, especially in Fearless and LCK Cup. So I just think this team is really fun. It's really flexible, and it's finally a team making some big drastic changes, but also not breaking their budget either, which is what we've seen a lot of teams shy away from recently on the East side. Is just like, I'll just put the Challengers roster in and go, we give up this year.
And then
I really thought Bro was going to kind of phone it in this year, especially with what we've sort of been hearing behind the scenes of them not exactly like finding the most options as far as what they can do moving further forward. I think this is a phenomenal outcome for a team that didn't have a whole lot of hope. And I just really hope that they can use the Casper Cup win as sort of fuel to get them into good standing at the beginning of the year. Because I think, like, Bro are so easy to like. Like, they could get to a point where this is the team that's, like, joining that top 5 as far as teams that are able to, like, sell merch and, create a big fandom.
They could be a TSM meme, team type
exactly.
thing,
Yeah. And I think they already are, but it's only going to get better.
And now they're good.
If they're good, it does really help. Because the best part about the Bro meme is that it molds into whatever it needs to be. So it's not like they have to be bad for the memes to work.
No, exactly. All right, let's move on. We've talked about Bro. KT, we spoke about a little bit. I think the Doc Dom edition, instead of just calling up Way, I was really upset about. Sorry, Hype. Because Way's already there. I think we were all upset about when it got announced.
Yeah.
It's still there.
Doesn't
it's
make
kind of
any
like
sense.
it won't heal.
Nobody's happy about that.
Yeah, no.
I like
took the
Doc Dom. I
Band-Aid
think he's
off and I was
good.
like,
I think Doc Dom is good.
I think he's a really
fine.
nice guy.
Yeah.
And I think Hype is a better player.
Do you guys
He was
remember
just
Doc
right
Dom
there.
came in with a broken arm with a cast on? And
Yeah.
carried
No,
his
Doc
team
Dom,
across
I'm
the
happy
finish
Yeah,
Doc
line.
that was
Dom's-
actually
Do you
sick.
guys remember Doc Dom's Aphelios? Do you guys remember how he did the LPL?
I'm ready,
No, I don't, Wolf. No, I don't.
Hey, FBX had at that period where they were really good. I mean, it was mostly Milky Way, but it's a good challenger enjoy year as well. So we have
And now it's Duck Dumb Way
what?
instead of Milky Way.
Oh god. Because we have Shiu
Damn,
also coming in. We have
Yeah.
Diablo, who unfortunately, unless he has a Pays level
we're not, we
debut.
don't. So
We're
we
not
only
there
have
yet.
a certain amount of time to talk about
okay,
this.
okay,
We
okay, that's
will be omitting B&K from this discussion.
Can we
I'm sorry,
also?
they just don't exist. Let's just not talk about it. It'll
No, but
make everyone
Di-
sad. We
agree.
don't need to do
Diablo,
this.
Diablo coming in is cool. Okay, that's a good player.
Is it what?
Diablo is. I'm not talking about the team. He is good individually.
I mean,
I mean,
look,
Diablo's
I'll say
good.
the words. He was a really young player, right? He's just become eligible to play in the LCK. We casted him 2022 when we were doing challengers back then. A lot, and he was definitely a rough around the edges type player, but he definitely had a lot of potential.
he had a pretty decent Lucian that one game.
Yeah, his Lucian was good.
I remember.
He's played some decent Varus games. Like I think he will struggle. I think he's not like on the GU like Bull kind of like, ooh, this is a prospect right now level, or even a Leaper. You remember Leaper?
Yeah, I remember.
He's
Leaper,
not
yeah.
on this list, but there was like a little moment where we're like, wow, this guy's quite talented. I think Diablo's going to struggle. He's playing with Kellen, who hasn't looked great as of late, and then the rest of that
And
team
he's
is
not much of a leader of lane.
It's
as
just
well.
it's Diablo's like for me like at best 6 out of 10 prospect for challengers, and I don't even say that in a mean way, but I think he's not really going to shine on this roster. So I don't think people are going to be high on this guy after LCK Cup. Let's just say because
No,
the
that's fair.
circumstances around it are not great. But if he can shine on this team somehow, if he actually does break that barrier as an 80 carry on this roster, I'm like, well, he's going to places.
to the moon.
No, I'm hoping for a Teddy or Geo-esque arc. I'm not expecting him to be able to
And
do
just to let
anything
you
for
guys know,
B&K.
the rest of the team is Clear, Raptor, Vikla, back in again, woohoo! And then Diablo and Kellen, and it's just kind of looking like 10th. So let's...
I have a different team for 10th.
Oh, so
actually.
who's the different team for 10th? So there's a couple of options, I guess.
DRX.
Yeah, DRX.
It's DRX.
No, but DRX is so interesting. The
So
geriatric team, I'm so into
So
this.
DRX do have a lot.
so into
DRX
this.
actually has a lot of legacy, right? We have we
yeah.
have the
Oh, that's a
faker
good
of
way to put it.
That
hearts.
is a better way to put it than the
We have the
geriatric
faker of
team.
hearts. We have Juon, who's back at it again.
World
The
champion.
Faker of Hearts
man.
in what
Yeah.
year? What year was that, Wolf? Like, how many years ago was that? Was that
it was several- it was
2017?
several years.
World champion Juon, essential to their run in 2022. Who is, I assume, going to play sub again.
Hey,
Because
UCal,
he's
the savior of 2018 KT.
Yeah, Cal, who obviously was in TT for a good amount of time. Teddy,
who won like most hype play at the LCK Awards.
He
Like,
did,
Kai'Sa play.
and also the most funny moments that he had as well. Like
he did
that was
nail
actually
that.
super adorable.
And then Andil, not Pleta.
Not Pleta.
Well,
Not
Pleta's still on the
I'm so
roster,
glad
but-
that Onks is not here today because he would just get up and leave. He was so angry when he heard about that, actually.
I think Andil is actually pretty good though.
I think
No,
he's
I
pretty
think
good.
Andil's
And I also
solid.
like. I think it's going to be better for Andil now that CV Max is in a different country.
Yes,
Yeah,
it will
And
help.
I think
Absolutely.
that'll be way.
Can we
better
not
for
talk
Andil.
about where CVMAX is with who? Because it makes me very sad.
Yeah,
Pace.
we don't need to talk about that. Thanks, Valdez. It's really cool.
Yeah, I do think that Andal is a very skilled player. I think he had a lot of off-the-rift issues. As long as he can get through those, and Teddy's a great, actually a great leader and a great player. I don't know how great he is nowadays, but
Who is the leader on this team?
Maybe
though,
they can make it
realistically?
happen.
That's the problem
It's
I have
Rich.
with this team.
I think
exactly
it's,
right.
I think it's
Rich.
Teddy.
Isn't it Sponge?
I think it's
Oh,
Teddy.
it's probably
I don't
Sponge.
know,
Give the
guys.
reins
No,
to
it's-
the young man.
Well, but like that's I feel like that was the
Can it
role
be
he
you,
tried to fulfill
I feel
last
like
split.
Ucal is still a
Ucal should
rookie in my
be.
mind, but he's absolutely not. Like he's
Yeah.
been around forever now.
7 years, Valdez.
Yeah.
Maybe Ucal. I mean, it is the LCK. Like everybody's a rookie in this
Well,
league.
when you go.
So DRX.
Maybe
Getting
it's Ucal?
exasperated.
Yeah. So DRX and BFK, I think we can safely, or BFX, I think we can all safely say our expectations are tempered.
relatively low.
Yeah.
And what about did not finish? We're starting really at the bottom.
It's okay.
I mean,
Wolf.
like, I don't know, guys.
Not finish.
I
You
look
mean
at
DN?
there's a lot of these
freaks?
teams here. I was thinking so positively when I saw some of these rosters, like when you have Berserker coming back, right?
That's
and
hype.
Pioshik's on DMF, and Doodoo
Yeah.
is pretty good. Life was always solid, Then and Teddy and Ucal and Rich. I'm like, well, there's a
Life
mixture
was
of
great
like
playing
experienced
next to
players.
Ruler.
The Hens is on Nongshim with Kingen. Okay, that could be okay. Like Jiu, he was. But the more I think about it, it's like you have all these veterans and these players that haven't really they've been given enough time to shine and haven't. I feel like it's gonna be after the game, like old veterans drinking a bottle of soju, being like, "Ugh, we've been losing for 4 years. Now you're gonna learn how to lose just like us."
Yeah, I think the problem with DNF specifically is that there's just a lot of players on that team that have a big variance in form, and I think
that's what makes that team fun for me. I feel like there's a lot of like there's teams and DRX and DNF are like exactly the examples of this of like if it comes together you can see it being awesome.
yes, oh
You
yeah,
know?
I can see how the team
Like
would work.
I have it in my brain like how it's supposed to work. The reason I put BFX at the very bottom was that
you can't see. It
I
work.
can't see it. I just there's no angle for me in
No,
my
that's
brain.
fair. After Vikla's recent
By the way, is the new
performances.
official tricode actually BFX or is
Yes.
it BNK?
It's BFX.
And I'm
BFX
really
now.
glad that
No
it
more
is.
Fox.
So we don't need to worry about the Fox thing
much
again. Yeah.
better.
They figured it out.
Yeah, they did. They made a tricode
Wow,
that exists.
amazing.
Because in theory, like this is also DNF is a team that's also likely to play really weird stuff between like Jarvan support and then Bulldog with having a champion ocean,
Pioshik
Pioshik existing, Doodoo being the first to ever
It's
pick
also
Garen.
Rapid Star coming back to coaching as well, and so that for me is like really fun.
But as with Nongshim, I think actually Nongshim I could also see be good if Kingen plays the way that he did not last year.
Yeah,
or
if
actually,
they find that, I think if they
like
get into
spring
like
last year, he was good, right? Like that was when he was
Yeah.
just very stable, no nonsense.
even in summer, like during the season, I think Kingen started to ramp
but
up last
both
year,
Kingen and
then
Lahens,
just fell off a cliff.
Their Worlds
after.
performance was probably some of the roughest performances
Yeah.
of their careers.
Yeah,
So like that's I think what makes that because Sylvie, Fisher, Geo I think are the parts that you'd want to keep of the Nongshim roster. Like that makes sense to me.
I mean, Fisher, he like plays Neferi on purpose. So cool.
I mean, Fisher, 1 out of 5 games, I'm like, could be a top 3 mid laner. 4 out of
Yeah.
5 games, I'm like, definitely a bottom 2 mid laner in the LCK.
That's the way I
How?
feel too.
Yeah.
And I think if he can hone that 1 out of 5 games in most of his games and not just be drafted quirky every game, which he won't because the meta will change, obviously, and it has changed quite a lot since he was playing.
Surely it won't be a 0 versus Corky this year, right?
No, surely not. I think this team could find its footing. And I actually think Gideon could be, depending on if Sylvie underperforms, Gideon has had his moments as well. And because Gideon's on a team now where he has to kind of earn his spot, if he's doing well in scrims and Sylvie is just kind of flatlining because he often does, maybe Gideon gets a shot. Because I actually think Gideon's ceiling is higher than Sylvie's personally. there could be something here for this Nongshim roster, but it feels like between Nongshim and DNF, I'm worried there's going to be like too much cooking. Earlier I was talking about, I hope the Rise group, they cook a little bit. They try some stuff. Like these ones, maybe, just get out the frozen food and just heat it up.
I think you don't need that special apartment. You just a microwave's fine, actually. Let's just keep it simple.
With BFX and DRX, I don't see it. With DNF and Nongshim, I don't think it'll happen. But you can, like Kingen and Lehens are good, like Lehens especially.
No. And if you look at their ceilings, holy, it would be amazing.
Well,
the problem is that we've seen the floor.
Yeah, for Kingen, I think that on average his career is a lot. Like Lehens, I think had just a bad Worlds, but outside of that was the best support for
he was
3/4 of the year and has been top tier in the LCK for the last 3 years now.
Come on, give Delight some credit.
Yeah.
Delight was better than
top
them
tier
a lot
means
of the
that
year.
he was up there.
I thought he said best support, so I was like,
No,
well,
he said
Lance did win them in MSI.
True.
Right? Like,
Yeah,
I think actually in spring he was a bit sussy. That's fair. Him and Pace both were not amazing back then. But basically,
nor Carrier.
Sorry?
Nor was Carrier, really.
Yeah, no. But suffice it to say, it could work. Will it? I unfortunately don't think so.
Yeah.
So then we have KT and Bro fighting for 5th/6th, right? Like those two most likely.
That's what we're expecting. The bottom 4 are the bottom 4. We'll see what order they're in.
Let's
and
talk
now,
about some drama, baby.
Wait, we're not there. No, I want to save that.
feel that agency.
Yeah, I want to save that for last because that's what everyone is waiting for. I want to talk about DK and Gen.G first, so that we have, and then we can just end on on the banger.
All right.
Because DK, I think, will be exactly the same team that they were last year.
God, I love this team.
Yeah.
With the
This is my
exception that
favorite team. I don't think they're going to be good. I think Shu is absolutely amazing, though. This
He's a
player
maniac.
is so fun.
He's great.
My God.
He's like if Illima actually got promoted to the LCK when he was good.
Yeah, when he was
And aiming and barrel in the bot lane just sounds like a sitcom, and I'm so into that. I'm so into that.
I think that they will be a solid 4th that are going to have absolutely incredible games, and then the next time you're watching and you're like, what?
What are they doing?
No, I feel like this is a team that gets 3rd place the first few weeks, and you're like, wow. And then right when it's a time we're getting close to the split between Rise and Legend, they drop into the Rise group, and everyone's like, oh, what's happening?
They're like, we're going to take the Rise way out,
and then
baby.
a bunch of people who are watching and don't like D+ are like, I always knew they were bad. I knew all along. I didn't believe them.
Oh, God.
Just like it is every year with D+.
Yeah. I think the fraud alert is just going to be like a heart monitor the whole time.
It's even worse because now they have Barrel.
Yeah, exactly. It's so perfect.
So
and then they're going to win Worlds.
I show me you're motivated,
I want
all the narrative's going to have
he's
to come
burnt out, and
Yeah, I'm gonna love this team, and I already know they're gonna break my heart so many times because this is like my current favorite jungling prospect, and then Showmaker and Shiu finally coming in, which I think is something that we were hoping for.
And if you guys didn't catch Casper Cup, Shiu was amazing in the Casper Cup. He was so
and a maniac.
So good. And a maniac.
He is. Yeah. He's what you want in a young top laner. I think which we saw with Zeus's debut as well, right? Where from the beginning it was just going ham. Love that team.
I feel like DK, small side note, DK and Bro, I feel like are the teams that are best at watching challengers and getting the good players,
Yeah.
Because they're actually utilizing that new talent that we have a great system for here in Korea, and not just paying some other random veteran oh, please save our team, please come in.
And she was
King
just
or
nurtured
Lens or
by
Teddy,
DK.
Well, it's
basically the
insane
whole way up.
because Thanatos obviously gone to C9, and Thanatos was a really high prospect. And then within because of their academy team being as good as it is, within a year and a half, 2 years, they have a new prospect that's good enough to play in the LCK.
And they have Khan as positional coach as well, I think. It's crazy.
It's funny
and
how-
Khan is exactly what this guy needs because Khan was him when he was beginning his career.
But they're
and then
gonna
developed into one of our
DK
best
is
tank
also,
players
as Wolf
ever.
is saying, I don't think they'd ever drop below 5th, but they are gonna do some.
they might.
No,
I could see them at 7th.
I don't
I
think
really
so.
could. I really could.
I think that the floor is too high with aiming Showmaker Lucid, but I do think that the floor is never too high for Barrel.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's interesting that Brendan mentioned the actually utilizing challengers talent. Everyone always thought Nongshim was because they're they're using the whole challengers team. That's not utilizing well.
No.
Then they also prove they really don't know because they just did what you said. You should
utilizing
just buy
talent.
Top by King and Lens.
utilizing
They'll save
talent
us,
scouts
right?
is, I think, what he was talking
Yeah.
about.
All right,
Like,
so let's talk about
Gen.G.
Gen.G real quick because we're running out of time, and I think this roster is a slight downgrade. I actually don't
really.
I'm not ready to trust Ruler fully, but I'm not worried about him as much as I am about Duro. I think Duro is good. His
valid,
Braum
yeah.
is insane. But I think this roster is going to take some time. And I've said that about Gen.G before, where I'm like, oh, it's a new roster. It's got some strong players, but it'll take some time for them to figure it out. And then they didn't need any time. I wonder how Ruler and Duro are going to get along because Ruler has played with some really, really strong support players over the years. He's obviously been a part of the Sword.
He's loved it. This is exactly what Ruler needs. And I think that, like, I'm so glad that you bring this up because this whole bottom lane situation is where all the confusion is coming from, right? It's like, why Duro? It doesn't make sense. Ruler needs a blank slate. That's the only player that he thrives with. Yeah. He needs not Lahens. He's like, no, get your opinions out of here. This is my lane. You do what you're told. And, like, that is precisely the player that Ruler is. And Duro's pretty good at knowing when to pull the trigger. Like, this guy has been, like, a great engaged support. Like,
He's
so
better
far
execute.
and in the past.
He's better execute.
Yeah,
It was
better
him-
execute.
it was
I think
him
better
and-
execute is what they need when they've got so much veteran talent on this team.
Yeah, it was him and Raptor that kind of, if you remember, there was like a kind of an upsurge for BNK Lost split.
Yeah.
That was because Duro came in. I am with Wolf. I think that while the roster in summer, I'm like, this is 100%. And they're always with that top side, they're always going to be contesting for first, right?
Yeah.
But it's compared to last year, I am with you. Duro, to me, is like Delight, but slightly less. Like, I was really hyped about Delight when he came in, even though he wasn't brilliant for what he showed. I think what Duro showed on BNK last year wasn't quite as good, but what he showed in Challengers comparatively was as good as being a top-tier support in the LCK. So it's kind of, I'm not really sure where he'll land. But I don't know, with that top side, like, who cares? And also,
Yeah, I think they're
Ruler,
gonna be fine, yeah.
Ruler, as good as I think Pays was, Ruler is, in my opinion, still an upgrade just because of how dependable he is as a player, and he's one of the greatest AD carries of all time. So it's like, so I think
The chefs in a kitchen like conversation could be had, right? Because you've got Keen, Chovy, Ruler now, who all want
Hayes
money.
was the anti-ego. Okay,
Yeah.
like he didn't have any. He wasn't demanding a lot of resources.
And now it's Duro.
Well,
I
I'm saying
think-
like,
I think
Ruler
Ruler
is like.
Is there enough money?
I would say like, of all the players we have in the LCK, like Ruler is probably top 3 ego, right? In terms of like his personality, like he's a very bold person, right? And I don't know how this is all going to gel together. If he and Duro aren't getting along and like there's some problems early, this roster could really take some time
Duro
to
is
get
a
off the
very
ground.
charismatic
He's fun.
person and a great interviewer.
I
So
wouldn't
I
say
do wonder.
ego, but like, I see what you mean.
Yeah, and
So
he
he's
came
very
in,
much
didn't he
the
say like,
opposite of
I'm going to be the
Pays.
next carrier? Like
Yeah.
that
did.
was
so
his
maybe
immediate
that's
thing.
not actually good.
Yeah.
I also
know.
think we'll have to see. I do think that the years in the LPL and the 2023 loss to T1, I think has kind of, from what I've seen at least, Ruler has kind of chilled a little bit in terms of.
Yeah, I think that it was last year especially would have been a bit of a come down for.
No, of
good old
course,
Ruler.
and compared to where he was in 2022, right when he was able to finally win. I think this team will, again, like,
They're gonna be good, yeah.
Anything below third would be a complete shock.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get into the drama.
Yeah.
For the first time ever in like LCK history, T1 didn't get what they wanted
Yeah.
in terms of the offseason. It is like the first time this has ever happened. And unless I'm misremembering or something is deleted from my brain, it's the first time ever T1 got outdone by another org. Another org had a better offer. They couldn't get Zeus. They just couldn't get him. And like there's been a lot of drama. There's been a lot of discussion about this. Like,
Yeah, you
like
guys
the agents
can-
messed up.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
Zeus wanted to be on T1,
He would have
and a T1 wanted to get him, they could have made it happen. He either didn't want to join T1, or T1 just couldn't afford him because of the luxury tax, the salary cap, the financial regulations or whatever it's officially called.
And we're
Salary cap.
gonna try not to speculate too much. You guys can watch your favorite perspective of content creator and go and take their opinion about what happened. Just go for
And
it.
make
It's
it
totally
your
fine.
own.
Yeah, okay, but
make
Max-
it your own. There are no facts that
What-
we can truly lay down on the line outside of the fact that Zeus is on HLE now.
Atlas, but what if we're their favorite content creator?
Then,
Well, that's why they're watching Pod
Then
State.
I would
Yeah.
recommend you watch. Omitted.
So,
But like this,
no,
is,
I'm
this
with-
is
I'm with
insane.
you.
This is insane, and I think it's a huge change for how T1 is going to have to play as a team.
Oh, yeah.
Because Zeus was you can blind him anything, or you can counterpick him in a meta where that actually works. and they played around that in draft so much so that, Guma Keria could either push aggressively, have all those resources, Faker can roam down, they set up those dives, and they put Zeus on that counter pick where he's safe on the top side, or vice versa, try to play around Zeus on the top side. He's one of the best strong side players in the league, if not the best over the last few years. It's been pretty obvious. He's been one of the most consistent top laners. Doran is like the opposite of that. He's so good into Zeus because he's so good at being that weak side into an aggressive player, but he himself, when he tries to be aggressive, it's very hit or miss. I think having that lack of consistency is really going to hurt how this T1 roster plays overall, because it's just they've been together so long, right? And they've had this very predictable but still very difficult to defeat playstyle for a really long time. Doran completely changes that, and I don't know how it's going to work.
For me, I'm most worried for them at Worlds because T1 were always, a little bit hit or miss, especially last year.
2 summers in a row.
For summers and for regular seasons. And then when it comes to Worlds time, all 5 players, they click on and Zeus picks up, Worlds MVP and stuff like that. Doran can't be that guy. He's been the exact opposite of that guy. He's been
going to help them with their stability in the end of the season.
He's going to be great at Zeus in lane when they play against Hanwha Life Esports.
What does that mean for T1 now? It's like they're going to be okay, a bit better here in the summer season, but maybe they don't win Worlds now. I don't know if they can do it with Doran. I'm actually really concerned for them because they've always been able to turn it on, but I don't think Doran... So he doesn't have that switch.
There's a big difference. There's a big difference for me, and I think there are a lot of our teams that have the right mix of players that can help a winning game be won, and there are players that turn games into a winning game. And I think that Gen.G bringing in Ruler is an example of having another player that can make a winning game.
Or where you're losing, turn it around.
I think Pays was a role player. I think that when you're winning, Pays is a phenomenal player to have on your team because he's really good at he screws that screw in. He's really, really good at that. Ruler makes moments that win you games. Zeus also makes moments that win you games. Doran makes moments that lose you games.
Yeah.
Or he facilitates a beautiful team fight. And we've had so many of these moments, right, where they're both Gragas players. It's kind of interesting to talk about. I feel like Zeus is the kind of guy that will kill you in a side lane as Gragas, and Doran is the kind of guy that will just obliterate a team fight for you on Gragas.
Or he'll sit on Gragas and kill 2 people on a dive.
Absorbing pressure, but he's not the one that will I'm just going, oh, so we're losing this game. Oh, I guess I'll just Yone ult the backline and we're just going to win. Zeus is that guy. And I think that T1 relied on having that guy that was able to turn around these game states from the top side. Otherwise, they don't have as much oomph in creating these moments. And you can't have just one. You can't have just Faker that's there to try and turn a game around.
You have to have a permaban of Yone against Hanwha Life Esports now because you have Zeka and Zeus on the same team.
They can the fact that they can flex it is absurd.
What you were saying about players that can make games won, I feel like Hanwha Life is filled with 5 players that can do that now. Right? Because they have Zeus, Peanut. He always does that. Zeka has done that many a time. Zeka a little bit more of maybe he has that one moment in the team fight that you were talking about, but Viper and Delight as well, big engages or huge team fights from Viper. I feel like Hanwha Life Esports are #1 team now in the LCK.
Should be.
I think it's not even close.
I think they're the best team.
Because they kept the defending championship team with one huge upgrade. And they upgraded their weakest part massively and got one of the strongest parts of one of their biggest oppositions.
Think about Zeus and Peanut together. How do you live in that top side? How do you live?
I've been a super big fan of Zeus ever since they debuted, which I found out last Worlds. It's actually the same day I debuted, which is really cute.
Aww.
That's amazing.
So, right? I thought it was fun.
Me too, I meant to for real.
Yeah. No, but I think it's from his perspective as well. The only way that he ever, because he has been in contention, it's basically been him and Bin for best top laner in the world for the last, 4 years? Since, say, 2021, 2022, right? Bin started a little bit earlier. Zeus obviously wasn't the starter until 2022. But it's been the two of them fighting for it. First couple of years, it was more Bin favored. I think recently, Bin, didn't have as good a Worlds as he did domestically. So more recently, it's been Zeus favored. But the fact that fight has been going on, the only way for Zeus to truly prove that you are the best player is by leaving T1. Because as we can see from how Owner is rated, which I think we're finally coming around a little bit on, you will never be rated as a truly best player in the world until you do it without Faker. So, like, from that perspective as well, I think it makes sense for a player to want to...
He's also been, like, he's been having this conversation quite a few times, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's often said that, like, I just want to be on the best team. I don't... He was never the one that was like, I want to keep the brothers together.
That's Guma.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
Guma was
Ruler
always
when he
that
left
guy.
Gen.G, where it's like, I want to do this on my own now. I want to try something else.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, he came back ultimately, and who knows? Maybe Zeus rejoins T1 at
Zeus
some
is
point
also
in the future.
joining an insane roster too. So even if he gets it done with this team, I'm like,
Yeah. To me, it sounds...
I don't know if that
it's-
really proves-
The situation is
that's-
almost a mirror of... almost identical, to Ruler going to JDG. Like, trying to make that team that is definitely going to win.
I feel like this roster almost rivals to me the Keen Canyon Chovy Pays Lehens roster in terms of like best roster ever, like in the LCK
I think,
recent
yeah,
time.
I think so
this
too.
might actually even be a stronger roster because Pays was still somewhat unproven, like he had won titles and
And
stuff. but,
Lehens
like, he
has
was
always
super
been a
young,
little
and
bit
Lehens-
like,
yeah.
you don't know.
The
That
only-
guy, I feel like, has proven himself to not be the random like chance guy now.
No.
Like I feel like he's consistent now. I feel like we can
very
trust Second
reliable.
now.
Yeah.
But
extremely reliable.
But that's the thing, right? Like, looking at this roster, I think mid is the only place where you can make an argument that you could theoretically slot in.
Zeka.
Well, that's my point. But, like, you could argue that having Chovy for most of the year and then Faker for World, that's the and like, even those are arguable, right? Because I agree with you. I think Zeka
Yeah.
has been absolute top tier player. I think his Worlds was actually not as good as
agree.
I'd hoped. But like, the fact that that is your worst player with how he's been playing recently, that's
GG.
Yeah,
insane. Because
Well,
like
you
Peanut
compare it-
Canyon feels like it's kind of a
Yeah.
side grade situation,
I
right?
think we're out of time. There's
Yeah.
so much more we could talk about. We got a whole season of LCK and LCK Cup.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin.
And welcome to the 2025 LCK Cup. We are back here on day number 2. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler today. And we're just so happy to get back into the action. We had our season opener last week. We had that cool event. Now we had the first day yesterday. We already saw that Runis Atakan doesn't exist. He won't exist today. And he won't exist in the future either. But yeah, very excited to get back into the action here at the LCK Cup.
We have not casted together in a very long time, and normally we make up for that time by playing video games.
Yeah.
You had to go and, have a kid. So
When was the last time? Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't have to apologize to me. It's fine. I understand. No, it would have been, summer season. Somewhere, I don't remember if it was finals or if it was somewhere in the playoffs.
Maybe regional qualifiers, maybe like early September.
Yeah, that's a long time, Brandon, but we are reunited. And we're going to have a good day.
We are, and if you guys, I saw a lot of confused chatters yesterday. They're like, what is LCK Cup? Well, it's a shorter version of a season, and it's got a new kind of format here. We've got Group Baron and Group Elder going head-to-head. Your group needs to perform well in order to have all of your teams make it into playoffs. The last team of the losing group will actually be straight up knocked out, and they won't have a chance to play in the playoff stages at all. You do see that we have some of the results here already. The DN Freaks were able to take the victory yesterday over Nongshim, and the Bros unfortunately did fall to DRX there, who did take the win. Only one correct prediction from our squad was Digon for the DN Freaks.
Yeah, Korean side was a lot more on the money on that one. They had a lot more faith, and maybe they weren't quite as bought into the Bro and Caspa Cup hype. As we take a look at BNK Fair X. Vikla is back, Diablo is called up, and Kellen now making his way onto this roster. Cleveland Raptor sticking around from last split, but Vikla coming back actually made some waves during his performance in the season opening, but that was a for fun tournament, and Caspa Cup wasn't, and we saw that even Caspa Cup didn't really give us any valuable information. So
he really beat up on Mid Viper, you know?
Yeah, he did.
He looks great.
Yeah, that did happen.
Yeah. We also do have KT Rolster with some changes. We've got Cuz, he is back here with
good.
KT. He's there with BDD. The power duo there once again. Also Duckdom returning here as well, and Wei getting called up, unfortunately without his buddy Hype, but will have a great AD carry to play alongside of in Duckdom. Very curious to see how that bot lane is going to look today.
Still happy to see Wei come back. Also do note Score as head coach, something that I think for a lot of KT fans is going to feel right, and we'll see to what extent KT can make the dreams happen this time around.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, but guys, we do have an interview. Let's check in on that right now.
안녕하세요. 저는 이번에 올라온 07년생 원딜 디아블이라고 합니다. 옛날부터 데뷔하고 싶었는데 이번에 데뷔하게 돼서 설렙니다. 저의 플레이 스타일은 단점은 적당히 없애고 장점을 좀 극대화시키자라는 마인드로 좀 하이 리스크 하이 리턴용 플레이인 것 같습니다. 바텀 라인이 아주 쟁쟁한 걸로 들었는데 못 이길 사람 없다고 생각하고 공격적이고 잘해가지고 좀 잘하는 선수로 기억 남고 싶습니다. 화끈하게 경기에서 경기장을 디아블로 맺히게 만들겠습니다. BNK BFX 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 저는 KT 롤스터의 서포터를 맡고 있는 웨이 한길이라고 합니다. 일단 이렇게 롤파크에 오게 돼서 더 실감되는 것 같고, 어제 밤에도 이게 잠이 안 들더라고요. 설레가지고. 그래서 빨리 경기하고 싶고 되게 신난 상태입니다. 저희 형들이 해줄 거기 때문에 이제 거기다 저는 숟가락만 얹으면 될 것 같아서 딱 그것만 지키면 보여줄 수 있다는 느낌이 들어가지고 그것만 딱 기대하고 있습니다. 일단 KT에서 성공하는 게 목표고요. 오늘을 기점으로 이제 계속 잘해서 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다. 일단 오늘 첫 경기 승리로 시작할 거고 앞으로 잘하는 모습만 보여드리겠습니다. KT 화이팅!
It's always so fun to see the new players coming into the LCK. It feels so cute to see them like, oh, I'm so excited, my first game. And, you know, especially for you, Chronicler, a huge challenger enjoyer, the biggest one, actually, out of all of us. We can't take that title away from you. You must be really excited to see these two players playing today.
You know I am. Diablo, I just did some research. So here are a couple of movies that are older than Diablo. The movie Cars.
Oh, no.
Mission
Cars?
Impossible 3. Happy Feet.
Happy feet.
I know. He's younger than all of those.
I mean, I was 16 in 2007, so yeah. Anyway, we got our new cool walkout here for the LCK Cup. The two teams come out together, and they're gonna fist bump, unless you're a berserker yesterday who forgot about it. But it was really funny. And yeah, I really like the new walkout. Actually, I think it adds a little bit of spice,
It's
you know,
nice.
especially once we get past like the the basic one and people start to do more interesting stuff. That'll be a lot of fun. But let's see what BFX have prepared today. Looks like they should hold those letters up.
Because if there's one thing that we learn every time we watch Who Are You, man, these players are funny. They just need to show it. The kind of extravagant stuff they got up on us. There we go. Vikla with a bit more enthusiasm than the rest.
Yeah, maybe they were waiting for some kind of cue. They didn't realize they were on camera, but either way, this is a very interesting roster. I think that Vikla does bring a bit of hype with his performance in the season opening event, but at the same time, I feel like there's not really a main shot caller. I'm very curious to see how it's going to function as a 5-man unit. Whereas here on the side of KT, you've got a lot of guys, I think, that can call for it, especially BD and Cuz will have to be the core, I would say. You know, the two veterans, the main veterans that have played together before a lot and obviously have a ton of experience. Even Duckdom has been around for a while now to help out, you know, Perfect in his second season and Wade coming up here and just helping them get through some of those nerves and come together as a team.
Yeah, both Duckdom and Ruler coming back from the LPL. This split, definitely some high-quality 80 carry talent that makes his way back into it. But we did have to give up pace, but unfortunately,
yeah,
don't have it all.
unfortunately, there's always, you know, the collateral damage, the sacrifice,
Yeah,
you know.
has to be
Somebody's
made.
got to go.
And Perfect, as we remember, last spring had a breakout performance. I think he did struggle towards the end of the year, even though there was a lot of reports of how incredibly dedicated he was. I don't think was able to quite hold up that level, because might actually have been able to sneak away Rookie of the Year from Lucid had that been the case, because at the beginning of the year definitely was favored towards him.
Yeah.
And we'll see, Cuz being back on KT, the last time this man was on the team, yes, it ended in heartbreak, but the way there was glorious. And there really isn't anything more KT than that.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned before as well, Score being the coach now for KT, it just kind of all makes sense. You know, there's a lot of things that made sense for KT during the offseason. They kind of just went. The only thing that maybe would have made more sense is bringing up Hype as well, but he also took a loss yesterday, and, you know, Duckdom is more of a veteran, so maybe they don't want too many rookies in the lineup. I mean, you think about Perfect and Hype and Wei, relatively new players. Maybe they didn't want to quite stack it that much, so you can see a little bit of strategy as well in what they wanted to go for.
They also didn't want to give the consistency they had with last year's bot lane, right? Deft and Barrel.
Yeah.
And Diablo, we're going to be looking towards him today. Expectation is that BNK is definitely the underdog here. As mentioned, I think particularly that 1-2 of BDD and Cuz has already shown how insanely strong they are. Cuz, even though, as they often do, Kwangdong back then, now DN Freaks, was unable to actually make it. That was not because of him. He had so many incredible performances throughout the year. And Kellen also ended on a bit of a downswing, as we saw last year, got replaced by Moam somewhere towards the end of summer. Didn't end up playing at Worlds, which might have benefited him because Moam did and didn't leave a very good impression. We'll see how he's able to stand up here to Wei today, because Wei is one of the more hyped up prospects. I think it was really Humbug, Hype, and Wei that built the initial hype for KT, and then once Zinni came in, that roster really clicked, but he's still absolutely dunking on people. Got a quick 2-0 at the beginning of this week with KT, as well as an applause for Score, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, a huge one. Everybody pretty much, and showing some old pictures of him and Ryu, as well as what is that on the left? I don't know.
So I thought
Are they ballerinas?
I thought it was Hisoka for Sam. Was from Hunter x Hunter, but
okay.
I don't
Is it
actually
an anime thing?
Well, I don't actually think that was it. I just saw the clown getup, but I think it's slightly different. So I don't know, Valdez.
Well, we'll leave it to your imagination. I was very excited to see the Score and Ryu picture because they're coaching against each other today. And now we're going to get into our first draft. And if you're new here for the 2025 LCK Cup and actually around the world, we're going fearless. So if you pick something, you can't play it again for the rest of the series. Those are the rules. And already it has led to some really interesting picks. In game threes, we had 2 of those yesterday. You were here the entire day. I was at home relaxing, watching you guys, having a great time watching the League of Legends.
Yeah, what you're saying is you didn't get as much of the visceral experience as
Yeah.
David Bell does. And again, to remind everyone, either team plays a champion, it is out. The bans don't matter, although the bans often stay kind of the same. But a champion is picked by either team and it will no longer be available. It'll appear at the top of your screen when we get to the next rounds of drafts. And we have already seen in the one day that some teams are a lot better equipped at dealing with this than others, because it really changes drafts in how you can target out specific roles, how you need to have a deeper champion pool, and how you need to be a lot more flexible with both your priority but also with how you build out your compositions. And thus far, some teams have not really been able to do that. We'll see if today is any different.
Yeah, I mean, in that aspect, you really have to give KT the advantage. I just think, especially in the mid and jungle roles, like BDD and Cuz, they can play like 10 plus different champions to maybe their best level, right? So that's, we all know about BDD's Azir and stuff like that from older days, but he can play so many different things, and I think that's really going to benefit them in that mid-jungle duo. As Rumble is the first pick here. We don't see the Skarner. Skarner's really the big one that we see a lot first pick, but they banned it on blue side.
Ashe Sejuani would make a lot of sense here. Can even pick up the Braum later on and have both incredible engage, and the CC that it provides is crazy. Sejuani here and then Yone would, I think, make the most sense, but they might feel like Raptor isn't going to prioritize it. Cuz obviously is an incredible Sejuani, but he is also pretty flexible, can still go towards some of the more niche picks. We saw the Italy yesterday. I don't think that was a great spot, but Cuz is one of the guys that gets to play that champion without us having any doubts. The setup for BNK, though, Clear getting one of his comfort champions. The Rumble was the champion that I think he kind of started turning around his general public opinion on. He did have a bit of a slow start last year, but ended quite strong. And it was a couple of Rumble performances that I think really cemented that. Corki gonna get picked up here for Vikla, and I would expect a jungle pickup as well. Although the Maokai is, of course, a flex, could theoretically still go towards Kellen, but most likely will be for Raptor here, and providing a ton of lockdown. Has really dropped in priority. I think there was a lot of games yesterday where we just fell through the draft.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of flex potential, actually.
Even the Corki.
The Corki as well. We've seen the 80 carry already, and even the Rumble, although we're probably not going to see that flex. Thinking about a Zyra here is Cuz, and that is going to get locked in, so not quite the Sejuani we're expecting, but it is an AP jungler to go along with Yone.
Theoretically, could even also be flexed. I think Ashara does not sound like a good time to play into.
Yeah?
I don't think it's likely. We did actually see, I think, 1 or 2 Zyra events yesterday as well. Is still a jungler that's very strong in the same way as it was before. Incredibly quick player, can chew through the jungle at a rapid pace, and into tank junglers in particular, you get a lot more leeway, though not at high of a risk of getting invaded early on, of getting jumped and caught in early skirmishes. And the game is very teamfight centric at the moment. If you didn't catch yesterday, if you're just watching your favorite teams, there are a lot of 5v5s. It feels like the smaller skirmishes have kind of gone by the wayside, and instead, that first grub spawn, we've had multiple 5v5s there.
It's just everything kind of matters a bit more, even a single objective, a single Otacon, which is a huge objective, obviously. Fighting over that, you got to group around that. Just a lot of things to group around, so I feel like it kind of was the changes that Riot wanted to see, and we are seeing that so far. The Ezreal also banned away, so really giving credit for the Corki in the mid lane and just trying to pick away stuff from Diablo here.
The one downside of the Zyra is that Zyra is a champion that really likes to be played into because she's very immobile. It's really good lockdown, a lot of AoE damage, and please Lear ult, but not really that great when she has to be the one initiating things. And the Yone is kind of contrary to that, obviously going to be playing a lot more forward. More circles here could be good for KT. We saw the Galio come out yesterday. This is a lot of comfort. I also think that it would be good with the Zyra specifically, but I also feel like the Renekton hasn't really felt that strong, even though in theory I think it makes sense because the early fights are really big.
Yeah.
Having a strong presence is definitely a big boon, as this is one of Diablo's favorites, but trying to play Kai'Sa when there is a lot of AoE damage, I think can always feel a little bit iffy. Dude, gotta say though, the BNK draft as a whole makes a lot of sense. A lot of damage, a lot of AoE, team fighting power, and yeah, we talked about the Braum before. I think would make a ton of sense. Really, really strong when you have things like the Kai'Sa diving into you.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be dealing with the Kai'Sa, the Leona, even some maybe, lest I say it, the Engage Maokai could be happening. So the Braum just feels very comfortable. I think that's a great one to kind of sit around your Ashe and just feel very nice. The Renekton to come out here into the Rumble is going to be an interesting matchup. We saw the Jace banned away in the first round of bans on the red side. And, you know, with the Rumble coming out, he just decided to go for that Renekton. So definitely curious to see how that one is going to go. And Vikla, he looked great on Yone in the season opener. BDD steals that one away from him, and now Vikla's got to play into it as Corki. How is that matchup going to look? How is Vikla going to look on the real stage?
There's also the question of the bot lane, because the Kai'Sa, I think, is in a great spot at the moment, but an Ashe Braum lane, that is rough. We might actually see BFX go for a lane swap to try and get out of that 2v2, because that is, I think, where they are the weakest. Renekton into Rumble is just very volatile, can go either way depending on how the jungle matchup plays out, who gets a lead there first. So, a lot of questions going into this first game. And again, these teams are not only fighting for their own score, they're also benefiting their group. You get a win for your group, it makes the whole LCK Cup a lot less stressful.
Yeah, I mean, you want to win for yourself, for your group, for everything, basically. As you see, part of Group Baron is BFX, and they're going to be going up against the team that is in Group Elder on the opposite side of the Rift. It is, of course, KT Rolster. And BDD on Yone, definitely a fun way to start. I'm excited for this one, Chronicler, as it looks like we are ready to hop onto the Rift. Game number 1 of BFX versus KT Rolster starts now. And here we go. I feel like we're on the KT side of the arena, Chronicler, with the gigantic cheer we just had. Everybody very excited for this KT roster.
I have an early ward being placed, and that does confirm what I was expecting. KT really wants the 2v2. Do see Diablo and Kallen here, because again, Ashe and Braum. Ashe alone is already an insanely oppressive lane, but playing with Braum into 2 short-range characters and an engage support is really going to make life very, very tough. And they are now waiting here in mid. Don't have confirmation, but they did see Claire actually move away from that ward, and I don't think that the ward there was spotted. And here you see, indeed, Dogdom and Wei are able to match the swap. Really, really big win for them. Something that they're going to be very, very happy about. We'll see what the response of BFX is going to be.
Yeah, it's 2025, and lane swaps still a thing. We saw a bunch of them yesterday. I'm not sure exactly how many. Maybe like 4 out of the 6. But it's definitely still a thing, and it's here to stay. And especially because the early grubs are such a fought-over objective. It does feel like a lot of teams are trying to get up there as well, and still, you know, avoid certain matchups, as you've been mentioning in this game specifically. Maybe even put on a little bit of extra pressure with some of those resistances taken away from some of those mid and top towers and stuff like that. So not surprised to see lane swaps here still with us.
Also already seeing what we talked about before. even after the nerfs. Something that the Zyra is also always going to excel at is just power clearing through the jungle. About, I want to say 5-6 seconds ahead of Raptor. We'll see if he's actually able to turn it into anything, because clear is getting relatively low, but turrets, if you haven't caught any games, turrets are a lot scarier than they used to be, which I think is quite cool. I think we've gotten a lot better at dives over the years and felt like turrets didn't really pose much of a threat. Even in the LCK, like obviously you're going to see it in solo queue, but even in LCK, we've seen teams misjudge a little bit how much damage they can take. It's perfect. Yeah, he is setting up for something here, but it doesn't look like Cuz is going to be in a position. Instead, looking to mid, but not 100% certain, because he also should know that Raptor is on the bottom half of the map. Will get spotted, and looks like nothing is going to come of it.
Ooh, BDD missing the cannon there. He is under a bit of pressure here. Vikla doing a good job as Cuz has Smite, but he has not spotted Raptor, I don't believe. A couple of pings in mid, though, so kind of have a decent idea. There was maybe still a plant left up in the bush.
Yeah, I think Cuz used the Scryer, so he saw that Raptor was on the spot side. Raptor knows that with Millbot Prio he wouldn't be able to contest, so he's going to go for the top. We'll see if he's willing to try and sneak away the Raptors here. It's actually a fine window, but instead is just going to secure a little bit of vision here.
Yeah. As we see the new teleports, everybody just
so
flying
wacky.
across the map.
So funny.
Whee!
Woo!
They're having a great time.
We haven't seen... I kind of expected Jonas Strong at some point to do a
Yeah.
dramatic pan. I'm sure he will. He's just waiting for the right moment.
Yeah. Why not?
Why not?
Does Hololive Esports have a new motto?
I assume they all do. Yeah, we should...
Just, we have some new mottos here in the LCK,
Hold them up,
guys.
actually, because they are great for the two teams that are playing right now. Let me grab them.
Take a moment to look at those. As we do have Cuz, he is spotted up on the top side of the map, and I mean, with the amount of pressure they have and the fact that they're pushing, it's not really that bad of a spot. Although it's actually pushing away from BFX at the moment, and Cuz even able to come in, just he knows he's spotted, just trying to help out a little bit, push them off that lane. So, have you found the mottos?
I have. So for BFX, it is Dream New Ambition.
But we already have Old Ambition. He's a streamer now.
Yeah.
So why do we need New Ambition?
Well, I don't have the answers to that, Veldas. I'm just saying that's
They're just
the slogan.
dreaming of it.
It's evocative. I'll say that.
Okay.
You know, it gets you thinking.
It does,
I don't know,
yeah.
Mostly about what it means, but
Well, it's always good to try to figure it out. So what's the other one?
So the one for KT is I think also very apt, which is time to prove ourselves. What they're trying to prove is obviously left unsaid, but I think they're just trying to prove they're still KT, which the best way to do that would be to lose here and then beat Hanwha.
Yeah, they're trying to prove that they're the exact same team they've always been. Perfect. He's got a bit of damage, but he's not going to get a kill. Kellen, bit of trouble, has to flash. If that knockup hits from BDD, he was in danger of actually being taken down for First Blood. And First Blood, definitely still very important. We saw yesterday that still, even Atlas was talking about this on the cast. It feels like, if you can get objectives and kind of roll them into a first turret, that feels like a couple of wins you can get in a row. Whereas First Blood kind of stands alone. You see that KT has grouped up for the grubs. Whereas BFX, this is the objective that you fight over. But instead they just gonna kind of let it go.
Yeah, so this is the unfortunate Cuz.
Okay, we're going very deep for this one. Cuz in a lot of trouble, and down he will go. Corky, Vikla picks up First Blood. Very nicely set up there by Raptor.
That's a trade up, because KT got 1/3 of the fee. BFX got a full one. And yeah, Cuz thinking he could get away there, but obviously Raptor taking a very deep journey is going to pay with his life for those Raptors.
Word.
Which
he is Raptor, so obviously he gets bonus gold from the Raptors. Kind of goes without saying. Now this is actually very annoying. It's buying a lot of time. BDD's missing XP and gold and mid and stuff like that. He's still gonna die, but either way. It's kind of funny that he set up this awesome First Blood. He got the feat of strength, and he's like, now I deserve to int for the Raptors. I've done my job here.
Nothing is a better encapsulation of a newer player in the LCK, particularly for junglers, because it's a role that's so heavily based around not necessarily your mechanics.
They are pretty based, yeah. Agree.
Your pathing and your knowledge. One of the reasons why Peanut is as revered as he is. Looks like Raptor also going to be going for an early hard steal. Most likely. I've seen a lot of tanks just opt towards that build, and even with the Raptors, as expected, and with the fact that he died, Cuz is still able to maintain his CS lead. But we have already word that I think on the next patch, 0.2, they are changing it to first to free, which feels a lot more even, and I think is a change that is going to be generally welcomed, and while still maintaining a little bit of an incentive to be bloodthirsty, which I appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels a little bit more like, okay, well, if we win this first team fight, or if we win this first early laning phase, or if, you know, somebody really pops off in a big way, rather than just like winning one trade and, oh, I got him, and now we've got this huge feat of strength. I think it makes a lot more sense. So
yeah,
it's a good change.
It's
for
also,
sure.
We're still early in the season, and we've already gone for the full cycle of if you lose first blood and feats, the game is done, to boots are insanely, and they did get hotfixed to be fair, to no, actually upgrading boots is bait and you should never spend the money. So I'm not sure where we are on the scale as of right now. Suffice it to say, the boots are nice, not by itself going to be something that is going to win or lose you the game, as we do have Raptor on a big flank here. Corki on the way as well.
Hey, he's just ulting the whole team here on the bottom side. We got teleports coming in as well. The Zyra ult is huge value, but Cuz is getting burned to a crisp. Down he goes as Kellen will pick up that kill, but he is going to pay for it. Raptor in a lot of trouble as well. Perfect, and BDD going so deep for it, and clears ult. Basically does nothing, but now Vikla on the flank, on the top side, doing a bunch of damage, but he's in an early game Corki with just a tier and a phase. He doesn't really do that much damage, and so just kind of a cheerleader as Diablo getting knocked up here, has to use his ult, and that is just Yone in a nutshell. KT gonna win this trade big time.
Bloodbath in the bot lane, Veldez. It all starts, Raptor does get spotted, and initially it looks a little dicey. The Braum combined with the Zyra, so much disengage, but the only one taking damage are the Leona with W up and Raptor. So when all these TPs start to come in, KT is still in a great fighting spot. I think they're also a little bit quicker on the trigger, and unfortunately, without the lockdown still there, the value of a Rumble, for example, is really going to drop. This whole clear with his equalizer there doesn't really get to do nearly as much, whereas Perfect in a first scrimmage with a Hex Drinker and his ult up is going to be a big menace and a big early win for KT here.
Yeah, it does feel pretty nice. Now BFX at least are going to try to get one grub. So that doesn't feel great, and Cuz should be able to at least, well, I say that, here comes Raptor and Kellen. That's a big ult from Kellen. They're just really abusing the lack of mobility on the Zyra now, but a bunch of damage coming out from Duckdom. They're taking a 3v4 right now as the rest of BFX is on the run. They get the kill onto Clear, and Raptor in a bit of trouble as well. Now finally we're gonna get the TP from Corki, but again, what is Corki going to do here? He doesn't do any damage right now, and they might just look to turn on him as well. Vikla, he's got his flash. He flashes directly back into them and just dies. What am I watching, Chronicler?
I don't have an answer. Why are you throwing the ball to me?
Take it away,
I'm watching
Chronicler.
the same game. Don't take it away, Chronicler. I'm watching the same game as you. And this is kind of, I think, the issue with going in too aggressive on the Zyra. Like, yes, you kill Cuz, but his plans actually end up getting the grub, which is what you were kind of looking for, so they still go to 5. And then BDD is just getting untouched in these fights. Zyra, like Brand, is one of those champions where if you don't hunt it to 0, he's still got up an ultimate, he's still got a ton of plans out. You're just not really going to be able to, and the fact that not only does KT get the grubs,
오케이, 이제 용으로 갈 거야.
they got,
다시.
what, like 2 more kills on Yone? Yeah, 2 kills on Yone.
Yeah.
Duckdom goes unchecked throughout that entire fight. And you're playing a longer fight, like especially these skirmishes where you get multiple rotations of. Braum Ashe Yone is so strong. Like the amount of CC, the amount of sustain, the amount of lockdown that you have available.
Yeah. Zyra too, as you mentioned before, like even if he goes down,
Doesn't matter.
Plants are doing their job. So funny to see Raptor desperately trying to get the grub against the Plants and losing. It just feels pretty rough. Now BFX did get the first blood, but the objective feat is about to go the way of KT, and all of their lanes are winning. So yeah, Cuz having not the best time, but he's got 4 assists. He's ahead 20 farm. He's doing much better, actually, than Raptor is, which is funny to say, even though he has died 3 times. So KT just as a whole, as a team, feeling very happy. They picked up the first Drake, which is actually what Cuz was saying in the replay of his comms there. So it does feel like Cuz is definitely calling a bit for the team, which you would expect. As Arrow coming on in, Raptor not able to avoid it, and the CC chain is just so obnoxious. He's got a lot of health, but not a lot of resistances, as down he will go. And that's going to be the end of Raptor once again.
And the biggest difference in this game, I think, has been the jungle support duos on either side, where it doesn't feel like Kellen and Raptor have really been able to sync up, and it's either Raptor or Kellen going in. And the one time that it did work out was on Cuz, which then unfortunately didn't really work out. And then I feel like Wei and Cuz have been perfectly in sync, and even if Cuz ends up going down, Wei then ensures that they win the follow-up fight. Man, still has 100% kill participation as of right now. And thus far, I think KT should be the favorites in this series, looking a lot cleaner across the board. BFX had some okay moments, and they still have good mid to late game fighting, and that's really where they're going to have to hope that they can mount a comeback. But right now, I think things are looking great for KT.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming into this one, you know, KT were the favorites. Now in this position, as you mentioned, they are the favorites for the series, you would have to imagine. And things are just flowing really well. You know, one of the things that Wei said in his interview was, I've got a bunch of youngs, which is basically just older brothers in Korean, and I'm just going to piggyback. I'm just going to ride the bus a bit, and that's fine. He's doing a great job as Raptor in a bit of trouble here. There's the knockup from Wei, speaking of which, and Raptor will go down. How do you play this game as Maokai? You throw out your ult and you're stunned anyway, and you just die. It's so sad.
It's the offensive Braum ult, and it works. That's not supposed to happen. All you need is the setup from the rest of the team, it looks like. Now we're going to look towards first turret. Would, even with that first blood, basically guarantee KT, given that they're already up 2 objectives. And we talk a lot about defeats, as we should. KT still got 5 grubs. Like, that buff isn't going anywhere. They're still getting a ton of value.
Oh,
come
way.
on. Wait.
It was still a sick arrow.
I thought he was going to go in.
They didn't do anything with it, but it was cool.
Was cool.
Yeah. So just, you know, casually face checking the brush here.
Just wanted to put down some vision. For what it's worth, I don't think you have to walk up there. I imagine that they just wanted to secure vision so that you could then apply a little bit of pressure towards that bot lane, but Diablo was still clearing out the wave. Pre-level 11, the ability for Kai'Sa to join was quite rough, and I don't think anyone had shown in mid. But Raptor, being a tank and having a Maokai ult and Heartsteel, felt relatively safe. Unfortunately, not going to be the case.
All right, here we go. Nice block on the ult. BDD may be in trouble, but he is surviving for so long. The flash is so good, as even an equalizer used on a BDD. They finally take him down. Vikla going to get that shutdown. But what is the rest of this fight going to look like? It's not looking half bad for KT, but we've got Diablo now. Look at that go in there once, ducked off, and he will take him out as he went super deep for it, though, and he will be traded back. Perfect is tanking for about 1,000,000 years as well on top of the Rift Herald, and he will, in the extended fight, beat out Clear and the rest of the team, and that's another big fight in the hands of KT, and with this Rift Herald, they will own the feats.
If Diablo has a second item, that might have been the turnaround. And here, Kellen and Raptor do actually link up. The problem is that there's no follow-up damage initially. Look how long it takes for BD to actually go down. And you invest the equalizer as well. Then a good amount of damage actually is done to Dokdom by Diablo here. You're like, maybe they can make it happen, but he doesn't crucially get the burst off. And on the other side, the fight not looking too hot. Perfect, easily able to sustain, and I think Diablo got a little bit overexcited there, thinking that he had the damage. Because if he just either like have Dog Dump flash out and then try to peel back and play the fight, or you kill him, like that would have been great. But not flashing over the wall definitely could have maybe led to a turnaround. Now only the hole being dug deeper here for BFX.
Yeah, when we were watching that replay, Chronicler, you saw my face. I was watching Perfect just absolutely maul everyone that went into the pit to try to kill BDD. They used everything to kill BDD, and then Perfect was a Dominus Renekton. Kellen stuck around to try to save Vikla, who was 100% dead. He also died for no reason, and they both died. And then Perfect was still alive. He got a third kill, or a third, assist at least. As we are going to have this turret go down, so BFX at least get that. As Cuz looks to send the Rift Herald potentially into mid here. There it goes. And Diablo taking a ton of damage, actually, as we speak. Meanwhile, Perfect up to 2 levels right now on clear. He's got his Dominus rolling, and he is so deep in their jungle, he just doesn't care. As that, smited away. Wei going to have to hop out of there. That was a little bit scary, but no charge. Pretty good for BFX.
Yeah, he is Maul. Perfect just went straight up Maul first, and I can guarantee you, no one is doing damage to that guy, because Vikla can't really walk in range, because he'll get whacked, and then the rest of the team is either doing AP damage. It's the Nuggery thing, the drawing he did. It's like a meme from a while back where people, I assume, were like...
Chronicler's got those old memes.
Yeah, it was like, why do people pick Renekton? And they just drew in paint, I think, just a Renekton going whack, because he just, presses W and then you die.
That makes sense, yeah.
Does make sense.
Yeah.
Which is what Perfect has been doing in this game. Huge lead, because his KDA might not be looking too pretty, but I don't think he's bothered whatsoever. This game looking very much over here for B&K.
Yeah, I mean, the Feats of Strength go the way of KT. They also have the first 2 Drakes with a Hex Tech Soul. We've got all these extra bonuses and, events going on the Rift, so don't be distracted by the Dragons as well. We didn't see as much focus on the Dragons, but they're the same. So Hex Tech Soul, still very strong. And, of course, we are going to have the Voracious Atakan coming out here as well. And KT should just, I would imagine, just run it. They don't have to be that brash about it. They probably can be a little bit more nuanced about how they do approach this objective, but they're so far ahead that I'm sure they're going to try to make it their way up here and try to take it down as soon as they possibly can.
You do have to be careful. We've gone over this a lot, but Atakan is a scary objective. So this is the one opportunity that B&K have to fight their way back into this game. So I think that KT very wisely say, well, then we just don't do it, because you can't do it, and we don't really have to do it. And just have BDD pushing in the side lane. Someone is going to have to match him. With the Hex Gates, maybe a collapse possible. BDD doesn't have flash for a little bit, but looks like instead will just be a bit of a stalemate. And no one going to pick up the new objective for now. It looks very threatening, and that's true. I feel like sometimes with Elder Dragon, for example, Elder Dragon looks scary, but Elder as an objective is not that hard. Neither is Baron, like post.
Yeah.
I mean, it spawns at 25 now, but when we got to like 27, 28 minutes in previous games, never really felt that.
It's the power creep of scariness in our objectives. Baron used to be the big thing back in the day. It was the only thing outside of Dragon, obviously. And it was like, once you got Baron, oh, that's so cool. It's the biggest objective on the map. You take that down, and then we added Elder, we added Atakan.
Yeah, that's where we're at right now. We are looking to just Death Brush someone. Maybe it'll work.
And Perfect's better than that now.
Yeah.
I feel like in his first season, he sometimes would have made that mistake. He's like, I got to put on pressure. I'm going to farm. I'm going to push up. And he'd get caught from time to time. But no, he's a much more practiced player. This guy, as we know, he's got a very good work ethic and has been putting in the work. And those side lanes, this is the LCK way. We have side lanes that are winning. BDD's ahead. Perfect's ahead. So they're just going to put on pressure and slowly just choke you out rather than actually, you know, just forcing an objective that we don't have to do.
They just went Death Stance next. He's never going to die.
And currently he has 0 deaths.
Yeah, I think it's going to remain that way, Valdez.
So,
I mean, you can see BNK also being like, what do we actually do? I guess we just start up Atacon, but if we do, then we're going to get shred to bits, and they have a ton of AoE damage. So I don't think we want to do that. Trying to force a 5v5 maybe, and yeah, looks like the trigger is being pulled. They got to do something, and it wouldn't be BNK if they didn't try to hard force the play.
all right, well, that's a Leona Solar Flare right on top of Duck Dom. Perfect. Kind of an awkward spot for him, actually, as now has to pop the Dominus, goes over the wall. He's kind of out of the fight. He does have TP, but the rest of the team is getting caught as we speak. Duck Dom's got to be careful. He uses both summoners and gets out, but now he got the Maokai ultimate. BDD trying to peel just to get them away. Definitely a dicey situation there for KT, with Perfect getting caught and nearly the rest of the team as well.
Biggest win here for BNK is getting both sums on Duck Dom. No Flash and Clench available for the Ashe. They don't have their big team fight ultimates now. But if they trade Soul Point for Atacon, I think they're going to be feeling good, but it takes a while to take down this objective. They're instead setting up the trap, which I like a lot more, but there's the Hulk shot, which foils their plan, Valdez.
I mean, there's really not much you can do. As you mentioned, you know, it's just such a huge health bar. Like, you can't rush this thing. Not when KT's around. You just don't really have a choice. And your lanes are being pushed. Mid lane is being pushed. Bot lane is being pushed. BFX are standing around trying to make something happen around Atacon. Instead, they're just losing around the map. And it's not feeling very good for them.
Yeah, you can see that KT was also not impressed at all. Like, BDD, for that whole sequence, he had TP. He was just like, yeah, it's fine, then I'm going to do it. I'm going to take Dragon, and then I'm going to just continue pushing the side wave. And call me if you need me. And they did not call. Round 2. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find angles for BNK here. And I think there we saw a little bit of it. It is important to note that KT does not really have a traditional front line, right? Like, they have a great bruiser, they have Braum, who obviously can take a large amount of beating. But if someone is out of position and they get hit by a clear ultimate, a couple of autos from Vikla and or Diablo, there might be an opportunity here. And KT, the place where they are gonna, I think, never ever give up superiority is the side lane, with how fed both Perfect and BDD are. But in a 5v5, if KT mis-execute, or if Duck Dom gets caught, again, no sums right now, might be an opportunity, but I do think BNK then have to pull the trigger on something. Doesn't look like that's happening right now, because once those sums are back up, that sequence of play gets a lot harder to execute.
Yeah. It's the League of Legends we love and know. You know, it's kind of like if you're behind, you don't really have a lot of presence on the map, so you can't really get good positioning on objectives if the enemy team is doing well, and Otacon's pretty much just another objective, right? So KT just doing the old-fashioned way. And looking for clear here. Might be in a bit of trouble. Dominus popped as slowly but surely. Big equalizer, but Perfect doesn't really care with that maw. Has to flash away, but he will be taken down. Has to flash away from that really strong turret, but Perfect with the solo kill. Might be taken out here, but that means immediately... Oh, he's trying to TP away, and he will get away! Actually, there you go! Not able to be interrupted either.
And Jonas Strong gives us what we wanted, Valdez. There is the follow. Raptor can't get into the pit. That's the objective gone. And everything goes KT's way. They win the objective. Perfect gets out with the solo bolo. And it's BNK in shambles.
Okay, this
sums.
A very interesting play. They're going to take out Duck Dom. And again, takeout is in quotes because he's going to res back at the camp, as now trying to get back into this one. KT just going to force it with their reses here, going as deep as they possibly can for as many kills as possible. At the end of the day, though, I mean, they only get one. So not really the best usage, I would say, of the Voracious Otacon dive sequence that we always seem to see. It feels like BFX, honestly, handled it not so bad for being dealt a really bad hand. Okay, Diablo is just going crazy, though. That's not worth it, and the flash is definitely not worth it either. So, yeah. I don't know about that one.
I do. Wasn't great. Unfortunately for Diablo, I think we're seeing some first game jitters, if we give him the benefit of the doubt. Going in very aggressively, but there was still the buff. If the buff wasn't there and you trade your life for Ashe there, might be worth. If you keep your sums, it definitely feels a lot better. And now KT, no AD carry on the enemy team, starting up Nash, and looks like they will be able to get it without too much of an itch. Can they get out though?
Yeah, I don't think so. You know, they're trying to force this one 4v5. If they had Kai'Sa, you know, maybe you get something going in a 5v5. Maybe you can prevent the Baron. Perfect goes in and gets so much health back. And he's trying to take out Vikla, and he almost does as the Assassin Braum gets in. Way gonna take him down. And that's gonna keep clear around as well. No escaping that as Baron is taken for KT. And you gotta think that the Hextech Soul is up next.
In this whole sequence, the only kill that BNK got was Wei. The rest were all revives, Valdez. This is a slaughter. Yeah, I got nothing. They're BNK trying their best, make a play, but they are lacking so much damage. The Equalizer doesn't really get enough done. And as mentioned, Perfect is a raid boss. Even if he doesn't die here, like, this play is great, but with the buff, there's not even anything that you can do. Wei, I assume, going Q-Max That's it.
Ox is here, by the way.
I'm sure he'll,
on the desk.
He'll check and call it out for us if it is the case. But BNK, we've reached the point of the game where they're just trying. Oh god, oh no, the crocodile. He's waiting.
Oh no!
He's waiting!
Oh, Raptor! Oh, I feel so bad for this guy. He is going to use his Twisted Advance and advance to his death. He's trying his best, but his best is not good enough. And a big Equalizer. Claire's going to up those damage numbers, but I'm sorry, that doesn't win you very many games. Flash of Volley comes in from Duck Dom after the Q lands from Wei. And that might just do it. I mean, KT, we got Perfect. He's in the base. He's just in their face and not allowing them to do anything. Hextech Soul KT looking to put an end to this slaughter.
You know, there's been videos of crocodiles putting their arms up, acting out like they're people to try and lure people in. You know, they're adapting. At any point, the crocodile, the apex predator.
Are you sure that's not AI, Chronicler?
Well,
don't be fooled. Don't be fooled by what you see on the internet nowadays.
Well, that actually makes a lot of sense. I was believing in a slightly more magical world, Valdez, but I guess that's on me.
I mean, that would be really cool, actually, if that were real.
I guess it's not. As Perfect, just as my dreams are dashed, I know that BNK is dreaming to make their ambitions a reality, but in this one, I think that's going to remain a dream, just like
the luring crocodiles.
The crocodile.
Were they standing up as well, like on their hind legs, or?
No. If it was that obvious, I would have clocked it. Okay, give me a little bit of credit.
Yeah, I was just curious. To what level did they get you? Okay, Kellen, just trying to make a play. They're gonna get Cuz, I guess, as the ult is gonna knock them up. A decent Equalizer as well. Now it's 4v5. Very awkward fight here for KT, but does it matter is the question. And I think the answer will be answered very, very quickly as BNK just trying to run away here. Oh, nice shield there, Claire. Barely able to survive for a second longer. Raptor is up next. And now KT will put them out of their misery. Took them a little bit of extra time. They wanted to take the Hex case. They wanted to be a bit cleaner with it. Instead, they get caught and they win the fight anyway, and the game is over. 6-0 and 10 is Perfect. 8-1 and 6 is BDD. It is a very clean game here from the side of KT to take down game number 1 of this best of 3.
That was a beatdown, Valdez. Didn't feel after mid-game like there was an opportunity for BNK to get a whole lot done. And despite their best efforts, I think, the faces really kind of say it all. Not anything that they could do. And meanwhile, on KT, everyone looking happy. They got their objectives. I think they played the skirmish as well. Perfect got to play one of his favorite champions and showcased why it was very often banned against him as we got towards the end of last year. It's going to be an uphill battle for BNK because this match felt very one-sided from very early on.
Yeah, it definitely was. I still feel like we have a lot of developing players here on the BNK roster. And, you know, a couple of guys that are there, you know, you saw at the end, Vikla and Kellen. I don't really see them as shot callers either. I feel like there wasn't really a cohesive feeling from the side of BNK. I will have to hope that they can figure it out as the LCK Cup comes along, because KT Rolster, it's like a well-oiled machine already. And you can see that Cuz, despite dying so many times, most damage in the game, not very surprising.
That's
for
Zyra.
Zyra. So a very fun game here for KT. We're going to take a short break and come back with the space. We'll be right back.
럼블 보면 한번 럼블 한번 더 보면
치킨 쏴볼게. 맞죠, 여기 맞죠. 왼쪽. 깡 보자, 괜찮아. 가자. 나 여기 이름 못 쓰고 이쪽으로 와줄게. 위로 와줘야 돼. 하여튼 높을. 나 말해봐줄게. 아래 잡아. 럼블 마무리할게 일단. 럼블 잡을게. 이렇게 때려. 럼블 마무리했어. 높을. 정면 갈게. 잡수 위쪽. 마우 잡아. 높을이야. 알아서 하지. 나 밑에 잡았어. 미드 가자. 바로 끄면 안 된다. 바로 끄면 안 돼. 강정하면 안 돼.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink
everyone, and welcome back to the space as we had our first battle between the two teams that made it to playoffs but didn't quite make it to Worlds as KT go up 1-0 over B&K Fear X. Welcome back, everyone. Digon, alongside What Did and Ox, also known as Wax. Always on, never off. That one was bad, everyone. I'm sorry.
I'll let it sit for a while.
No. Let's move on. That one was our most one-sided game so far in the 2025 season. Where did it go wrong here, Ox?
I mean, I feel like there was just like a lot of fights where they kind of fell for the bait of the Zyra. You know, they were like, hey, we bait Zyra's flash early. Let's target her. Let's punish that. And then they kind of didn't realize that, like, one of the things with playing Zyra is if you press all your buttons, it doesn't really matter if you die. And I feel like this clip really highlights it. So, like, you know, the focus comes out of Cuz presses all his buttons. And to really illustrate that, not only does he manage to turn the fight around, he actually gets the grub with the plant. So job done, even though Cuz went down.
Yeah, I mean, I think I really like the approach from the KT. They could pick Sejuani in the draft, right, and go for the boring matchup, Maokai Sejuani, but they have Kaz in the jungle, so why not? Why not just go for Zyra and play aggressive and proactive in the early game? And I think that kind of worked out in the KT early game, especially, and also it shows that how KT is really like being proud of their team competition.
Yeah, I like that because it was strength to strength. Raptor is someone on B&K Fear X who proved himself, which is one of the reasons why he was coming on back, whereas Cuz returning to KT, known as a very solid player, both teams investing into that one, but KT taking a slight edge, despite how many times that Zyra died. Now our second highlight here is one, again, up by the Rift Herald area, and this one is more of like an educational class here for Diablo.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good opportunity for B&K game. Look at Diablo's position here. He cleared the vision out and he zoned out both damage dealers. And the moment that he ulted in was really bad. Before that, I think they kind of spaced them out really, really good. But after that Kai'Sa ulti, they kind of fell out.
Yeah, I think the control was down, playing around the vision with the...
Our new animation and Ox Pro Tier. So there's a new objective in the Rift, right?
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, they're still learning. Ideal. Head scratcher.
As you can see right
Hello, we're back very quickly. Sorry about that issue, guys. It was very funny on our end. We'll take the desk from here. I know those guys on the space are trying their hardest, but G-Sun just thought that we could do a better job. So as you were saying, Wadid and Ox pro tip.
I think 2 out of 3 of those guys generally do great work. Ox, you're on thin ice. As we're gonna take a look.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I love Ox. Gonna take a look at the draft that we had. And again, a reminder: if you're just watching for the first time, if you're a KT fan, you haven't really known what's going on. None of these champions can be played again. Now, looking at these, it's actually, interestingly enough, I don't even feel like, outside of the Ashe, we hit that many super highbrow. Yone's up there, but the Zyra is not something that we've seen that much of. Maokai, also on that list, so we'll see if the bans are going to change when we get into our next game. I'm also happy to report that I checked on the Crocodile video, and while it was real, don't you dare.
Hold on, let me just show you the picture that he thought was real.
He was just eating, so I still got punked, but it wasn't. That's not the video. I want to be very upfront about this. I saw an actual.
He thought
video.
that was real.
That was real. Surely people don't think I would fall for that, right?
Anyway, it was a great draft from KT Rolster. I think the Zyra fit Cuz very well, and playing around BDD and Cuz is always going to work very well for this team.
Yeah, for BNK in the next game, it's hard because this is one of those games where kind of everything goes poorly. Every lane was, I think Vikla individually was fine.
Yeah.
He was the only one that was doing okay as no pro tip. They're not going to be able to teach you anything. You have to wait till the next phase. They were really excited about it as well because we have the group chat, you know, and they were like, guys, we have such good tips. Maybe they could have helped BNK pull it together for game 2.
I wonder what the tip was.
Well, we'll never know.
We'll never know. Yeah. So G-Set has a tip. Don't believe everything you see on social media. Just for all of you guys out there and maybe some casters.
I know why I'm getting roasted by G-Set. Actually, I do know why. It's because we roasted her yesterday. For getting a good sub. So
that's true.
That would make sense.
You guys can see, you know, the Korean desk going on behind us. That's kind of cool. They've got a cool setup over there. Although I do like our Noxus features a little bit more.
Right, it's
our space.
The color.
Well, not the outfits, but our actual space. You know.
Oh,
it's more like Noxian themed.
Oh no, it's cool. It feels really awesome. Also to sit in on. It's great. Which maybe we'll get a
I haven't done that yet.
Day.
How about a Val host experience?
Good enough for me.
On Sunday. I think that's a thing. So game 2, we are getting ready for Group Elder here. KT is part of Group Elder. I know a lot of you are still out there like, what's the LCK Cup? What are we doing? What's Group Elder? I do encourage you.
Where's Pyoshik?
Yeah, where's Pyoshik?
Valid questions.
Patch on some patches. I would encourage you to go ahead and read a little bit more into it because it's a very cool system. And so far, Group Baron and Group Elder are tied. If your group wins, you have a better seeding situation going into the playoffs, and you potentially avoid knockout right from the get-go. So definitely a cool system we got this time around. But let's get into the draft for game number 2. You'll see at the top, those champs, they cannot be picked again. It won't happen. We'll have to restart the draft if they do it.
Mbessa going to remain on the ban list. Skarner feels like a must. Red side ban. Wouldn't be opposed to BNK leaving that one open. As, ooh, this is something that I think we've seen the most, particularly with Yone and Corki already out. Banning 80 carries, picking one early, and then continuing to ban just more and more of them as you get deeper into a round of Fearless is quite strong. Hoping that eventually it leads us to things like Graves, you know, making an appearance would always be cool. Skarner, I think, to me, is really the no-brainer, and I don't think you should be banning Skarner on blue side. This is an insane champion at the moment. BNK's call, I imagine, is just that they don't want to play towards, but it feels like he's so versatile as well. Not really tied to having to play a specific team composition, just an insanely strong tank. And Cassante this time does make it through the draft. Will be picked up here, but with the angle that KT have taken, I imagine they're going to prioritize picking up an 80 carry here and pinching that pool further.
Yeah, I think when you're playing up against a newer 80 carry in Diablo, you know what his champ pool looks like, you know what you can take away from him, and you can have Duckdom essentially play anything. I mean, this guy, even if you want to go back to the old days, he could pick up an Aphelios. I don't think you really need to dig that deep on this patch in particular, but he could do it. Caitlyn, a consideration. Xin Zhao, very strong.
Whoa.
There's the Caitlyn.
Maybe some Caitlyn Lux action. Does appear in Arcane, so...
I haven't watched Season 2.
I think only Orcs has. Maybe we did as well. I am...
What's your excuse?
I was watching other anime. You know, and actually I started it while I watched episode 1 of season 2, and then I got distracted, and I haven't gotten back to it since.
That makes a lot of sense. Is Arcane really an anime though? It's not really.
Well, it's animation. It's not an anime.
Yeah, it's not an anime.
Yeah. But it falls under the larger umbrella, I would say. Jace, actually, can't believe we haven't talked about
also in Arcane.
Also, yes. Vi has already been banned, and this is quite funny, but they might even end up playing Jinx depending on what the bans are going to be here. For KT, they already have their AD carry locked and loaded, so don't have to be worried, can further pinch that pool. And Caitlyn is the type of AD that can really take over a game if she gets going early. Doesn't look like it's actually going to be the case, although this kind of feels like a soft ban towards the Xayah as well, but who wants to play Xayah into Caitlyn? I hope not.
I can think of some teams and some AD carries that would do it anyway.
They would, yeah. I gotta say, I think Wukong is super under prioritized right now. Wukong to me feels like with how strong the team fighting compositions in the game are at the moment, he is just insane. Also, Nocturne is something that yesterday was really heavily prioritized in both series, was also picked up. Even the DNF didn't win that game, the Nocturne still looked amazing, so we still clearly have some different meta reads as we get into our second day of Fearless.
Yeah, also very important update, Max Atlas Anderson has in fact watched Arcane, so Chronicler, you take that back, he says, and he also watched it.
Okay, well that's great. I'm glad that we could rectify that. Thank you very much. We don't want to spread any misinformation about who watched Arcane.
Yeah, but about crocodiles, it's okay.
Okay, can we let As Azira's also banned here, the Aurora gonna get taken off the table as well. There is a potential for this Jace to go towards BDD instead of going towards topside. But it looks like the read from BNK is that it most likely is just going to go to Perfect to be played into the Cassante. With the Victor lock-in, we will have the confirmation that that is indeed the case. And guess what? You know why Victor looks the way he does?
I don't.
It's Arcane.
I mean, you could kind of tell in Season 1.
You could, yeah.
I don't know what's happened in Season 2, but, it's not a big surprise.
Oh, Diablo, that's a throwback. That's also a lane swap. I don't think you want to play Zeri into what most likely will be Caitlyn Lux. Straight up, that does not seem like a good time.
Yeah, the Zeri itself with the composition does feel pretty nice.
It works well, yeah.
Yeah, Zeri and Rel. Again, not a duo that you want to play into Caitlyn.
Oh, boy.
Okay, Bard.
See what Wei is going to lock in here. The Bard would make sense. This is a lot better into the Wukong and Rel, but does, and even Cassante, I'd say, but does obviously suffer from not feeling quite as strong with the Caitlyn specifically. Generally with Caitlyn, getting something that's a bit more lane dominant feels really good because it allows you to snowball the lane early. I gotta say, when looking at these with the nameplates off, I take the BNK comp. As long as you can get the lane swap off, not have the Zeri stuck in the lane against the Caitlyn, which obviously will be a really bad time. It is a lot of team fighting power, great engage, nice damage spread, a lot of AoE CC versus composition that I think has strong champions, but doesn't really feel like it gels together in quite the same way.
Yeah, it does feel like a little bit tier listy, right, from the side of KT, whereas their composition last time actually felt more like a composition that all works very well together. So we'll see if they can make it work. I think with the skill gap that we saw in Game 1, I wouldn't be surprised, like you were saying before, nameplates on or nameplates off, maybe you take the BNK comp, but nameplates on, I have to say that KT might just also bop them, so... we'll see how it does go as we're getting ready. Oh, there's is that?
That's Digimon.
Agumon from
Yep.
Digimon. That's crazy. That's a throwback.
That's really well done artwork.
Yeah.
That's a cool BDD fan right there.
Why is BDD Agumon?
I don't know, Veldas.
What's the relation there?
I don't know enough about Digimon lore.
He plays a lot of Digimon games apparently on stream, said
That's
G-Sun.
very cool. Good for you, BDD. I didn't know that.
That's very cool. Just another reason to like him. Either way, guys, we have game number 2. It is starting right now. And here we go, game number 2 on the way. Another update from Based G-Sun. Apparently, his second account in solo queue, BDD, is named Agumon.
Can we verify that? Because he does kind of look like a crocodile, and I don't want to get pranked again today. We have confirmation from G-Sun that this is in fact real, so that's good to know. Is the lane swap that I imagine BFX, BNK is going to look for is not spotted yet. We do actually have KT going for the same. Obviously with Caitlyn, it is one of those situations where I think if you're laning, you're happy, but if you're just hitting a turret and zoning a melee character out of a lot of experience and waves, then you're also going to be feeling good. There's a lot of vision though here towards the top side of the map, so BNK will have a ton of info as to where everyone is going and what the pathing of Cuz is going to be. And just going to be perfect by his lonesome. Playing, I imagine this is going to be not the tank Jace, as he, nice use of the gate there to dodge from that crash down. Just trying to get his experience in. But we've seen both actual tank Jace and just going grasp and health items like Cleaver, for example, is always going to feel really good. Both on Jace because of the W and how quickly you can stack it, but also into Cassante as a tank matchup. But they don't have that much frontline, with Wei being the other one, although I guess Xin Zhao is deceptively tanky as well. See what build he ends up going for.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao and the Poppy together, they've got a couple of circles that could create a lot of space. You know, they don't, especially because of support Poppy, not going to be ultra tanky, and then Xin Zhao isn't the tankiest jungler, obviously. So they're not like tanks normally that you would expect. But they can create a lot of space and provide a front line for the team at least. So we'll see how it does go. Kellen is hanging around in the top river, just saying hello to his friend Wei. Clear is not having a very fun time as he has to lane into Caitlyn instead of Diablo. He is the sacrifice. He is the top laner. Meanwhile, we do see that Perfect now is solo laning against Diablo. And might be just fine with that. Here comes Kellen up to the top side.
Yeah, Duckdom taking that turret shot. Again, a reminder, turrets hit way harder now, so it's a much bigger mistake than it would have been previously. Noxus turrets just hit a little different. Also see a lot of trading in mid between BDD and Vikla, but neither of these two champions should be expected to do a whole lot of solo killing early on. Just going to be looking to scale this. Ooh, clear. Wasn't that far off the wall. That could have been a lot worse had that hit. Nice attempt there from Wei.
Yeah. You know, maybe you should have just gone ahead and full sent it, unlocked the Hex Flash, and knock him into the wall 100%. Maybe you put on a bit more pressure in your Poppy, you've got Hex Flash. But just playing it calm, you know, they don't know exactly where the rel is this matchup, as I said, I feel like this is pretty good for Perfect. He's going for the kill, but he's going to die anyway! Instead, as Diablo takes him down. Perfect, a little bit of hesitation in that trade. Maybe if he committed to it 100%, he would have taken him down. Instead, he is the one who goes down.
That's huge as well. Getting a kill on the one member that you want fed for BNK. Perfect also having to use his teleport immediately. Do note that both the barrier and the flash were used, but yeah, I think Perfect felt with the extra resistances on his melee form that he would be good, but not going to be the case. It's also one of those scenarios where with Conqueror, probably win that, but with Grasp, you know, in short trades, they're a lot stronger. Also, obviously going to get a ton of value out of that Resolve tree, but taking a really big risk there does not end up paying off. And BNK looking better here early on.
And just going to dash over the rocks there, but Vikla stunned in the field. He will commit to the flash, but the Victor could chase down. Going to tank the turret even. Flashes away, but he's so low as Raptor, desperate. He wants the kill, and he will trade it back. As Wei just kind of saunters off there and does get away. So a trade 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
And another reminder of how scary the turrets are. So we take another look here. See lethal tempo slowly being... He still tanks the Q and he still wins it. That's crazy.
Gosh. 남대근.
Because Nikla cheering on his teammate. And going to the mid lane, play Vikla. I think this flash actually is fine. We're still very early on, so there is a decent amount of cooldowns. It forces BDD to both further go in and commit his flash. And he still end up getting a 1-for-1 trade. I think BNK is going to be free to it. And that's Raptor getting a kill as well. And again, Wukong, realistically, if he just gets the farm to 6 and his teammates aren't behind, you're going to be happy. Getting an early kill and possibly getting yourself some early objectives as well. BNK looking very different in this game number 2.
Yeah, definitely feels pretty fun for them. I mean, you've got your Cassante unlocked up on the top side now. Perfect going to go up to there. KT will be able to take down this Hextech Drake at least. So that's the one kind of consolation prize they get this time. No Hextech Soul in the second game. And no Infernal Soul either. As see the Otacon symbol up there in the top right. Almost definitely... Well, not almost. Actually, just definitely is going to just be voracious every single time. So don't get your hopes up unless we have some insane kind of game, some level 1 or something that really turns the tides of the action. There is a ward there on Diablo, and that is Azeri with level 6. So Duck Dom really has to play this one carefully, especially because he is alone.
Even if Kellen wasn't there, I think Duck Dom playing smartly. The all-in, realistically, not going to be able to win. If you are able to whittle down Diablo with your superior order range, you should be fine. But we can see there as well, I think the issue is that, yes, you have a bigger range, but Zeri does have a lot of innate mobility. Not hard to get on top of you. Wei now matching the 2v2. But again, that 1 kill means a pretty substantial lead, and I think the goal is where you want it to be for BNK. Vikla, the only one that is a little bit behind because he didn't get the kill, while BDD did. Vikla only got the assist, but still doing solid in terms of experience. And it is the type of game where both Cuz and Wei are going to have a much less fun time as in they go.
Oh boy, level 6 Wukong comes in and BDD doesn't have flash. He's in a lot of trouble, but actually just kind of walks it off as Raptor flashes in, does chew through the shields and gets down the Victor, but Cuz might be able to at least punish this one. Is going to dash back over the rock so it doesn't stun as the clone fooling him a little bit. And now we got Kellen coming in as well. Wei picks up a kill, but this is just a disaster for KT. BNK looking for more as Wei will just flash over the wall.
Big wins there for BNK. Not only do they take down BDD, BDD, he just TP'd back everyone. You might not see it from his health bar, but...
We also had a trade in the bottom lane, which seemingly did go the way of Diablo. He still has his ult too.
Oh, Cuz there. I think he was trying to look for the timing to slow down Raptor, but instead he eat into the ult and it just kind of boomed him, unfortunately. So I get to take another look at that again, and that is even... Oh, Diablo?
Yeah, Diablo goes in for that one. You know, he almost one-shots Duck Dom. Duck Dom still has his barrier, and he's really not under too much pressure, but a scary moment there.
That was also... Like, he did have ult in like 5 seconds, and Diablo took a bit of a risk, because very clean setup here initially, right? Comes through... a lot of damage with the knock-up, and then that moment right there, that could have been otherwise something that I think turns it around. If Cuz is able to actually get on top, get the knock-up, and then BDD stays alive, gets another rotation up, would have been huge. But then here, especially when you're fighting the clone. Those extra autos actually end up making a big difference. And then the fact that Wei trying to save his chunk, even as to invest his own flash, does get Hex Flash, but still would much rather have that flash available. Going to be BNK. Nothing crazy. You know, these are not game-winning, but they do paint a very different picture. And as we said before, would anything be more KT as to somehow take the L in this series? I say with caution, because we're not close to it happening yet, but there are some worrying signs, Valdez.
It is, it's difficult to take the KT out of KT. You can never do it. And here's Clear on the TP flank. We've also got the Wukong ult. Only hits Duck Dom. He's totally fine. Wei also walking it off. He finally goes down, but now we got the Zeri. And the Zeri moment beginning to brew here. He's looking for perfect. He wants Cuz as well. He says, give me all the kills. I'll take them down. BDD just chasing. He's had a wild game so far.
He's flashing, Valdez. That's a triple.
Yeah, he's going to get the triple, and BDD is just dead. I mean, maybe he gets Raptor here, who's doing the Krug.
Okay, I've seen Dunden lose those. Let's be careful there. Grub does get respected.
BDD's dead as well. That's 4 kills to the side of BNK, and they're getting more Grub. So now this is becoming more than just, oh, KT are playing a funny early game. They're just straight up losing. BNK are calling their bluff.
This is so BNK. Watch Clear here. There is a blast cone there, and he just ice cold flashes over the wall to get in as soon as possible. I think for me, actually, the biggest winner is Raptor. Does so much damage, gets so much CC up, and then gets out with his life. BDD, I don't think he really had to go all in and flash aggressively to try and get the... And then, so if Diablo just plays every single game like this, regardless of whether he's ahead or not, at least we'll have fun, Valdez. As now 4-0 on the Zeri, and the comp of BNK is going to continue to be good. Like, this is not a situation what we saw yesterday. We're like, oh, it's in Italy. What can they do? And just on the day where Wolf isn't there, we have a 4-0 Zeri at 12 minutes.
Well, he's watching it at home, surely. I'm sure he can certify it for us officially. But yeah, there should be an Infernal Drake going over the way of KT. So they take that down. That's the one thing that KT has, is some Drakes, and it's a Mountain Soul here, which I feel like is going to be useful regardless. BDD, he's just playing Dying Simulator. He's playing yesterday like Fiesta. He's going to get knocked into the rocks as well, and that'll be his 4th death, as now Wei, trying to make it up for him, will once again get the kill. So that's 2 kills now for Wei.
Yeah, that's kills for Poppy, and they trade mid for support. Kellen doesn't care about dying, but BDD is going to miss out on a lot of CS. 1 and 4 at the moment. And these Victors have been seemingly just dying a lot. Like, I don't know what the combined Victor KDA is, but I know that Fisher yesterday couldn't have helped with...
Did I say Fiesta?
You did, yeah. Which, it is a non-ship mid.
Yeah, it just makes so much sense. I'm like almost impressed by myself. I'm like, yeah, this Fiesta. No, it's Fisher.
And the game does also... it was a bit of a Fiesta. Because here, Wei just ensuring that they do end up taking down Kellen, but the fact that he gets the kill instead of Cuz feels a bit rough. Doesn't mean Poppy's going to be tankier, but that's not really what you want. The saving grace for KT is that they are still looking pretty okay in terms of feats, as they have 2 dragons. But if these mountains start going over to BNK, you're not going to get through them. Perfect is, in fact, as we loop back to what we talked about at the beginning of the game, is going for tank Jace. So you have tank Jace, Xin Zhao, a horribly put behind Victor, and Caitlyn. And then you're playing into Cassante and Wukong, and Wukong has a passive that gives him a ton of armor. So you can't really give up Mountain Drakes, but this is going to be defeats secured here for BNK. And if they end up picking up a couple of plated steel caps, I'm not going to be upset, Valdez.
Yeah, no, I think that's just the right call. No reason to get upset over it. And yeah, I'm not a big fan of this tank chase. We haven't seen it really in a winning position, I feel, yet. Unless that happened yesterday and I missed it. I was watching all the games, but I don't recall that happening. So maybe we'll feel a little bit different about it as we see more games and we see it begin to win and see, you know, where the power lies. Like, there must be a reason why we're seeing it played more often than just normal Jace. But yeah, from a losing position, it just feels like you're not doing anything. So yeah, that's going to go off, but that is Cassante. So I don't know if you can kill him. Wei's ult is going to go totally wide, and now he is kidnapped by the Cassante. Does get away, cuz no escape for him, as he's trying to walk it off actually, but Clear just gets in there. It's a total mess of a fight, and it's going all the way up BNK. They're absolutely shredding KT here. The weirdest fight maybe I've seen today. And BNK, that's just their comfort zone.
Diablo?
This guy is a maniac.
He's crazy!
What is going on? He's, he's not even gonna get the kill.
Oh, he doesn't have flash just a couple of seconds off. But he would have gotten that!
I don't even recall him playing like this in Challenger League. Like, we used to cast him all the time.
No, I did, but I think at some point BNK started losing a lot and then he stopped.
Yeah.
So I remember this being a thing when he very first came on to Challengers, but then I still don't know if it's the right call, but it's definitely the call he's making. As we take another look, this is what we're talking. He doesn't even have a Mountain Drake yet. They don't have damage to kill a Cassante here. And then Raptor obviously very fed, trying to follow into the choke point. We see another example of Cuz trying to have an impact. And then Kellen and Diablo are great on the rotation. They're in time. All the cooldowns have gone into trying to kill a Cassante that just shrugs it off.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're losing to this BNK comp, you've got a fed Wukong, a fed Zeri, a fed Cassante. You're not getting away. Like, you begin to lose. And the issue is, you know, KT, if this game goes a good 40 minutes and we see something like Fisher yesterday, eventually have his comeback moments, then yeah, maybe okay.
What?
But they're just taking every single possible fight that they can.
It's Collector, Caitlyn, and Blackfire towards Victor into a 4-0 Cassante Valdez.
Yeah, they're just...
He's never gonna die!
That itemization is just asking to lose here for the next 20, 25 minutes.
Well, I'll have a... Actually, I think it's just losing the game. You know,
they'll lose before that.
I don't think we're gonna reach a point.
Yeah.
We also have some defensive itemization outside of Clear or Vikla also, which I'm not the biggest fan of going both Mercs and Archangels because you actually don't do a whole lot of damage. But you do have a 6-0 Zeri, so maybe Vikla's just saying, I just press E on top of Diablo and then we win the fight anyway, so who cares?
Yeah.
And this is the start of the stacking of mountains, Valdez. If you thought Clear was already tanky, things are about to get a whole lot worse, and this just feels right. I think after an exceptionally one-sided game number one, where KT just completely obliterated them, here we are. It
is BNK versus KT. I think we could have seen this coming. You said it at the top of the day. You're like, oh, today's just another 6-gamer. Because, you know, this series was the one, you know, the next one we have DK versus T1. That one could absolutely go 3 games. This one I was like, no, it should be 2. I think KT's got it. Oh, boy. You know, I've been casting the LCK for a very long time, and I still don't get it. Duckdom, he's just maybe dead. He is going to flash, though, to get out of this one. But that's a free Caitlyn flash with Otacon coming up here in a minute.
Maybe the lesson is they can change players. They can change Tricos. They can go from way back Sandbox to Live Sandbox to now BNK, FairX. But they're just always going to go in. And if they're ahead, it's going to look good, Valdez. That's how it feels. Because I don't feel like BNK is particularly playing any different. But Diablo is 6-0. He's playing the same way that he did last game.
From ahead, from behind, yeah. Well, I feel like both Zeri and Kai'Sa are champs that you would kind of want to do it on, but especially Zeri, even more so than Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is like, okay, you got to kind of pick and choose your moments.
Well, you also have really good poke once you hit 3 items. You don't even have to go that crazy.
True.
He will, as we saw.
He is Diablo. I'm sure he's going to gain a lot of fans from this game, which I'm happy about, you know?
Yeah, between him and Lazyfield, it's a good time if you love AD carries that flash forward.
Yeah.
I like that. That's good.
I feel like
Keep
80
on their
carries,
toes.
they've taken it for too long, you know? They've had enough of a beating, and they're like, you know what? I'm finally going to fight back. you know, 80 carry in 2025, 2024, 2023, 2022, 2021. They've heard enough. And now they're taking the fight to.
Okay, you're not telling me that like peak Guild Force 80 carries were struggling, Valdez. I remember that stuff. That was that was.
They were still
else.
getting memed.
Oh.
So BNK say we are so far ahead we can just do Otacon, and they're right. This is a different situation to the first game we had actually, where KT were ahead, but it was like a little bit more of a.
It was
touch
a
and
bit
go.
More, yeah, it was a bit more subtle. And it was mostly game state as opposed to just being, what, like 7k multiple item finishes ahead.
Yeah.
They're going to look as I think they should, but look at Raptor.
Yep, here comes Raptor. There is the wombo combo into the back line. Nice poppy ult, actually. Wade trying his hardest. And the TP from BDD, I do not know about that one. Actually, I do. He's dead and not going to do anything, and neither does Tank Jace, as he will go down. BNK, they don't get the Otacon, but they don't need the Otacon.
He's just flashing into like 3 people again. He doesn't care. Oh, man. BNK going to get Otacon. And they were already aggressive. They're now also going to have the GA available, so they can be even more aggressive.
Yeah.
Talon and Raptor just set up really nicely here. Flash Q, no opportunity for counterplay, but what I love most is just how ready everyone on BNK is to just follow that up, and this is the moment I was talking about. Clear actually gets the ult up, and Diablo's like, oh, I'm not close enough, just skating over the wall isn't going to get me there. Flashes into 2 people.
Shield me!
Did he have to? Probably not. And now he has an Infinity Edge. And we already knew that this game was kind of donezo, but with that Otacon buff being secured.
All right, Diablo. Let's see it. Let's see the next level.
He doesn't have flash anymore. It
Just send it down mid lane.
Just solo dash into like 5 people.
I feel like if it was only him and Duckdom in mid, he would absolutely just dive the turret. Just to have a chance.
Hey, even if you only trade health, that's worth.
Yeah.
You know, set up for a second dragon. Ow. He got bonked on the head.
Yeah, this Wukong is not just, you know, old Wukong. He actually kind of slaps.
Well, it's also, Wukong is one of those champions that if they get ahead early to mid game, like it just feels so oppressive because they're not supposed to. You're supposed to scale nicely into the game, and then come mid game, you have a really big impact in your team fights.
All right, here we go. We're pressing our buttons, and Duckdom doesn't have flash, so he's dead. And down he will go. Again, voracious Otacon. We are diving as far as we possibly can. Raptor, he is unleashed, and we will knock up everybody in that back line. They're only going to get close, and nobody's dying. They're so far ahead that they didn't even need Otacon. Honestly, just keep pushing. Why not? Boo! Boo!
Come on, BNK! Oh, there we go. Okay, they're going for him. I retract my boos.
No. I retract. Wait. Okay, so Diablo just.
It's fine.
All right. So they're just going to stick around. They don't really care. They're not going to play safe at all. They're actually maybe going to get more kills here. Looking for Wei. Kellen's like, hey, I'll do it. You can't stop me. He's demoting them. Okay. I think Clear wins this.
Well, I actually I think for Claire, we're getting pretty close.
Did you see the damage from the chase?
He might want to go down. Like his buff is about to time out. Just die. It's fine.
No, he's just gonna survive.
Okay. Ooh, that was tight.
Never mind, yeah.
I don't know how many seconds he had left on that buff. I mean, now it's, you know, there's too.
He was dragging them.
He's going back
into position to kill them. And I think BDD might just get away. But it was funny anyway. I think that Clear, he's going to pretend like he still has the buff, and he's going to continue to run at them and say, okay, guys, come on, the game's over. Come on, just FF, it's over. Go next. We are ready. The casters are ready. The teams are ready. KT, they're not going to go down without a fight, though. That's a lot of damage on a Kellen, and those turrets, you can't just quite tank them as much. Here comes Diablo, unleashed again, and that's 1,000 gold for Cuz. He just dies, Giga Chad.
Wait.
KT gonna just get 1,000 gold on Duckdom and Perfect? I think it was.
Are they gonna get soul point off of this?
Did they just throw? Did I just caster curse that?
They might. Okay, that's not a caster curse.
I didn't think it was possible. No, I'm like, this game is over. The casters know it's over. The teams know it's over.
Well, Diablo did just skate over a Nexus while the turrets were still up.
Maybe I mind controlled him to do it.
Well, yeah, that's some very powerful mind control, Valdez.
I feel like that's a better explanation than what we saw.
Yeah, they could have just... They could have done a lot of things. They could have gone for Drake. They could have just waited for the wave. But they did none of those. And crucially, he takes aggro. So if anyone else has aggro, like that play works out fine. But now they get a triple on Duckdom. They got the soul. This still shouldn't matter, okay? I'm just going to... They should be able to get a Baron.
I believe in
2
KT.
inhibits down. But that is the start of a very funny gold grab if it happens.
Yeah, we might go full LPL here. I mean, we've got respawning Nexus turrets as well. There are ways back.
Wei is definitely dead.
He's going to find a way to get out of this one. He is Poppy, and the way out is Flash.
Okay. Never mind, he's fine.
He has unlocked his Hex Flash. He is now ready to use it.
It's kind of heartbreaking that Duckdom got a triple and he still doesn't have a third item, whereas Diablo is sitting on...
He also got 1,000 gold shutdown.
Yeah, no, I know. And Diablo's sitting on a lot.
So KT, I mean, they're just trying to stop this Baron from going down, as that is a big combo. But that front line is very tanky. But as you mentioned, Chronicler, they just don't have any damage. They still don't have any damage. Here comes Vikla. He is going so incredibly deep for this one with the wall. And he is going to trap Cuz, as that will go BDD. We've got Cuz in a bad spot here too. And finally, Diablo, he is going to find his moments to actually make the right call and dive as far as he possibly can. The game is now over. It was, in fact, uncursable. And we will be moving on to Game 3 in the series between B&K and KT, to the surprise of nobody.
What a game. Fell this. Oh, I'm gonna remember this one for many reasons. Is it for Diablo, the good parts? Is it for Diablo, the bad parts? Is it KT taking an incredible game number 1, then having a drop that makes you go, I'm not so sure about that, and then getting completely bopped? It might be all of those things, but I do want to highlight, if B&K win this and the expected favored T1 wins as well, then all of a sudden Group Baron on the verge of securing a lead in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, I mean, they would definitely have a lead if those two teams did go ahead. They wouldn't be on the verge of it. It would be 3-1
All right.
for Group Baron.
Most unhinged between Lazy Field, Berserker, and Diablo. I don't think it's Berserker. I know he was very aggressive, but it still felt like there was...
Controlled
It's got to be
any
Diablo,
aggression.
Right?
I think it is Diablo, based on what we've seen, especially because now we've kind of seen Diablo in a winning game as well, where he was even further... even more unleashed than we thought was even possible. And Score's got a lot to say about this one. Unsurprisingly, coaching staff over there just not very happy with the way this one played out. BDD still did a lot of damage because he's Victor, but he also died a lot, and it was not a very pretty game for him.
Yeah, Vikla with the tank build. He's just there to support the friends around him. He doesn't really need to do a whole lot. And he was the main character in that one, Valdez. That was Diablo.
And Diablo did his job. He dove over and over and over again after he had that early Zeri moment on the Grubs. And that's going to do it for Game 2. We'll be back after the space in Game 3.
우리 먹기 전 싸움 볼 거야. 나 치면서 볼게. 먹을게 우리 먹자 이거 우리 먹자. 이거 먹고 싸움 거 먹고 싸움 거. 연계 가능. 아 근데 그만 줄게. 오케이 가자. 먹었어. 하자 볼게. 야 싸움 거 괜찮아. 하나 공 받았어. 커피 다 먹자. 나 뒤로 공 걸게 나 이거. 야 죽어라 살려. 하고. 비켜로 봐봐. 오케이. 데이스. 봐주실? 굿바이. 이압을. 잘하네 대근이. 한판 잘해보자. 파이팅. 한판 바로 스컬. 야 포피 죽이면 안 돼? 야 포피. 10초. 한 번만. 나 웨이 죽이고 싶어.
Hello, Summoners. Welcome to the 2025 LCK League Format Explainer. The league is entering an exciting new chapter, packed with changes that will take the competition to the next level. Don't worry though, we'll be here to take you through everything you need to know.
So the first and biggest change is that the LCK is moving to a single season format. So no longer will we have spring and summer splits, but instead we'll have one continuous season. And at the end of the year, we'll have only a single team crowned season champion, which means that every single match that is played right from the beginning has a lot more impact, and every team will be fighting for that ultimate title.
Before the regular season kicks off, we'll have the LCK Cup. This preseason tournament not only sets the stage for the year, but also serves as the qualifier for the first international tournament scheduled for March. Here's how it all plays out.
The LCK Cup begins with what we call the Group Battle. So the 10 LCK teams are divided into two groups, and the top two teams from last season will each anchor a group, and then they take turns choosing who joins their group. Yes, the teams themselves will decide their competition. And once the groups are set, the teams will play against the other group in a single round-robin format.
That's awesome! When the dust settles, the results determine two key groups, the winners group and the losers group. The top three teams from the winners group advance straight to the playoffs, while everyone else heads to the play-ins. The play-ins will then determine the final seeds for the semi-double elimination playoffs. At the end of it all, one team will be crowned LCK Cup champion and earn a ticket to the first international tournament of the year.
Extravagant.
After the LCK Cup and the first international tournament, the regular season begins. The regular season is divided into two phases. The first phase consists of rounds 1 and 2, held before the MSI midseason tournament. During this phase, all 10 teams will play a double round-robin format over 9 weeks. At the end of these rounds, the top 6 teams advance to what we're calling the Road to MSI.
The Road to MSI is a special 5-round King of the Hill format. Teams battle it out to determine the 2 LCK representatives for MSI. It's fast, high stakes, and a perfect warm-up for the international stage.
Amazing! After MSI, the regular season resumes with rounds 3, 4, and 5. Teams will be split into 2 groups based on their standing so far. We'll have the Legend group featuring the top tier teams and the Rise group where the remaining teams compete. Each group will play a triple round-robin best-of-3 format with every single match adding to the tension as we approach the playoffs.
Super cool!
Once the regular season ends, we enter the playoffs. But before the playoffs proper, there's one last hurdle, the play-ins. The 5th place team from the Legend group and the top 3 teams from the Rise group will compete for the final 2 playoff spots. This stage features 5 tense best-of-5 matches, so expect some incredible games.
The playoffs themselves adopt a full double elimination format starting right from round 1. That's a big change from previous years where losing early could mean instant elimination. So now every team gets a second chance, ensuring that the best truly rise to the top. The top 2 teams from the Legend group get a bye into round 2, while everyone else battles from round 1. At the end of it all, the LCK champion is crowned, and with it, they secure the top seed for Worlds.
Speaking of Worlds, there's another big change for 2025. Unfortunately, there will no longer be a regional qualifier, but instead your path to Worlds is determined entirely by the LCK playoffs. So where you finish in the playoffs determines your spot on the global stage. Simple, clear, and more competitive than ever.
So that's the new LCK format for 2025. From the high-stakes LCK Cup to an expanded regular season and a revamped playoff system, this year promises to deliver more action, more strategy, and more unforgettable moments than ever before. See you on the Rift.
Thanks to the guys for that super cool explanation video on the 2025 LCK season. We're here 1-1 as KT cannot close it on out, and B&K FearX find a way to make an even more dominant victory here in this series between these two squads. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid. And gents, that was yet again another very one-sided game.
Yeah, I feel like KT kind of thinking they were playing TFT with the Arcane composition, but it kind of didn't really come together.
Not really.
And also, like, we saw, I mean, to me, the thing that really makes sense is it had, like, the Jace and the Caitlyn, and clearly the intent with these picks is to get an early lead, but the early lane assignments kind of didn't really work out for that regard, because we ended up with this swap situation where you have Caitlyn Poppy into Cassante Rel, and you just can't really get that much pressure. I also think, we often see the Caitlyn paired with like something like a Lux to really stomp lane. You didn't get that. And then we ended up with a Zeri against the Jace. And I'm not sure this is supposed to happen, but it's not ideal. And I think it's especially funny that the flash was kind of misplayed. The Shock Blast still hit, and Dabble still won.
Yeah, I mean, he got hit by every single spells, but he still managed to kill Jace somehow. And then I think this kind of accelerated the game to BNK because, I mean, KT should have won the laning phase, should have won the early game, but they have the Jace at Caitlyn, but they somehow lose the early game, and then that kind of snowballs the game towards BNK side.
Yeah, and good to see Diablo after a couple of very high-profile mistakes in game number 1, stay aggressive and win in that 1v1 that could have completely changed the way the game played out here.
I think Diablo just fits this team, like the aggressive style that we've had from B&K FearX so much. It's just he's locked in with them, he's all in, and I think this play is really good because we see the synced engages. Kellen stuns the Poppy, which allows Raptor to engage on the Caitlyn, and that synced engage timing means the Poppy peel isn't there. And it's Diablo who comes in with the cleanup on this Zeri. The initial engage is good, but the cleanup just means the game is over.
Yeah, and also this kind of shows that how KT's team comp is really bad at the same time is because when you see the BNK side, it's really easy, straight up team comp because you just go in together and then just press right clicks and then you kill everyone. But KT side, you have Caitlyn and Jace and Victor, but you have Poppy and Xin, which is like looking for some messy team fights, So I feel like KT team comp didn't work really well together, so that's why BNK drafted really well.
Yeah, and shoutouts to Kellen and Raptor for making that play happen on the Wukong, on the Rel, syncing it on up. And then finally, we have our last replay here. Oh, sorry, no, we've got the goal difference here between these two squads.
Both these games super snowbally, and generally we expected things to be more snowbally with like the feats of strength and stuff, but these in different directions were just complete stomps.
Yeah, when you think about the LCK, whenever you're winning the early game, we were not doing anything that much, but this patch, you have the new Rift and new objectives, right? So you have so many things to do on the Rift when you're ahead in the early game. So I think that's why that's really snowbally nowadays.
Yeah, and we have, so this is the moment they had the Atacam buff, the revives. They went in, they died. This is pretty par for the course. This is pretty what we expect.
Yeah.
But I think the hallmark, because every other team, they get the buff, they're like, now it's time to be aggressive. I feel like B&K FearX, they're just aggressive. Like, the buff is kind of like, oh, we actually revive when we die? Cool, it's an afterthought. Because they lose the buff, and then, like, they make a play that you would only expect to see from a team that have the buff, where, I mean, Diablo, I love him, but a little bit over-aggressive.
I mean, they could end the game here, definitely. But, as you mentioned, they don't care about the Atakan. They don't care if they have buff or not. They are just FearX. They're just going in. That's what their team color is.
See champion, kill champion. It's that simple.
Yes, that's why I like their playstyle, and also the team comp wise, I think Ryu kind of build up. They already know their team color and they know how when they're good. So I feel like their team comp is always like really team fight around, and also putting Diablo on the hyper AD carries.
Yeah, live by the fearlessness, die by the fearlessness as we take a look at the Fearless Draft results so far. These are the 10 champions or the 20 champions that have been played, cannot be played anymore. What sticks out at you, Ox, here for something that hasn't been picked yet, maybe a power pick here for game number 3 as we take a look at KT?
I mean, I can't think of anything specifically off the top of my head. I know like the Sejuani didn't get really a look in. We talked about that in game 1, but I feel like having that early pressure has been really important for these teams. So if something does end up going through like maybe the Varus, the Kalista, that will definitely be snapped up. It feels like the early pressure, as we've seen both games have been snowbally, has been a massive factor.
All right, well, that music means it's time to get ourselves back to the Rift for the deciding game here. Again, Group Elder and Group Baron, all the teams up and down those rosters hoping for a win for their side. Who will get it? Let's find out as we send it back on over to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Yes, we'll have to wait and see if Sejuani makes it, but honestly, after the ban in game 2, and the fact that now we've had 20 champions that are also perma-bans, alongside of the new bans that we're going to have here in Game 3, I think we might be digging deeper than, you know, some of those very OP champions that we have seen banned so far. So very curious to see what does make it across the line. You know, Cassante banned in Game 1, played in Game 2, so we don't get to see him. Thankfully, we don't get to see Tank Jace anymore. Maybe next season... Maybe next series.
Maybe
hopefully next season.
Maybe next season.
Or maybe not in that season either. But how about in the next series? Might happen. We'll see.
Gonna have to wait for a while longer because BNK bring us to a game number 3. Although, depending on your feelings on KT, you might be feeling like anything that happens just is their fault or, you know, their effort, which they have.
Yes.
Even me, who generally doesn't believe in curses, sometimes KT just seems like they have a sort of mystical aura around them as the vehicle going to get taken away.
But you're the best caster cursor out of the whole talent
curses
pool.
aren't real, Veldas. We talked about this many times.
But you still are the best at caster cursing. So
Yeah.
I don't know how that works.
I don't. That's confirmation bias. It's not real. It's fine. We don't have to get into this whole discussion again because it's only jungle bans thus far. Viego, Nocturne taken off the table. Skarner as well, continuing the banning of Skarner by BNK, although in this case they're on that side, so that makes a lot more sense. Sejuani is still open. I would imagine that that one is taken away because it is one of the still higher prioritized champs that is up. And if we're taking Vi away as well, I don't think KT should. I think KT should just look to first pick it because Cuz is also cemented, or leave it open and Cuz picks Nidalee because that is an amazing matchup and Cuz absolutely dunks on people in that champion.
And Bessa also available here. I think we might have to ban that instead, which means that KT Rolster in a really good spot to potentially first pick Sejuani. It kind of leaves you in a hard spot. Maybe you leave them both open and you say, okay, well, at least we'll get one. But I feel like with the two Mbessa bans in the first couple of games, you would imagine, yep, it's going to be a Kalista ban. So now we've got both Mbessa and Sejuani available for Game 3.
Most likely a trade of those. I would prefer the Mbessa pickup because, again, I think KT, either Cuz ends up playing Nidalee or he ends up playing Sejuani, and I think he's happy either way. But nope, going to be the prioritization on that Sejuani for Cuz, and it does make sense. We've seen this player be exceptional at the pick for a long, long time. Now BNK, what is going to be their answer? Raptor, with the role that he plays on the team, I don't really see him playing something like the Nidalee. We have the Maoka already taken away because it was played in game number 1. So we'll see what the answer is gonna be. As Mbessa here for Clear or Vikla. Yuko, probably our best Mbessa performance so far, and that was from the mid lane. Gonna be an early prioritization for Kellen on the Rakan. And are we Zayaing? Is that where we're heading?
Yeah.
We are in game 3.
But that's so sad.
Well,
Like,
it might be Ezreal.
Diablo got to play Kai'Sa and Zeri,
Yeah.
and got a lot of fans by his absolute wackiness.
I'm sure he can find a way to play Xayah aggressively, Veldas.
I just don't want him to play Xayah at all. The Jax is good. It's great alongside of the Sejuani, and we get to see BDD's Azir. So this is something that we were talking about at the beginning of the day, is that BDD and Cuz's champ pool is very deep. BDD doesn't have to go that deep. Getting Azir for game number 3, it's not extremely meta, but it's extreme comfort for him.
And it's hard to be associated with Azir in a league where, you know, Faker and Chovy are also playing, but BDD somehow still manages to do so, as there is the Xayah locked in. Gotta be 80 carry bans from here on out. The Ezreal, to me, seems like a no-brainer, and there it is. What is the other ban going to be? Because you can either ban away something aggressive, the Draven comes to mind, or you can ban away, like, a Thalios. I don't even think the champion is good, but just because it's Dokdom.
You know what they should ban is Ziggs.
Yes.
100% they should ban Ziggs. It's a lot of magic damage, but Ziggs is fantastic into Xayah.
Oh, yeah.
And it really just comes down to, can Dokdom play it, or is Ox going to have another aneurysm? Those are really the only two options. But I think that's a decent shot. I mean, you're really going deep into this 80 carry champ pool now with all these bans.
We'll have to see. No Varus, no Kalista, no Ez. Jinx still available as well. Lucian gonna get taken off the board. Ziggs is looking pretty juicy, but it does mean, as you were saying, that if they end up picking up something like... Well, I mean, I don't expect anyone in the LCK to play a Mundo, but imagine playing into into a lineup like is on KT if they do end up going for the Ziggs. We'll see what actually ends up being the lock-in here. Jungle ban most likely here. It's going to be the Sylas instead taken away, so not want to give that one to Vikla. Vikla, I do recall, also one of the type of players that do really seems to thrive on melee characters. Akali, however, is still open, so if he's not going to be picking that, wouldn't be surprised to see that picked up. We don't want to do that here, though, or secure a jungler for Raptor. Might want to leave it out up until the end, and there it is, indeed. The Akali is going to get picked up here by a Vikla.
That's a really good call. I mean, Akali was a very strong answer into Azir for many patches, and Vikla is the exact type of player, so you called it, Cronny. That is a great spot. Here's the Jinx.
Yep.
You know, you were talking about this as well. You know, if you do not want to play something like a Ziggs, you've already got that Azir. You can just go for the Jinx and try to battle it out in terms of hyper carry versus hyper carry there in the bottom side. And Dokdom definitely can pilot this, looking to go alongside of the Lulu. You know, he was part of that Aphelios Lulu, Jinx Lulu kind of meta that we used to have.
Oh, Jarvan Rakan? Sign me up! Into Jinx Lulu in particular, when the flash is down, that is going to be very tough to play out. The obvious downside of this is that the composition for BNK is going to be very on how can they play in mid-game. Because if you don't get either the Akali or the Mbessa in a good position, you can teamfight with this comp, but I think that if you are KT, you're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable. You have engaged with the Sejuani, you have a really strong front-to-back setup, you have a lot of safety that you can create for your Jinx. But the early to mid-game skirmishes, outside of the Jax Sejuani, which obviously is insanely threatening, I'm looking at Raptor. I think he actually has a lot of agency to make some big moves here in the early game. And on the Wukong, he was definitely able to do so. KT, though, if they can get through the early laning phase unscathed, not give up too many objectives, kind of slow down the pace, that front-to-back is going to be disgusting.
Yeah, it definitely will be. You know, Azir Jinx, what year is it? I don't know anymore, but it still does the same thing. And they've also got Jax, and you have Lulu, so just scale, just wait, you know? Feats of Strength, one of those that's fake, doesn't matter. Just be ready to fight for Voracious Otacon, or maybe not. Just maybe give that up and wait until you're ready a little bit later on. And just win team fights later on in the game. We saw that happen yesterday and win. You can do it with this comp, that's for sure.
KT, Cuz going to do a to do a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to getting into that mid to late game. This comp doesn't really scream power, a little bit laning phase power from that Lulu, but outside of that, early skirmishes, they're gonna have to be careful. If they can get to the team fights without getting this Akali fed, without having Raptor having too much impact, they should be good, but after game 2, little worried Valdez.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as we hop into the Rift for game number 3. And here we go, game number 3. And already BNK invading the jungle a little bit, getting some vision down. Checking the tri-bush as well as 3. Just checking to see what the start is going to be for Cuz. If they can. Vikla still roaming around down here on the bottom side of the map. Will eventually go to mid.
Looks like standard lane assignments. Was wondering whether maybe BNK wanted to look for a swap. Lulu can be kind of obnoxious if you're not able to find an early window and to really threaten her. And obviously with the Xayah Rakan duo, not going to have as much power as with some of the other setups that we've seen in Rakan. If it was a Rakan Kalista, for example, you'd be feeling very differently. But Xayah has been not very popular, I think, for a reason. Haven't really seen the champion have a lot of success as we take a look at the mid lane setup. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
That's why I'll be feeling a little bit scared if you are Diablo and Kalanir, both heals used, and it doesn't look like Raptor wants to go for any crazy level 2 shenanigans. And which you can do, of course. Jarvan, as far as level 2 gankers goes, is one of the best that we still have as a champion in the game, but not going to be the case.
Yeah, I think that Raptor might be one of those guys that would consider it.
Oh, yeah.
Most of our junglers would just be like, nah, I'm not doing that. But yeah, not going to go for it, just going to be playing it standard. So Xayah, it was picked face up, right? They didn't know what they were playing into in the bottom lane, but with the Rakan pickup, we were very much expecting it. And so it gets picked, and that just allows KT to form this very, not even just very, extremely solid matchup in the bottom lane. Also matchup for the rest of the game as well. I feel like Jinx can kind of just do what Xayah does, but a bit better. If she's given enough time, that is. And certainly in this lane, you're going to be given a lot of time.
And that goes back to Raptor needing to have a big impact. Can be through ganks, can be through objective setup, but I do think that they are going to be relying on him to either fix some of these lane states. Vikla obviously just wants to get to level 6 very desperately. At that point, you can start actually contesting the wave and threatening BDD if you manage to land a shuriken flip. Not going to be the case just yet, as Kalin not going to have his W available. But again, dives are a lot harder. If this was the old turrets, maybe Cuz would have looked at something off the back of that trade, but now I don't think you really can. Also picked up his Scuttle and should be looking to base here, as we see Raptor has already done.
Yeah. You see, he is the Scryer Bloom, and he doesn't care about giving away his position, as we got a big trade up here on the top side. And Bessa can, of course, do that whenever she wants. You know, he gives away his position, and he doesn't care about the BNK bottom lane knowing that he's there, because both sides know that he's not diving. Like, it's just not going to happen. Maybe if it was a bit more of a stacked wave, a more aggressive bottom lane, something like that. But even then, nowadays, it's not really happening, as we have seen.
I think it was also Cuz's ward that actually ends up being nice for Dr. Mir. So what happened there, Kalin is backing. Looked like Diablo was going to join the back, which of course with Xayah Rakan you can do. Wasn't actually what ended up happening. Diablo ended up cancelling because Dokdom kept pushing. So again, I think it was Cuz, might have been Wei, but I'm pretty sure Cuz dropped the ward as he was leaving that tri-brush. Ended up keeping him alive. And again, for Vikla, the goal is to just not fall behind. If he catches this full wave, he's actually on perfect parity. So not going to be feeling too bad about anything. And get to level 6, get a base in, and from that point on, he can start making some impact on the map. As that's very painful for Diablo. Not going to be getting any of those. Dokdom hasn't backed yet. Has been able to build a small CS lead here.
Vikla might just die here. Flash comes forward, but he's going to live. BDD not able to quite calculate that one perfectly. And he could have just taken the flash and said, okay, that's enough. But instead, he wanted to kill. At least, you know, with Vikla totally gone from mid lane, he is going to TP back. But this is a free dragon here for Cuz to pick up early on in the game.
That's a pretty big win for Vikla, though. BDD also takes a turret shot. He's going to have to chug through his refillable. And Vikla now is going to, I assume, ding 6 very shortly. As his wave comes through, this contest is obviously not really going to be a thing. Most likely, Raptor is just going to use the Prio that Clara's on top to trade for the grubs. And BDD, yeah, he had Faded Ashes as well. I can understand that he thought that he was going to have enough damage with the final auto, but not going to be the case. Raptor now going to try and trade the grubs. No first blood yet because of Vikla surviving there.
Yeah, Vikla surviving a lot of lanes that aren't really getting too aggressive on each other outside of that one trade. Bit of trading in top side, but it's very much an even lane state at this point in time. And yeah, just the grubs going to be going over to BNK. They will take all 3 of those.
1-1. When it comes to objectives. Just clarify that.
Still, it does still say 0-0 in the top, the kills. But it is also 1-1 in the series, so you're correct about that, Chronicler.
Well, that wasn't what I meant, Valdez.
But you're also correct about it.
Well, that's nice, I guess. Thanks.
Yeah, so far, Group Baron and Group Elder,
also
1-1. Yeah, it's still an even score.
No. I'm trying to think of more stuff, but I don't.
Yeah, no, it's. Yeah.
That might.
I was thinking. I think that was it.
They went
I think we exhausted it.
Flash for flash in mid.
Okay. Yeah.
That's another.
That. Yeah. Okay. I'll accept that.
Teleport for teleport in top. They're basically on the same timer.
Not quite the same timer in mid though.
No, mid was desynced. I looked at that.
Yeah,
actually.
that wasn't
like,
a 1 for 1.
No.
That was like 1 and then 1. Yeah. Bit different.
Why count? So, as we are seeing right now, KT can be feeling great about how this game has looked so far. Level 6 now starting to become available. Raptor will have his, and AD Carry's Flash is always going to be one of the most important summoners in any single game. That's going to be amplified by a million when you are a AD Carry without a dash and playing into Jarvan, because the range from which he can get on top of you and lock you down is crazy, and there are so many threats on BNK that are available. Raptor going for a little bit of an invade here. And this is the type of situation where I would expect BNK to just look for any mid-game skirmish that they can find where KT doesn't have a full setup. Because if KT actually gets the setup in the traditional, you know, Doc Dom's in the back, they have engage on someone, they get the early reset for Jinx, Lulu's next to him, I don't think you're really going to be able to do a whole lot. You need to try and look for fights and skirmishes in Vikla. Looking for BDD there. This might be exactly the type of fight we're talking about.
It's a very weird one. The AD Carry is not really part of this at all. Duck Dom wasn't able to clear out the ward, but also he zoned Diablo by putting down some chompers. And yeah, you saw him backing there, so Vikla just being a little bit cheeky.
That was cute. Got the E, then cancelled BDD's base and should now be able to maybe deny a little bit of CS in mid.
Hey Chronicler, what do you think the chances are of a Runis Otacon in this game?
Well, that's very easy. 0, because we've had no action.
Wait! You summoned the action! You're so good at the caster cursing. Duck Dom, though, is going to survive. And Cuz comes in and says hello. And that's about it. But BNK will win the trade. And now they've got Vikla coming down here.
We're maybe looking for an exit kill.
That really doesn't do a whole lot. They're zoning them off of the entire wave and the turret.
Cuz really, like, that was a really good timing. If he's not there, Raptor at the very least is getting a flash. Just with his ult alone. Also happy to report that Diablo did in fact go for his first ult, was an aggressive one. Expect to see more of that from him. You love to see it. Is now the lane swap comes through here, because KT wants to deny both 6 grubs. Because again, we talk so much about the feats. 6 grubs is still crazy when you have any type of split pushing pressure, because it still allows you to chew for turrets in a matter of seconds. So trying to deny that makes sense, but BNK have matched the swap. KT instead going to send Doc Dom and Wei to mid to take Cryo there. And now Vikla changing his mind. Double TP almost available for the solo laners on either side. Almost there for BNK, already there for Perfect and BDD. And we might have a 5v5 on our hands here, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could happen. I feel like if you're BNK, you are almost begging for it. You know, you're like, please fight over this objective.
Kellen's level 5, though. I think he really needs to hit 6 if they want to go aggressive here. There you go. Got enough mid.
Just standing in mid, getting it. And I think, you know, one grub will go the way of KT here, but Raptor gets on in. There's that engage on a BDD, but he just flashes it. And now we've got Cousin a rough spot. He's going to have to flash away. In goes Vikla just to die immediately. Way too over-aggressive.
TP coming in.
Okay, that's fine. As they're looking to play front to back here, Kellen getting low, but in goes clear, and he's Ambessa. He's in there with all of them as the Jarvan traps everybody in this one. Oh, the polymorph is huge on a clear, actually. Will prevent BDD from going down. Pretty dicey situation. Perfect thinking about a bit more. And at the end of the day, you can see that Diablo, you know, he's at least able to chip away at Perfect, but we got a TP into the top side. Vikla looking for a bit more. Everybody has already backed away.
Bit of a mess across either side, I'd say. There starts off with Vikla and the rest of the gang trying to go in on BDD. So this knockup from Raptor is great. Kellen investing, I don't think was really the call. And then Vikla's decision to follow up there. Great response from BDD immediately. He feels safe because he has the Shroud. But then this TP initially, I think, goes unnoticed. Clear ends up being there way earlier than Perfect is, which means that that combo right there ends up, I think, winning the fight. And then if Clear just decides to maybe play it a little bit slower there and gets the kill, or rather gets away with the rest of his team, could have been a lot better. Now though, Grub, only a single one was taken, so that objective is still on the board for KT. Teleports are used now across the board. And I think most likely BNK are just going to get the other 2 grubs and then try to also play to not give over the dragon. And neither team will get further along. But because First Blood was found on Vikla, KT still pulled ahead throughout that whole exchange.
Yep, always got to remember the feats of strength. And we got Chronicler right in front of me pointing at Dugdom's flash as well. So that's gone. We don't have Diablo's flash, but he's Xayah, so he's got at least the Feather Swarm to survive a bit longer. Especially when you're going up against Jarvan, you really need that flash, as you mentioned earlier on. KT trying to burst down the dragon. You see that Clear is here, but he does not have Smite, so I think you just smite it and try to get away. That's really the question. As Yell comes over the wall, Clear continuing in on this one, but KT just don't really want too much of this at all. They say, okay, we got the objective, we get out. Cool ult, but we've had enough. Raptor, though, should be able to stop some backs and be increasingly annoying. Kellen here as well.
Meanwhile, in mid, Diablo's, I'm seeing on the mini going in Diablo 2. We'll see how that ends up going. Looks like he is fine. Definitely showing some of his... And that was a big mistake there about BNK, because they got the 1 grub, so they've denied the objective, but I think they thought that they could get the 1 grub, then rotate fast enough. They underestimated the damage from KT. KT still got the dragon, so second dragon now picked up. It's a Cloud Rift, by the way, so Atlas going to be feeling great about that one. And the good thing for BNK is that Diablo is looking quite fed. The bad news is that neither Vikla nor Clear really seems to have been able to... Clear was so close to getting that kill, Vikla was not quite as close. Could have been big for how they play out the side lanes. It's going to be a bit harder now, although Clear might be able to get first turbot here, which means that the race is still on for those feats, Valdez.
Yep, chopping away at this one.
Thank you, Jarvan Standard, for giving us attack speed.
Yep. Jarvan's kit is... It's very simple, but it's also got like a lot of little things in it as well.
I love Jarvan, man. It's like...
And it's also one of the very early created characters.
Yeah.
You know, generally we meme like, oh, okay, it's a new character. It's got like a full novel you have to read to understand it. But Jarvan, you know, he's got a lot of little things in his kit.
Yeah, I really like him. As far as both... He's still... And we are in the third game of Fearless. But it feels like as soon as immobile AD carries get a little bit too popular, he's always on the verge of making a comeback. We saw him be a high-profile pick in Worlds 2023. So even in the recent era of League, KT, I still think that they're feeling great. As long as they can get to a position where Doctam gets a second item, BDD gets a second item, and Perfect doesn't really look like anyone is going to match him in the side at any point in this game, they're going to be feeling good. But they need to be careful, because this is the type of comp where if BDD or Doctam mispositions once and they actually do get on the back line, you can also lose the game no matter how good your position is. So definitely going to be a very tense game from here on out, Veldas, and it's also by far the closest one that we've gotten so far between these two.
Yeah, between these two. I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, if you're KT, you're just kind of sitting back. You're scaling. Yeah. It's not like the old, Azir, Renekton, Ezreal, Tom Kent, where...
Don't remind me. I remember BDD on Gen.G.
Yeah. You're just sitting there, and you could scale, or you could just beat them over the head in the lane anyway, with all of your very powerful champions.
Man, Tom Kent support. W Devour was an era.
Yeah. Cuz is here, and Diablo doesn't really do damage yet. He just has ER and Zeal, so just kind of hanging out.
Setting up Herald here is BNK. Looks like they got a good chunk of damage on already. Vikla is in a flank position, level 2 on the ultimate. This could be good for BNK, but KT aren't afraid.
Doctam has to flash away from the Ambessa, as now Wei has to flash over to his AD carry, just trying to fight front to back, but it's painful as the ult comes in on a Kellen. Nobody does anything to Kellen after that ult hits him. So very messy fighting. Re-engage comes in, and now we got the follow-up here, the aggressive ult, but immediately Diablo will be punished for that. Perfect takes him out, as it is a 2-for-2 so far. Vikla trying to get back in, trying to get out now actually, as Cuz looking for the chase, and he will have the freeze. That's a double kill for BDD, and it will be KT barely getting across the line.
And Diablo does go for another aggressive ult, but unfortunately for him, that's also what ends up being his demise. It's Perfect there with the timely arrival that ends up solidifying this fight as a win for BK. And I think that when they saw their own health bars, they must have known that this was a risk. So initially things look good. Vikla can't actually get onto the backline. Nice ult from Wei there to cancel the E, meaning that Cuz stays alive. But they get Doctam's flash, and that ends up being the herald of great disaster as his mana's low, the teleport comes in, and still BNK say, no, we can make this happen. But look at how little damage there actually is on Doctam, and the fact that Diablo doesn't find the flash perfect, it just blitzes him. If either of those things don't happen, maybe this is a win, but BNK with those Hellbars must have known that they were taking a risk, and instead a huge win for KT as they get the Herald and win the fight.
Yeah, we were reminded by Gaihan that in his interview, Diablo, he said, high risk, high reward is my play style.
Yep.
Very much high risk, not much reward that time around, but, he's had a lot of big rewards so far in the series, so credit where credit is due. But this time around, that aggressive ult and no flash just means, it's really going to change the way that fight plays out, especially when you're BNK and you want to take these fights as much as you possibly can.
I was about to say, I would imagine that KT is going to contest it. They did invest a teleport, though. We'll see. This is a moment where BNK can either try and really get a foothold in this game, as we're going aggressive on Doctam here.
Okay. Kellen, he pressed his R button for some reason. So did Clear.
Well, they got Drake.
I'm sure they have their own reasons. I just don't know what they are, but...
We're not meant to know anything, Veldas. We're just watching the game.
Yeah, so Doctam was, really far under the turret there, and they really wanted to make sure he was punished for sticking around and trying to kill the turret. Instead, they used 2 ults and hit nothing, and looked very silly.
I don't know if this is true, but in my head, even though Diablo is, he's 17, he's quite young, looks pretty young as well. In the comms, he's like, we can kill him, we can kill him, we can kill him, go, 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 go. This is not based on fact, it's just based on how that play
definitely
looked.
happens.
I could see it. Look at the vision control here towards the bot side of the map as well, by the way, from KT. Didn't end up getting the dragon, but I think did make that whole sequence of play feel kind of weird, because I think BFX, BNK were trying to look for a possible catching them off guard, and then They were very much on guard. Didn't really work out. Because Vikla, this Akali needs to have an impact in this game. Even if it's just a single kill onto Doctom, because otherwise this pick doesn't do anything. Right? It has one job, which is threaten or at the very least zone the backline. And instead, Perfect, obviously in the 1v1, I don't think the Akali is expected to do a lot, but even in the fights, I feel like Vikla's just been going in and going down.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta wait for some items to come online, I guess, but especially with a very iffy early game and the fact that Azir has had a much more fun time. It just feels like you're not really, that Akali pick isn't really doing what it's meant to do. We'll see if he can get some assassinations a little bit later on. I feel like the Jinx and especially the Lulu was just really fantastic into what we already saw on the side of BNK. And by that time, it was like, well, BNK had to commit to it, right? And they go for the J4 as their R5 pick, right? So
The
Lulu
J4
has so much value.
It does, yeah. Even when you're trying to jump on top of the backline, right, the Lulu can just, especially now, you press Redemption, press heal, press ult. Even if you do catch Doctom, it's going to be tough. And KT, even though the gold looks even, I think are quite favored from this point on. The game isn't won by any means, and a catch like this might be Perfect's undoing.
Just going to try to flash it, but can he flash the Akali? He can't. He doesn't have it anymore. He's not getting any help from his team. No TP's coming in. This is a 2-on-1. Perfect. Just trying to hop around a bunch, but you're not getting away from these two, so just trying to waste as much time as possible.
Oh, Raptor.
Here's the flank. Not in range.
That was close. And what could have been, if they actually get the flash from Doctom there, maybe a setup for Otacon ends up just being a kill. It's nice, but not really going to be the turnaround, although that is Shadow Flame now done for Vikla, so that is a big spike that was found. And I don't think either team should do Otacon here. I think we should just let it sit there and wait until we win the team fight, because neither team seems like they're far enough ahead to do this without incurring a pretty huge risk. Because BDD, that's the first time, right? Riftmaker is there. I've seen a lot of Battle Rumble.
I feel like, you know, the days of Tank Azir, I feel like maybe one of those games.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Grasp Tank Azir.
Yeah. Probably would have seen it in some,
that would have been the loss
some of those builds. So
been a while.
Yeah. Pretty interesting. Leandri's and
well, he's doing a lot of damage to Callan, so I don't think he's going to be feeling too bad.
Yeah.
We do have some setup being attempted here by BNK. Could also be that their call is to just try and force a fight, get Doctom's flash, and then look for a re-engage. But getting his flash is easier said than done. And we're really seeing, again, like Xayah, we're going to have to actually see Diablo be able to pop off in a team fight before we are convinced, because now it feels like getting an effective range is hard. Doctom and BDD both are going to just be able to poke you out. Perfect is going to be found here, but this time feels a little safer, has a bit more fog to work with.
Yeah, it definitely does. You know, the one thing I'll say is that this Xayah, different from the others, this one is, of course, engaged Xayah.
True.
Different from, you know, the scaling, kind of waiting, a little bit passive Xayahs that we see here in the LCK generally. Diablo is a different kind of beast.
I mean, even his movement terror. Like, I can walk up.
There are so many times where he's like, I'm going to engage. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good chunk. Sterix is done though here for Raptor, and he also has Sundered, so a couple of autos will get him into fighting shape. Svikla will get spotted by the wave here. Is this the opportunity we're waiting for? Clear is there as well.
I mean, there's just massive flanks from both sides. The Redemption. Found it! But the ult comes in. Doctom and the engage from Diablo as well, but Doctom is alive. They don't take him out. And now the Jinx. Oh, the combo does come in, but it's a little bit too little too late from the side of Raptor. And now Clear is getting run down. We've got Vikla as well, kind of hidden in the jungle. And KT just thinking, okay, do we just continue to chase the Ambessa, or do we just take Vikla down? Kind of a funky spot, but this should be some objectives here for the side of KT. They will take down this Cloud Drake at least.
And BNK thought that that was the opportunity that they've been looking for, but unfortunately for them, KT were ready. They saw it coming, and let's take another look here. So they are able to get on top of Duckdom pretty early on. The catch there, absolutely beautiful. But Diablo goes for the aggressive flash, but Duckdom is still able to flash out. BDD finds the knockback, and then Perfect is right on top of him. And the rest of the team, Clear, Vikla, these champions aren't tanky enough to just stand there and take the hit. It's the saving grace is the fact that Raptor does actually get the kill on Duckdom to not make it a complete disaster, but still, look at the gold swing that is now there for KT. I do want to remind you though, as long as that flash for Duckdom is down, BNK still have a fighting shot. I think one more lost fight and the game is over, right? Either Baron or Otacon gets given up, the map falls apart, and KT, all they need to do is just make sure. And at this point, even if Duckdom dies, like, do you even lose the fight? BDD is 5-0, Perfect's fed. I don't know.
I don't... Yeah, I don't think so. I think they're just way too fed at this point in time. Like
they should be.
There's just so many carries, so much scaling. We're 26 minutes into the game. Cuz is just gonna catch Raptor as the damage comes in. Duckdom gonna take him down. Vikla's totally alone. He's just gonna be cleaned up. It's free. It's just free food for KT. And I mean, what are you gonna do against BDD as well? His positioning has been 10 out of 10 perfect in this game. It's one of the things you got to know about Azir. It's not always about the flashy plays. He's just right on top of Duckdom the entire time. Cuz sets up the first kill. He's ready for Vikla on the flank. It was kind of a sad flank from Vikla, but either way, it's just perfect for KT.
No, Perfect's the top laner. As Otacon is going to take...
on KT.
Yeah, let me have this one time.
Sorry, you got me.
Although that fight, I think, was lost the moment that Raptor got caught, Wei had an instant polymorph. So what Vikla was looking there was get over the wall and then get into his shroud, and he just wasn't able to. So here, BNK, Raptor is the tankiest member of the team, so someone has to stand in front. Unfortunately, they can't just engage onto him, and he just dies. Doesn't actually get to look at that.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That polymorph takes away the one angle that they had, because maybe if like Vikla one-taps him and then the rest of the team, I don't know. I think it was a stretch the moment that we saw those early fights and that mid lane play not working out. But now it feels like KT should just be cruising towards the expected victory in a bit more strenuous manner than maybe was expected, but they are KT, so are you really ever surprised?
No.
No. No, you're not.
I mean, I really thought that KT would be able to beat themselves by 2-0ing BNK today. That was my official prediction, but yeah, they lost game 2 somehow. And now we're back to the regular scheduled programming. It is KT beating them over the head with their gigantic wallets and just looking to push the bottom lane. They got the Otacon, they got the Baron, and that is a deadly combo because you've got all this pushing power, which just makes diving that much easier, right? So that's exactly what they're going to look to do. They're looking for Raptor. They do get onto BDD, but immediately the Lulu ult comes in, and BDD finds a bit of an ult. Kind of wonky, actually. Looking pretty good for BNK. Perfect is so tanky and so fed at this point in time. Not the greatest fight here for KT, though. Duckdom is going to get excited. He's got a couple of kills. The penta angle is alive and well, but everybody just going to spread out and avoid him to deny it, and he's still got the Otacon buff.
Yeah, they got fresh teleports coming in. They're not afraid. BDD has rejoined the fray, and KT about to take the 2-0 here, Veldas. I know the Nexus hasn't fallen yet, but as long as Duckdom is standing...
Delayed Penta?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, no. Right.
The soldier just bonks Akali over the head. That's the end of that one. Another double kill for BDD. And that'll be 2 games won here in the best of 3 for KT Rolster. They take it down. They get a victory for Group Elder as well. And yeah, game 2, kind of weird, but it's okay. You go back to the drawing board, you redo your drafts. You know, it's fearless, it's new, it's BNK. They're very aggressive. You got clawed out. Shout out to them. They made a very fun series as well, BNK, I think, as did KT in their own right, and they will be the winners tonight.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. KT somehow is still their own worst enemy. BNK will go in. be it successfully or unsuccessfully. And the winner of today going to be both, at least for this first series, both Group Elder and KT. Perfect. I think also having a lovely performance on 2 champions that we saw him perform on very well last year as well. Both the Renekton and the Jax actually doing a lot of heavy lifting is, I mean, for BNK, I think they can still be relatively healthy. Getting the win there, having that great game number 2, still, for me, was probably above what I expected from them. As Dokdam back in the LCK, shooting some arrows.
Yeah. He did play the Ashe in game 1.
I love Wei, man. He's such a good vibe.
He is,
the interview as well.
He's great. I do love Wei. And so that says, every time I come to Wall Park, they lose, basically. 0% win rate when I am watching in the studio. So they have broken that, which is what she was asking for. They have broken that loss streak. And, yeah, not too surprising. I feel like for KT, this should be, funnily enough, the easiest matchup, I think, for them out of the teams that they will have to face from Group Baron. So we'll see how the rest of this group stage looks for them.
Take a look at some of the fights that we had. Definitely the closest game, a lot more back and forth. There were a couple of key moments. Diablo here, I didn't even notice the first time, but actually ended up, I think, flashing into the Jax Counter-Strike. Moments like that, I think.
Engage Zaya.
As much as I love that he's going that aggressive, another example here. Definitely is going to...
Had his flash this time.
Okay, but I think even if he flashes there, I don't think... In this fight, I don't really think it changed the outcome. Because, again, perfect positioning there. Just wonderful. Wonder if when they made that call, the teleport was just about to be channeled.
Look at BDD's positioning here.
Yeah.
He is on top of Dokdam. And he says no.
And as a result, they don't even get Dokdam. And even if they did, it wouldn't have mattered, because Raptor does get him in the end. But BDD is just churning out damage. I gotta say, though, for me, Wei, the standout today. Both in the Braum game as well as this, even the Puppy game. I think he was one of the few players that was able to kind of keep it together. But particularly the combination of being everywhere on the map on the Braum and then looking like you have impacts on the Lulu, I think is not an easy feat. I feel like kind of nailed it today.
Absolutely. We've seen so many Lulus just kind of sit there and be useful, but not obviously. As we are, of course, listening to the comms, just very basic stuff,
Cousin, so glad Cousin BDD are reunited.
Yeah.
They're yelling together.
Get him, get him, get him. Great job, everyone. And yeah, just good vibes. As you mentioned, the band's back together with a couple of those guys and feeling very good. This gold graph, as you mentioned, it was very back and forth. We had some close moments early on. And then eventually, in one fell swoop, KT won a team fight, got the Baron, got Otacon, and then they just pushed bot and ended the game. It was over because they got both buffs.
We had a bit of a feeling because with the draft that KT had, as long as they didn't really give up any big leads early on, they should be favored, but you're really never quite sure with that team as to whether they're actually going to clean up. But they cleaned up very nicely. I think played towards their win console, especially now that we know the result. Ended up all working out.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the POM. It is going to be BDD. Not too surprising. I like your Wei call out. I think that's totally fine. But BDD, excellent game on the Yone. His Azir was a little bit more obvious for me. He did also have that Victor game.
Yeah, that actually for me was the deciding factor. But the Azir game was incredible. Seeing him play Azir again, I think, is always a pleasure. And yeah, BDD Yone still hits the same way, even in 2025.
It really does. And guys, we do have the interview ready. Now let's jump down to the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation of 2025's LCK Cup match number 3, joined by BDD on the side of KT Rolster. Congratulations.
플레이어 오브 더 매치에 선정이 되셨습니다. BDD 선수 승리 소감 한번
You just won your first
들어보겠습니다.
match of LCK Cup and became the player of the match. How was playing against BNK PRX and how do you feel?
좋습니다.
It
커즈
was
선수가
overall a pretty good one. I think I will have to try even harder for the next match.
오늘 경기
And with the addition of Cuz, lots of fans were excited for the BDD Cuz reunion. So what kind of mid-jungle synergy can we expect from KT? I feel like even if it's been a long time since I have played with Cuz, our synergy has been pretty good. So I think you can definitely expect a lot from us. And you had a clean game 3 with your Azir pick, and we had expected nothing less. So how would you rate Azir lately? There are lots of good options in terms of champions. So I think we started seeing less of Azir, but I think Azir is always consistently good. And I want to ask about Victor. He's a hot topic for being referred as the trap pick, and you played him in game 2. So what do you think of him? You know, it actually did come off very differently as compared to how it went in practice. So I did struggle a little bit with Victor. And your next opponent is Hana Life Esports. Please share your resolution. I believe Hana Life Esports is a really good team, so I'll have to put in even more effort to prepare for the next match. Would you like to say anything to Group Elder? To D plus Kia in the next match. D plus Kia fighting! And that's the end of their interview from BDD and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is Group Elder with KT taking themselves the victory. Obviously, DRX victorious as well. So 2-1 over Group Baron. It's a lot of pressure for the two teams playing later in D plus Kia and T1. T1 obviously on Team Baron needs to find themselves a win. Digon here alongside Wadid and Ox. And guys, KT did it. They got over the line. We're a little worried after the lopsided loss, but they bounced back pretty strongly here in game number 3.
Yeah, it was more calm and collected compared to game 1 and game 2. And I think that was kind of what KT was looking for, but BNK eventually just followed the KT's game plan, even though they really need to play aggressive in the early game because KT had really good late game team comp. They have Jinx and Azir, which means you don't need to fight early game. And then KT slows down the game, and then that kind of felt really bad for BNK.
Yeah, and they also had the player of the match in BDD who played incredibly here, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like him picking up the Azir is something we know him so well for, but it kind of serves such a valuable purpose in this game because you have the Jinx, who obviously in a lot of these plays, we saw the enemy team, saw BNK4X trying to dive, and then you had the Azir as like the backup, the second carry who was doing a ton of damage and had that peel.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the votes here that we had for our player of the match and the comments. Who did you guys vote for in this one? Let's see. Oh, yeah, both of you guys on the right side of history here.
Yeah, it was really kind of confused to pick up POM because it's different compared to POG because you have to combine all the gameplays throughout the whole games. So I feel like BDD kind of showed up stable gameplay. He didn't really shake. Maybe we don't talk about the game 2, but like, in 1 and game 3, like he was really great in general, I think.
Yeah, I think the top vote is good as well. I was kind of going between top and mid on this one. The game 1 Renekton performance, really solid, and the Jax game, the early skirmishes are good, but I think it was kind of just a pop off his ear from BDD swung it for me in the end.
Yeah, what did you say? Oh, cold gameplay from cool guy.
That's mine, by the way.
That's what Did's comment. I ain't that's what Did's comment.
What does this mean, Wadid?
Yeah, I mean, like BDD is such a cool guy, you know. Whenever you see him, you can't like escape smiling, you know. Like he's always cool guy, and he's really cold in game though. Like he's just stable and not making huge mistakes. So that's why I said that.
Ox, verbally tell us what was yours.
Well, I don't have to. There you go. Azir and Yone, your bread and butter, you know? I feel like these are two champions really known for the Azir for a long time. Last year's Yone was huge. You pick those champions from, you know he's going to pop off.
All right, let's see what the Korean commentators had to say about it. BDD, please, said Helios. Again, just always consistent and has everyone on the back. And I got you, bro. That was a good one there. All right, I think we have one more. Yep. A strong mid laner is like a strong backbone, and that is what BDD is. Re-signing to KT at the end of last season, and an important part of that squad. A symphony for eyes and ears, BDD's first movement. Cloud Templar needs to write a book.
Hold up, this writing is fire, you
know? Man. That's my boy Rob TV right there. Hold up. Cloud Templar knows how to drop these lines right here. Again, just like BDD was dropping the opponents in that last match. Let's take a look at the draft. You were saying earlier it was so good, but I thought it would be difficult to play if you're Duckdom with the Jinx. You just don't have anywhere to go when you have the Jarvan, you got the Rakan.
I mean, I like Zyra Khan combo, especially in the Fearless draft. It's all about the build up, the synergy, right? So Zyra Khan gives you easy synergy in your team comp, but I don't feel like you really need to pick that up in the early phase of the draft, and then that makes BNK draft really hard because they need to ban out 2 AD carries but still manage to lose the laning phase really hard. So I think that was the huge difference between KT and BNK.
That's the thing with this matchup, like Lulu can do so much to interrupt like Rakan engage, like you can even use the wild growth to stop like his dash, and you have a lot of defensive tools, the lane you can have pressure, and then when it comes to fights, the only good target you have is the Jinx for BNK Fearax. You're only winning the fight if you take out the Jinx, but you know, you're diving into Counter-Strike, you're diving into Azir, you're diving into Wild Growth. The burden of execution is just so much higher, and KT just basically have to not run it down, and they're fine.
Yeah. I mean, also in the last voice com, they said Lulu was the pick that they were really good on the last team comp, so it was really great pick by KT.
And this is an example of how not to do it, because they leave the Jinx isolated. You can see very split way moving to assist his jungler, which costs the flash from the Jinx. And suddenly this really changes the dynamic of how a fight is going to go, because you'll see in a couple of seconds, Jarvan can basically just do this, and there's just no counterplay. It doesn't help that like the Sejuani and Azir are so far away, but if you have no flash, you're not getting out of the Cataclysm. But despite that, KT still kind of turned this around, and this is the power of having that Azir as a second carry.
Yeah, and also the perfect flash in was kind of defending play as well. I think it was really savior from KT as well. Even though they didn't play out really well, they still had the pick to bounce back.
Yeah, you could see what Diablo was thinking. It's all right, this is our time. I need to dish out the damage, but he uses his main defensive ability by dropping the ult, and then perfect right on time, getting the stun. Let's see another fight that we had here, our second highlight. In the mid lane, this is when the game broke open for KT.
And you know, they have a flank angle. They even managed to connect this great ult from the Ambassador, but the peel from BDD is massive. The wild growth comes in after. And in the end, we do actually see the Jinx going down, but the damage was already done. The health bars are too low for BNK Fearax, and the Azir is just a menace.
Yeah, there is too much of HP bar for the KT, because also Azir build up for the tank build in some cases, right? And also you have Lulu, so everything was really good for the KT side, and also some kind of details just building up the tower on the mid lane for the Azir passive was kind of small details from the BDD as well.
Yeah, just a couple more things before we put an end on this series as we take a look at Group Elder going up 2-1 over Group Baron. What did you make of BNK Fearax here? Wasn't so highly regarded coming into it based off of the changes, as the guy said on Pog State. They got themselves a win, but the losses looked pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the expectation we kind of had for them going into this, getting a game, you know, putting up a fight, it's a positive, because I think people were looking pretty negative at this roster overall, but there's still a lot of work to be done if they want to get towards the top of their group or have their group win. And ultimately, you know, if you win, if your group wins, but you're at the bottom of the group, you're still going to have to compete for a spot to go further, so a lot of work, I think, is needed.
All right, well, in this next series, we got the battle of D+ and T1. It's the bottle of ketchup. Shoutouts to the tomato jersey for T1. Or a bunch of models. That's right. Jiwoo right here. Who will win? We'll find out after this short break. Oh, sorry, Jiwoo.
안녕하세요. 하나생명의 미드 제카 김건우입니다. 안녕하세요. T1의 미드 페이커입니다.
BNK BFX 탑 클리어입니다.
DN프릭스의 정글 푸식 홍채현입니다.
브리온 탑 모건 박란입니다.
안녕하세요. 저희는 바론 그룹입니다.
와.
잘하는 이제 팀들이 모인 것 같아서 너무나 만족하고 있습니다. 하나, 젠지, T1, 담원 맞대결을 해봤을 때 저희가 더 강력하다고 생각을 해가지고 저는 만족스러운 것 같습니다.
네, 저도 상대적으로 봤을 때 저희가 더 강해 보여서 만족하고 있습니다.
지명이 마지막으로 되긴 했는데 다 사실 여기 오기 위함이었다고 생각하고 열심히 해보겠습니다.
저는 상대팀이 좀 무섭습니다. 무섭긴 합니다. 뭐 젠지 같은 경우에 항상 굉장히 강한 모습을 많이 보이기 때문에 젠지가 또 경계 대상이 아닌가 싶고 다 밸런스가 좀 잘 잡혀져 있는 팀들이 모인 것 같아서 어느 하나 쉬운 팀이 없을 것 같아서 좀 힘들 것 같습니다. 동의합니다. 네. 일단 하나생명이 있기 때문에 전차 박격포 캐리를 해주지 않을까. 또 체급이 이제 저희가 강해진 것 같아서
올해 챔피언십 우승한 T1이기 때문에 아무래도 가장 큰 강점이지 않나 생각이 듭니다.
바론하면 T1이긴 하죠 사실. 역시 믿고 있습니다. 뭐 설명이 필요 없고 다 얼굴들 보면은 미소만 나옵니다 좀. 저는 자신감은 없습니다. 예? 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 일단은 바론이랑 장로랑 싸우면은 바론이 디버프가 있기 때문에 1대1에서는 굉장히 강력합니다.
장로를 칠 수가 없는 상황이 바론을 먹으면 더 잘 나오는 것 같아서 바론이 더 중요하다고 생각합니다.
장로 보지도 못하고 게임 끝날 것 같습니다.
이하 농문입니다.
저희 팀이 이기면은 나머지 네 팀들도 이득 본다고 생각을 하니까 뭔가 열심히 더 준비를 할 것 같아요.
같은 팀이 이기면 저희도 약간 응원하게 되고 이런 점이 좀 재밌을 것 같아요.
약간 팀전인 것처럼 보이는데 결국에 후반 가면은 다 만날 상대들이 돼서
그러네.
일단 동맹 임시 동맹이라 하고 일단 동맹하는 동안에 좀 협업해서 잘 성장돼서 이 중에서 국제대회에 참가했으면 좋겠습니다. 피어릭스 룰로 진행을 하니까 기존의 LCK에서 보지 못했던 그런 게임 양상도 많이 나올 것 같고
플레이를 하는 입장이나 보시는 시청자분들 입장이나 더 재밌을 것 같아서 긍정적이게 생각하고 있습니다.
그리고 또 저희 팀에 피어X가 있어서 피어릭스 잘할 것 같습니다. 그러니까
KT 좀 긴장을 해서 좋겠습니다.
아쉬운데?
반말을 하려 했는데 반말하는 건 좀 그럴 것 같아서.
네, 뭐 저희를 먼저 안 뽑은 걸 후회하게 만들어 드리겠습니다.
젠지 T1이 잡아줄 거라 생각하고 있고요. 네, DK 저희가 이기도록 하겠습니다. 저희 5승 0패를 목표로 하고 있고 가능하면 장로팀에 합류하는 것도 네? 농담입니다. 5승 0패 목표로 하겠습니다. 새로운 시즌 맞아서 새로운 방식과 새로운 룰로 이제 LCK컵 하게 됐는데 여기 있는 이제 바로 다른 팀원들과 다 같이 협업해서 꼭 좋은 성적 내서 꼭 국제전 참가할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 저도 이제 그 국내에서의 커리어가 조금 저조하다 보니까 이번에 컵 대회에서 꼭 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶고 좋은 결과 팬분들께 꼭 보여드리고 싶습니다.
2025년 첫 대회인 만큼 좋은 성적 내서 좋은 경쟁 보여드리고 싶습니다.
다른 팀 선수분들이랑 다 같이 잘 해서 플레이오프까지 간 다음에 멋진 모습 다 같이 보여줬으면 좋을 것 같고
모든 선수들이 그렇겠지만 새로운 시즌 다들 기대하시고 팬분들 기대하실 텐데 그 기대하신 만큼 열심히 잘 준비해서 잘해보겠습니다. 화이팅!
화이팅!
마지막으로 약간 구호를 정해보는 느낌으로
구호요? 구호? 의견 내실 분?
저는 좀
기원이
아이디어가
찾아보니까 구호를 좀. 그러면은 발언으로 갑시다.
발언?
좋습니다. 발언.
손은 손은 아니야 발언처럼? 발언. 아 죄송합니다.
아자 이런 느낌으로 가졌었지. 발언 그룹 파이팅!
발언.
이거 안 하세요?
근데. 너 시작을 갑자기
아니,
하셔가지고.
상엽이 형님 이런 말 할 정도면
발언 그룹 파이팅!
발언.
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박재욱이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 플러스 기아의 쇼메이커 황준입니다. KT 롤스터의 미드를 맡고 있는 비디디입니다.
농심 레드포스의 서포트 맡고 있는 리엔유 손시입니다.
안녕하세요. DLS에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 테디 박진성입니다.
저희는 장로그룹이라고 합니다. 바론보다 솔직히 좀 장로가 좀 세지 않습니까? 좀 잡힌 것 같습니다.
장로 팀에 잘하는 팀이랑 선수분들이 많은 것 같아서 같이 하게 되어서 좋은 것 같습니다.
또 이제 믿을 만한 선수들이 많은 것 같아서 아주 좋은 것 같습니다.
바론 먹을래 장로 먹을래 하면은 저 장로 먹습니다 일단.
그럼요. 순간인 말에 다 맞습니다. 지금 다
동의합니다.
너무 동의해.
너무 세요.
후반 갔는데 장로 누구였어요? 바로.
장로가 보통
장로가 아니죠.
근데 그 전에 이제 아타칸이 생겼어요.
올해 갑자기 뭐라는 거야? 장로 바론 얘기하는데 저는 바론 가겠습니다.
너무 엄청난 시너지가 있고. 네. 화이팅! 장로 화이팅!
화이팅!
저희 근데 아직 좀 더 친해져야 될 것 같고요.
네, 시우가 좀 말이 많아가지고 정보 공유 잘 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
시우가 좀 걱정돼요.
저도 제가 걱정돼요.
T1이 좀 견제됩니다. 롤드컵 월즈에서도 굉장히 좀 좋은 모습 보이기도 했고 늘 잘했잖아요. 그래서 좀 견제된다고 생각합니다.
첫 경기가 제일 중요하다고 생각해서 DM프릭스가 제일 경기됩니다.
저희는 이제 같은 라인인 BNK POX 이기겠습니다. 저도 T1 이제
첫 경기 T1이거든요, TK.
저도 BNK POX
다 이겨야 되지만 오늘 T1에 이어오고 싶네요.
팀전으로 하는 게 되게 신선할 것 같고요.
뭔가 응원팀이 생긴 느낌이라서 열심히 응원하면서 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
적으로만 생각했던 팀도 이제 응원하게 될 것 같고 하드 피어리스로 해가지고 이제 3세트 갈 때 좀 더 재밌을 것 같아서 기대되는 것 같습니다.
LCK 컵 우승하면 새로운 국제대회에 참가할 수 있게 되는데 LCK를 대표해서 나가는 거니까 되게 의미 있게 생각할 수 있을 것 같아요.
이 LCK 뭔가 자부심? 뭔가 그런 걸 가지고 나가는 거니까 좀 되게 뭔가 뜻깊을 것 같아요. 되게 재밌을 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다.
저희는 이제 저희 라인인 브리온을 전담 마크 하겠습니다.
바론 그룹 패자주로 가시면 될 것 같습니다.
바론 그룹이 지금 좀 장로 그룹보다는 좀 약해 보이거든요. 제가 개인적으로 생각하기엔 저희 팀은 이제 당연히 일단 이길 거라고 생각을 하고 있고 나머지 이 멋있는 네 팀 선수분들이 열심히 캐리해서 우승 영표를 뭐 이끌어주지 않을까 싶습니다.
저희 목표는 4승 1패라고 생각하고요. 그중에서 저희가 1승을 맡도록 하겠습니다.
우승 영패는 뭐 깔고 가는 거 아니었나?
너만 까는 것 같은데?
젠지 민족. 이번에 또 새로운 시즌 맞이하게 됐는데 열심히 해서 좋은 모습 보여드려가지고 꼭 승자조로 진출해 보도록 하겠습니다.
저희 그룹한테 민폐 끼치지 않고 잘 해가지고 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
같은 팀이 된 만큼 책임감 가지고 잘해서 잘 이겨보겠습니다. 파이팅!
새롭게 합류한 농심에서 시작하게 되었는데 되게 과감하게 할 생각이고 많은 걸 배운다는 생각에서 꼭 강한 팀 무조건 한번 잡고 팬분들께 좋은 기억 많이 드리겠습니다. 파이팅!
다 같이 으쌰으쌰해서 꼭 승자조로 진출하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
팀장님의 구호 하나 정해주시죠.
구호. 구호 좀 신선하네요. 아니, 구호를 원래 팀장이 정하는 게 아니라 다 같이 정해야 될 것 같은데.
청바지.
재밌냐 너는 근데.
바론하고 갔다고요?
바론 대참사인데요?
그러면은 바론으로 갑시다.
바론? 팩은수가 그랬어요? 되게 좋은 거 같아요.
좋은 거 같은데?
좋은데?
괜찮은 거 같네.
저 생각났어요.
와우.
근데 제가 갑분싸 될 것 같아서 못하겠어요.
뭔데?
질러 괜찮아. 아무도 너한테 뭐라 안 해. 진짜로.
바론보단 장로.
진짜 나왔어. 괜찮은데? 그지?
괜찮죠?
괜찮은데?
바론보단 장로.
갈까요?
네.
하나, 둘, 셋.
바론보단 장로 화이팅!
These fists ain't just for show. Come on. Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
디플러스기아 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 LCK Cup. We are here in day number 2 and in series number 2, where we have T1 up against D plus Kia. This match should go the distance, we're thinking, actually. DK, very strong. They have a strong rookie coming up in Shiu as well. Very interesting roster up against T1 with their own interesting roster, with Doran added to the top lane.
So far, we have gone 9 out of 9 games. I would hate for this series to be where that ends, because, let's be honest, between these two teams, we have the drama of the Worlds qualifier, way back when T1 actually ended up losing to DK. DK's first win to a team that was ranked higher than them in, I don't know how many years, but it was a lot. And then we all know how the story ended. DK had a pretty abhorrent Worlds, again getting knocked out in the group stage, and T1 won the whole thing and are now here with a new lineup, as well as tomato memes, which I do really appreciate, I think because of the color of the jacket.
Yeah.
Which I already saw a lot of fan signs of that. And for DK, they have also revamped their roster in a much more all-encompassing way, because Barrel's back and we have gotten Shiu called up. But first, this is unfortunately for Doran, mostly because of Zeus left, the most talked about move of the offseason. The world champion roster that had been together since the start of 2022 and arguably even for 2021 with the 10-man shenanigans is no more. Doran has come in, Zeus has gone to Hanwha Live. That match between those two teams whenever that's going to happen, it's going to go real hard.
Yeah, first we have the League of Legends, then we have the fist fights as well. Let's just add some extra, bonus games to it. I'd love to see it. So the big thing here is that, okay, Lucid and Showmaker, they stick together. Aiming still with the team. Beryl has rejoined with D+, and Shiwu. I'll let you talk about this guy, Kron.
Yeah, Shiwu, in the short time he was in Challengers, and coming in after Thanatos, who again was insane, already making a huge name for himself.
He's big, and we have a lot to say, but he also did an interview, so let's listen to that now.
안녕하세요. 디플러스기아 탑으로 이번에 콜업하게 된 07년생 시우라고 합니다. 경기를 뛰고 있진 않아서 긴장은 딱히 안 되는데, 경기 자리에 앉으면 긴장 많이 될 것 같아서 첫 경기가 어떻게 흘러가냐가 중요할 것 같아요. 그냥 롤에 진심이고 열심히 하면 되는 것 같아요. 많은 기대를 받는 만큼 부담도 될 수 있긴 한데, 기대 받는 만큼 부응할 수 있게 열심히 하는 것 같아요. 제우스 선수랑 한번 붙고 싶어요. 제가 3군 때부터 보고 배웠던 선수기도 하고 플레이 스타일이 저한테 너무 마음에 들었어가지고 한번 붙고 싶은 마음도 있어요. 오늘 T1전이라 빡셀 수 있는데 그래도 잘 해서 이겨보겠습니다. 디플러스기아 화이팅!
Great to hear from Shiu. He wants to play up against Zeus, a guy who has learned a lot from. Unfortunately, that won't happen tonight, but should happen eventually as they are on opposite groups. But here are the two teams going head-to-head tonight.
And Shiu looking nervous. Lucid now in his second year. Showmaker still on DK, will be there for the foreseeable future. Finally joined again by Beryl, the man that has been there when he won Worlds, and on the other side, T1. It is 4 out of the 5 two-time world champions, Owner and Lucid, sharing a bit of a smile there as well. Carry and Beryl obviously also have a history. And we didn't even mention the fact that Bengi and Pumondu are now, Scarian's just ducking under the rest of his team, are on DK. They are now part of the coaching staff. And we'll have to see, adding an even bigger layer as T1. Their domestic performance in 2024 started off strong and ended pretty lackluster, but man, what an end to the year that they have. And I did this for Diablo as well. I'm going to do it for Shiu as well. Here's some movies that are older than Shiu is. Batman Begins, which, you know, I'm personally a big fan.
Didn't see that one, don't know.
War of the Worlds, Madagascar,
I saw War of the Worlds.
Okay, Madagascar, and Sin City, all older than Shiu is. I maybe too many comic book movies for you there.
Yeah.
That lineup.
No,
But
but
Doran
it's okay.
playing domestically, a player that I think all of us have sung the praises of many a time in the last couple of years. For good reason, he has been at worst top 3 for as long as I can remember. It's been a long time. And Shiu, a loud applause as well for his real debut, as we can see some nerves, as there should be.
Yeah, I do feel like he is one of the players, unfortunately, that shows it a bit more than some of the others that are also just as nervous, if not more nervous than he is right now. It's just the way it is. Your first time in Lal Park. He played actually in the season opening event. Looked pretty good there, but now's the real deal. You know, you sit down, you're facing up against T1, kind of the most famous squad here at the LCK. It's a lot to handle for a very young player.
It's probably the most famous squad in the world, thanks to that man. And the fact that they've been together for such a long time now. And last year, DK had basically 2 modes. It was Showmaker and Lucid, go crazy in the 2v2, or aiming, please carry us. Please, aiming, please.
Please don't int.
Yeah, please
just
don't
carry us this
don't
time.
dash forward, just cash in a good way, which he did because he won the Uri, was the Gold King?
Yes.
Uri Bank Award.
Very prestigious award.
And now Beryl back with DK. We'll have to see, as I'm getting some great stats here from, I don't know if it's Jason or Yundo, but in 2024 CL, it's Kion even. Both spring and summer, Shield made 79 solo kills.
79!
Yeah, and again, I want to reiterate, he had such an insane performance that after 2023, when both Lucid was called up, Polbay left, Bible was called up, right? Basically, the entire DK roster was revamped, and the expectation was that they were going to be quite mediocre, and then they ended up still being insane, and I think a large part of it was that man right there. And we'll see here in his first match against T1, and he plays aggressive. I wouldn't say Diablo aggressive. I think that is that's a league of its own, but still.
I just don't even know how 79 is possible. I remember that Rascal, he got like the top solo killer in LCK, and that was like, it was like 25 or like 22 solo kills ish. Obviously that's LCK, which is a bit cleaner. And we're talking about two seasons.
I'd say a lot cleaner than that.
But 79? That's so much. Anyway, let's talk about the draft here. A lot of stuff we've been seeing so far. You know, Skarner on red side makes a lot more sense. But yeah, Kalista Varus taken away, Sejuani getting a look. What is this final ban going to be? You think about stuff like Ambessa, Cassante, another strong top laner. And what will it be for DK?
Right now, seeing some fun. And okay, well, we actually are looking it in. This is something that we saw a lot of in the last season, and thinking about it, I think the thing about Nidalee that makes sense in the current meta was that most games we've seen is very snowballing, but in practice hasn't really felt like it's panned out, and that's because playing the champion requires both your team and you to be in peak performance. You can't make any mistakes, can't overstep. Owner seemingly looking to want to match the farming potential. You gotta say, Nidalee, I think Zyra, one of the few junglers that does actually outpace her. Big advantage of Nidalee, of course, that she can do a lot of her damage from range. So it doesn't have to be as scared of Owner. Rather, you want to jump in eventually, but don't have to. The Ashe lock-in, though, is a complete no-brainer here. And I think something T1 is going to be very happy with. There is the flex potential, but most likely is just going to go to Guma. Not going to be anything too crazy. Can go for a Braum lock-in. Sejuani is, of course, already banned. And the Zyra, I think, theoretically be flexed around, but that's not what we're expecting. Maybe DK just draft the same thing that, like, we just draft only comfort. Right? What's
it's
next?
pretty interesting. I feel like game one of a fearless system, you kind of want to go a bit tier listy and try to make like a very strong composition. And then as you get deeper, you kind of pick the comfort, but they're kind of flipping it on its head.
Yone or Braum? I would get the Braum specifically because, oh no, it's going to be Leona instead. So I think a Braum pickup here would go really hard for T1. Already, you are kind of looking to kite back. It is carry out on Braum, which he does have a tendency to try and do stuff, which on Braum you really shouldn't. Barrel on his Leona as well. We are really kind of getting a bunch of highlight picks here. Let's see what the lock-in is going to be. But no, it's going to be the Yone instead for...
You're so right, though. The Braum goes so hard, but I think it's Yone, right? Yone is also very strong. And, you know, Faker is playing it a bunch in summer. I'm sure Doran can play it. I would have really liked to see the Braum, personally. It's good against all 3 champions on the other side. It's great with Ashe. You've got a great laning phase. But instead, we'll see Yone. We'll see how this one goes.
Does also take away what Showmaker most likely would want to play, which is playing an AD mid with the Nidalee. So Faker going to play it instead. Faker's Yone has been pretty up and down. But also last time we saw Faker in the LCK, his performance wasn't great. Ended up obviously really leveling up over the course of Worlds. And right now there is the Braum ban. Should come as a no-brainer. Are they going to ban like Corki here? Is what I'm looking towards. With the Nidalee, you don't really need another source of AP. And if you want to try and avoid double AP mid-jungle, then that would make sense. Going to be the Jax instead taken away. So some respect being paid to Xiu here immediately. And Jax also really good with Nidalee. Anything that can provide reliable CC is going to be good. It's going to be like Renekton. Trying to think what else they could go. Maybe T1 even picks away the Renekton here because we already sold the Renekton Zyra. And I do think that's a combo that's always going to feel pretty solid. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Poppy would go quite hard into Leona as well.
Yeah. It's just, you know, a couple of bans that really make sense. It's exactly what we were looking at for Keria. The thing about Keria as well is his champ pool is pretty ridiculous, so he doesn't have to play that kind of thing. He could even play the Zyra. You know, you were talking about that before. The Zyra could be pretty good in terms of winning the lane, but instead, probably going to see that in the jungle. You see the Renata Glass here hovered, and it's going to be swapped to Rel.
Okay, interesting. Keria's Rel's fine, but with Keria, it does always feel like when he is on range supports, just feels like he's really built different. When it comes to engage support, still solid, depending on what form he's in, but doesn't always hit the highs of someone like Delight that is known for that specific style. And Bessa's still open. I think Xiu are going to be perfectly happy to pick that up, although it could also go to Showmaker. And this would, that is just a straight up poke comp here. Assuming the Jace is going to go mid and it's going to go damage here with Ezreal, Nidalee, and the Jace. And I kind of like that. And in that light, the Rel does feel a lot better, right? Because if you just have the Zyra, you can run into some issues. Obviously, you have the Ashe Arrow, but with the Gragas as well, not only a Doran classic, but also adding even more dive. I'm kind of loving both these comp values. We have on one side a lot of upfront damage, a lot of burst, and a lot of engage for T1. And then D+, especially if you can kind of get that Jace Nidalee combo rolling, the early objectives should be really hard for T1 to contest.
Got a last second swap.
I think this makes more sense.
Yeah.
And this also most likely means that's not tank Jace, which with this draft, I really hope so.
No, he's just going grasp tank Jace.
Well, he's going to go grasp, but hopefully he does build damage. Please.
Nah, it's
Tom and Bangi.
Yeah.
Doing a little bow to each other.
Yeah, it's always an interesting matchup when you get DK against T1. We had our predictions at the beginning of the week. I think it was only Atlas went for DK.
Not just for us, but even including
the Korean
side. Yeah.
I think it's totally fair. I gave a lot of thought to it, actually. I almost went for DK myself. Because DK is the team that always seems to get upsets over T1. They always have a really fun back and forth series. For me, I think, you know, Xiu's really got to step it up. He can't play nervous, even if he is nervous, right? If he can fulfill his role and do his job and actually, you know, get some solo kills on Doran, then you're cooking. Otherwise, I think T1's solidness might just be enough to get them across the line. And boy, do they have a solid comp with the Gragas in the front for Doran. But guys, let's do it. Let's jump onto the rip for game number 1. Here we go, game number 1, and already DK are getting into it here. They have tons of poke. It is a poke comp, as you mentioned before, with Nidalee and Jace and Ezreal.
Oh, he's going phase rush. You know what that means, Valdez. We are safe.
For this game.
Yes. Well, I mean, no, it's fearless. We're safe for the day.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Woo!
Hey, we're safe.
Barrel,
no more Tank Jace.
Barrel
just in my nightmares
is on
instead.
a ward. Oh, God.
Oh, this is so Barrel.
It's so Barrel to just die.
He's just going to die, Steve. This is... he might get away, actually, but Aiming is going to have to flash, and he's being followed here. So even if he doesn't die, Aiming's going to pay for his sins, which also happens with Barrel. So yeah, going a bit too deep, and now you've got Aiming with no flash in the bot lane. Showmaker getting pretty aggressive here in the mid lane against Faker. But yeah, that's a great start for T1. Guess what, guys? You know, level 1 First Blood is the same as any other First Blood. That's already a feat of strength for T1 as well on the board.
Wards are OP is the takeaway from that one. Nicely done there by T1. Read the play from DK. Have all members ready, and Ashe, her level 1, even with the Braum being banned, is just so crazy. The slow, super obnoxious to play into, as we saw Aiming, unfortunately, on the receiving end of that. The kill also went to Guma. And now, Keria and Guma already going to be feeling a lot better. And Lucid was also severely slowed down, because clearly the idea was there to at least take a camp away. Not going to be the case. And Owner is just merrily clearing through. The upside is that looks like Doran did have to TP back to lane. Shiwu did not, and Shiwu has used the time very well. Doran already taken a big beating, and again, he doesn't have TP. So even if they don't dive, just him being on the back foot should allow a little bit of breathing room here for DK. We'll see. The fact that Aiming doesn't have flash available early on Ezreal is probably the best AD carry to have that happen. He still does have his cleanse. That's something at least, as it's very straightforward. Barrel just gets spotted on a ward. They are clearly not expecting 5 people to be here. And they're down a member because Shield already was gone. They thought that they were going in unspotted. Not going to be the case. There are 2 sums used because both Guma and Keria flashed there. But with the pathing that Lucid took, and he was forced to take because of the way that the early laning phase played out, we'll have to see whether he can actually get anything done and whether he can punish. The setup is there with Barrel, but he does actually need to make his way over. He's now done with his first full clear, and Keria already out on the map is Aiming.
I mean, he is arcane shifting into Guma, who's got his Q available, but it doesn't seem to matter. The W lands, and Aiming just autos him to death. A straight-up solo kill goes to Aiming.
Crucially, Guma hadn't backed yet because of when the play happened. Hadn't actually spent his money. And as a result, Aiming sees the window. Dive throughs what feels like a full minion wave as well. So Lucid just barely doesn't get the steal there. Was trailing. That's actually a big deal. I think that wastes a good amount of time. Now Owner is going to be on his next base, going to be able to do a full clear already. So we'll see if he's able to use that. But man, yeah, I think he just hits a W order there at the beginning, and he just straight up goes in. Unfazed by the casters, also has Conqueror crucially.
Yeah.
Ends up popping there at the end. And Guma not ready for that one, and he didn't have flash, crucially, so couldn't use a flash to dodge like a Mystic Shot or anything. And now the gold's still in favor of T1. They still got defeat, but Aiming getting kills on Ezreal is one of the 2 pillars of good DK wins.
Yeah, it definitely is. I am very curious to see if that remains, you know, those pillars, how strong they are. Can they stand through the years? Can they stand the test of time? Always is fun to watch. It's fun to watch Showmaker on Jace, too. He is really giving it to Faker here in mid. Faker not backing down from the challenge. Obviously, Yone pretty good at trading, but the Jace, they're actually going for a dive in 2025 in my LCK. And Shiu just cleanly flashes away and survives beautifully.
Eats the gank without too much issues. Lucid doesn't hit that spear. He's trying to look for something on Ona, but didn't really want to risk it. One more spear hitting though, and they might actually use that. And they have mid prio. They could play it. Barrel.
Guma no flash. Guma in a lot of trouble here. He's trying to kite it out, but there's 3 members of DK chasing him down, and Shivu will be given the kill. Pretty huge for DK here.
That's a lot of faith. There's a sole AP Nidalee on the team. That champion loves to snowball, but no. They give the last hit to the young man in the top lane.
Faker.
It's
okay,
fine.
time to go back now.
He has flash.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, ice cold, as you would expect, but he's not having a fun time in mid. Showmaker actually is doing a great job of winning this lane.
This is what I want out of my DK versus T1 Valdez. This is like is this the game where it happens?
Rune.
Can we?
Wait, what's the name again?
Is it real?
Ruinous?
Ruinous? Nah, there's no.
It's not happening.
There's not. No. Unless. What if we get a 5v5 for Dragon?
Yeah. And Anacon's gonna spawn on the bottom side of the map?
Would be cool.
Yeah.
Let's see as we take another look here. So, Guma, without flash, especially, just you can't walk up like that. Just, yeah, I don't know. Maybe feels like he can't walk up because she was gonna clip him with the ult anyway, and feels like maybe there's a turn potential there with his 2 teammates, but feels like 2 unforced errors there, back to back for the bot lane of T1, and that is with an early kill being given as well. Meanwhile, towards the top side of the map, Doran has just been doing his job, which is just take a beating, let aiming farm up himself, and remain a threat. The biggest thing for me, though, is specifically the mid lane matchup. The way that Showmaker has been able to have very consistent prio throughout most of this early game has been really allowing DK to do pretty well in terms of map pressure. As Barrel.
Yeah, he's going to get in on top of Faker. He's only level 4. That is going to force the flash here out of Faker. Showmaker just going to hold on to his. So now potential to set something up in the future. And now, you know, you were saying before, you know, Faker could flash away from a shock blast if it was setting his way, but now he can't.
Spear, yeah.
Yeah.
Make it a bit harder. Imagine that, yeah, DK wants to look towards a dragon from here on out. Still 2 minutes away on the second spawn of Grubs, and first blood did go to T1, but the turret pressure definitely going to feel better here, I think, for DK.
Yeah, it definitely should. It does feel like all their lanes are going quite well, and Lucid has already had an impact in this one, setting up the play on the bottom side with this pressure, landing the spear on a Faker, forcing him to back in mid. You know, Barrel follows up. It really feels like they are playing to make sure that they win as much as possible in this early game. Funnily enough, I feel like Barrel going as deep as he did in the jungle was also part of that. Just didn't realize he was on a ward. Just really wanted to make sure they could get some deep wards, could get the early game going in their favor. Because it is really important on the current patch.
DK also loves to play this way, right? Even going back to 2020 when they won Worlds, which was a completely different lineup. Although Showmaker and Barrel now back, have obviously stuck around. But it's important to note that this is also what they were great at in the past, and then they would get a huge lead, and then at one objective or another, things would turn to ruin. I think that is something, as we see in this game, that's the real question for me. DK winning an early game, that kind of does feel like par for the course with what we've seen from this team last year, especially domestically. Their Worlds obviously was very lackluster, but domestically I think that's where they excelled. It was actually closing out games that they had some issues with. We'll see if the reintroduction of Barrel is going to help with that or make it worse, because it honestly could be both, Valdez.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be just the same when you add a player like Barrel into the lineup. So, yeah, it's a good point, and it does, I feel, mean that DK is a bit buffed on current patch. And, you know, future games can look very different where they don't just randomly give up first blood. They already have that first objective. But yeah, besides, you know, a couple of skirmishes here and there, we've been waiting for a bit more action. No Runus Otacon in this one, that's for sure. Just 3 kills, as it is decided at 14 minutes which one we will get.
Barrel still level 5 here. Definitely wants to hit 6, and might have a fight on our hands for the second spawn of Grubs. We are seeing, though, with Lucid having his... Leandra's already done, and Owner not having his poke from the Zyra, not quite as threatening as Showmaker. It doesn't matter who's playing against, just pummeling them is Shield.
Oh, here we go. Gonna get that ult on a Faker. Faker, there's nowhere for him to go as he flashes in front of the ult. Oh, the spear just barely gonna go wide. Looking for the dive, Shiu. Gotta be careful. Here comes the Ezreal ult. Faker gets away, but not unscathed. That might just be all the Grubs to the side of DK here as well. All 6 of them, unless Owner can say something about it, but not looking likely at this point in time.
I'm glad to report that Shiu does not seem like he's playing scared, as you posited a question earlier. Valdez for T1, giving up these Grubs. Not going to be the end, but it does mean that the pushing power of DK going to be really obnoxious to play into. First turret, I think we have 3 to 4 plates in bot lane, 5 to 4 in mid, and then 5 to 3 in favor of DK towards the top half of the map is Lucid. Ooh, let's see Carrier there. That was a little dicey, but there wasn't anyone around to follow up, so Carrier not going to go for anything. The one-item spike's done. Not the case as Guma. Might have to use sums here.
Yeah, this is rough. Flash forward from Showmaker ahead of time. Gives him the thumbs up. He is sending a message on this Jace tonight. He was dominating the lane. Now he gets a kill on Guma, who's 1 and 3 on this Ashe. Everything's turning up DK so far.
Owner gonna use all this showing towards the top side of the map as an opportunity, as in they go.
I mean, you're ulting in onto Leona. She was able to dodge away from that. Faker in a lot of trouble. They'll just wait for his soul to turn back. There's the stun, and Shiu picks up his 2nd kill of the night.
Lucid's here. Carrier's dead.
Yeah, Carrier's dead. I mean, there's just no way to get away from this one. You see, he is being corralled in between the turret and the wall, and it really just comes down to who's going to get the kill. And it looks like it will be Lucid, who does pick it up. Bunch of damage goes in, but that'll be first turret as well, given over to T plus Kia.
And that is 6 Grubs going over. First turret blood being taken. And now DK are looking good for those feats. But the solo lanes are getting more and more fed. And Luce picking up the kill is big as well. He is the sole AP source. Itemizing for MR, for T1. Not something that you're necessarily going to want to do anytime soon. They do have decent tanks for it. Doran, most notably. As we take a look here. Showmaker. Yeah, I mean, at melee range, that arrow not really going to do too much.
He says no flash. And, you know, they always call for it, like, right before they engage, that they're like, I'm going to go for this.
That's one thing. But this? Faker doesn't have ult. So, going in that aggressively here onto Barrel, who still has Eclipse and Aftershock available, he just doesn't take any damage.
And it's Mbessa, who you're never ulting because she has 7 million dashes, so...
Yeah, the rival of aiming seals what we already know, which is that skirmish also going to go the way of DK. And now T1 on a pretty substantial deficit here. Only one unscathed so far are Doran and Owner. And then one objective away for DK. But contesting any objective for T1 is going to be considerably harder from here on out. Because they have great engage, yes, but actually walking into the jungle to try and get any vision is going to be tough. And playing this Pokemon from behind, it's not something that generally you're going to be very happy about.
Yeah. Look at Shiu, not overextending. He's like, hey, you don't see a lot of T1. I'm just going to take a good trade and back away. It's good to see. This guy is, he's hyped up for a reason because he's great at getting solo kills. He's very aggressive, but he picks and chooses his fights very well, I feel. So, going to do the same there to Faker. And now it looks like he is grouping up to go towards the bottom side of the map. We don't have the dragon spawning just yet, and with Rift Heralds coming up soon, looks like he just wants to go down there with his CP and be ready to set up for that with his team and pick up the feats of strength if they do get that objective.
Should be the case here. And barring that one kill that they got on aiming because of Barrow going in aggressively, things have not been looking good for T1 as
yeah.
that cask did not do the job.
No,
I was waiting for to see if Shio was going to follow, but I don't think DK wants to do it. They want to play towards that final objective. That's another cooldown gone. Aiming does now, or is getting very close rather to his second item. Kuma just now hitting that blade. But the turrets are just, again, it's 6 grubs, there's a Jace, and an Ezreal. Like, these turrets are gonna get shredded like paper and feels like a formality before DK also picks up Herald.
I don't even know if that was going to hit him, but Owner is still dead. Like, he's not getting away from this champion. The arrow is going to land, and they do have a lot of the team over here, but the damage is so little, so sparse, and Xiu is just flashing and dashing his way to safety. He is just running circles around T1 right now.
Herald doesn't even die!
They can't do anything to this kid. Meanwhile, Lucid's just soloing the Rift Herald. So that's feats of strength. And Faker, I think he had an inkling about that. But it doesn't really matter, right? Because you're just losing every lane as T1. You try to make the one player like, okay, this is it, this is our chance, and it just goes horrifically wrong.
Yeah, and now that we've seen how the game is played out, a lot of the champions that T1 have, I think, are great. But particularly for Owner and Faker, who are obviously insanely important for how the team functions, Owner on Zyra, even if it is a power pick, just doesn't feel like it does what the team needs Owner to do. You need him on something, well, they bend the vibe because they're playing against
like Nidalee.
But, well, yeah, something where you can play a lot more proactive. As good as Zyra is, the biggest proactive play you're generally going to be able to make is when you outpath someone or first to an objective, force them to come into you.
Aiming hit all 3 of them.
Yeah.
By the way,
No,
that was pretty dirty.
So we have in the past, and I'm still going to mention this because it might still happen, seen DK throw some games that felt like that shouldn't have been thrown. But from this position, every game that we've seen, with the Herald coming down, now they should be able to get at least 2 charger, possibly even the second turret. I don't think there's a lot that T1 can do. They're going to have to rely on DK making a huge mistake.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping that, you know, maybe someone like Aiming, Arcane shifts in, or perhaps Xiu makes a mistake because he's a rookie. This is going to be pretty interesting. He's going to just...
He's getting question mark pinged by his own team, or he did it himself. I'm not sure.
I mean, he runs it towards mid. Maybe he gets a charge there.
Well,
no.
Nope.
Okay.
I do know that was not intentional.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a safe conclusion to draw.
So, anyway, Sue's having a great game so far, and he did look nervous in his interview and on stage, but he's not playing nervous. It's one of the big points, as we both mentioned. It's great to see him be able to transition very well, very early on in his first game. It's
just the first game, but I think we saw this particularly with Kingen, who, particularly when he's in form, and I think in the LCK he actually was. Obviously, him and Moham were kind of the downfall at Worlds, not playing up to their own standard. But Kingen, outside of that one Aatrox game in 2022, just wasn't necessarily the guy that was going to go and put on a carry performance. But that's how they won Worlds in 2020 with Nuguri. And even if we look at the winners of Worlds of the last 2 years, which were T1, having a top laner that can go absolutely sicko mode on your opponent, definitely a big win. That said, T1.
Yeah.
I'm looking at an Otacon DK just running in. You know, they're getting close to a 10k lead. I've seen them throw these Feldes, but outside of that, I think this first game feels like a bit of a bust.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really rough, because if you're playing a poke comp and you're behind, you know, the enemy team has levels on you, they start to stack some mountain dragons, you're really just not going to do much. But from ahead,
yes,
into a bunch of squishies that aren't Gragas, and I guess Rel, who has some health. you're really just going to be chunking them. There's really no way for T1 to ever get close to this objective, especially with Barrel's positioning here. There is one nice control ward in this brush, but you know Barrel, he's going to challenge that. He's got his team behind him as well, at least this time.
We saw the blue ward used there. Doran trying to get some gold into the good people of T1 as there we go. Gonna start at the objective now. But I gotta imagine they're looking to turn, and we can see them already there. Not really going for this.
Yeah, you can see for T1, they're like, well, somebody's got to do something. We have to stop this, otherwise we're probably just going to lose anyway. TP is coming in from Doran. He's got to be the bodyguard. He is level 14 and decently tanky.
Oh, they're committing. This could be the moment.
There's the Barrel. They got to take out a Leona of all champs, but instead the focus comes down onto Otacon. They take it, and now they've got the respawns coming in. And Yasu, he's gonna go in his respawn. Everybody on the side of T1 is just flashing away. And it was actually Barrel that respawned. The rest of them were just sending it. You know, they got the buff and they were head over heels going in.
I'm pretty sure that Shiu TP'd before Otacon was down. He's like, it's fine, they'll get it.
Area is putting his jacket on.
Yeah, no, this game is done. Come on, they got the buff.
It's like, all right, guys, anyway, go next.
It's just game one, but game one is a blowout, Valdez.
Yeah.
Shiu, does he? I'm like, whenever the buff is up, we still have a minute 50 left. You're like, just do it. It's fine.
Yeah, you're not killing this guy anyway. DK, they're just going to send it right down mid. They're not a team that's going to rotate towards bot. They don't even have a bot wave, so not really an option here. They want to dive these turrets if possible. Keria looking for the engage. He just dies instead. Guma is going to cleanse away from this one as Barrel. He does not have the respawn. And he's going to go in instead and look to set up a kill. And he's going to live until he dies 2 seconds later.
He didn't have the buff. He already died. Barrel, no.
It's okay. Shiu, very nice ult. Very nice angle there onto Owner. And DK, they've had enough of this game. They're putting on their jackets as well. Figuratively, they want out of this one. And they want to end T1 here in 23 minutes. They don't have a wave. Oh, they do, actually. There was like one little minion in there, and that might just do it, guys. Faker left alone. They'd love, yep, they're going to take him down. The damage is way too much, and DK going to stomp T1 in 23 minutes in game number one.
That's the debut game, Valdez! Woo! Shiu coming up huge here, getting the faith from his team. And is Mbessa basically a bruiser Cassante? Sure. But we've seen some players get a lot more mileage out of it than others. And DK coming out swinging here. I can only hope that T1 fights back because, again, we want to maximize those games. I want to go all the way. And the other thing that I really want to highlight here, as much as I love Lucid's Nidalee play, Showmaker has had very on and off performance over the last couple of years. But that right there, that was vintage.
That was 100% on.
And we haven't seen, I feel like we haven't seen that, at least not throughout a whole game, for a good amount of time.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And he came in here to send a message. I feel like DK always do against T1. And Shiu, most damage in the game. Like I said, I'll say it again. This guy, you know, don't be fooled by his mannerisms. You know, he looks a little bit nervous. No, this guy will just stomp you. And I know a lot of people will come into this and maybe say, oh, I don't know, Doran wasn't able to match Shiu. I don't even think it was about that. I think as a team, DK were just much better in this first game. And T1 are going to have to go back to the drawing board. We're going to take a break, guys, and have the space. We'll be right back.
야 타워. 난 죽을만해. 킬 돼. 한번. 가야 돼. 풀핀데.
눈에 들가 누궁이야.
그러니까 좋았다. 나 텔드. 나 버려. 텔드. 그라 노플. 나 텔드. 다이라 공 돌만해 이제. 끝내자. 시야 나왔어? 야 노플. 여기. 나이스. 끊었어. 얘네 우리 미니언 없다. 야 타워 치면 쓸만해. 야 유충 만들어봐 유충. 자. 야 나오리 없어. 나이스. 뭐야? 돌킬. 야 용현 때려야지. 돌킬 죽였다 그냥.
안녕하세요. 하나생명의 미드 제카 김건우입니다. 안녕하세요. T1의 미드 페이커입니다.
BFX 탑 클리어입니다.
DN프릭스의 정글 푸식 홍창현입니다.
브리온 탑 모건 박루안입니다.
안녕하세요. 저희는 바론 그룹입니다.
와.
잘하는 이제 팀들이 모인 것 같아서 너무나 만족하고 있습니다.
하나, 젠지, T1, 담원 맞대결을 해봤을 때 저희가 더 강력하다고 생각을 해가지고 저는 만족스러운 것 같습니다.
네, 저도 상대적으로 봤을 때 저희가 더 강해 보여서 만족하고 있습니다.
지명이 마지막으로 되긴 했는데 다 사실 여기 오기 위함이었다고 생각하고 열심히 해보겠습니다.
저는 상대팀이 좀 무섭습니다. 무섭긴 합니다. 뭐 젠지 같은 경우에 항상 굉장히 강한 모습을 많이 보이기 때문에 젠지가 또 경계 대상이 아닌가 싶고 다 밸런스가 좀 잘 잡혀져 있는 팀들이 모인 것 같아서 어느 하나 쉬운 팀이 없을 것 같아서 좀 힘들 것 같습니다.
동의합니다. 네.
일단 하나생명이 있기 때문에 전차 박격포 캐리를 해주지 않을까. 또 체급이 이제 저희가 강해진 것 같아서
올해 챔피언십 우승할 T1이기 때문에 아무래도 가장 큰 강점이지 않나 생각이 듭니다.
바로 나는 T1이긴 하죠 사실.
역시
믿고 있습니다.
뭐 설명 필요 없고 다 얼굴들 보면은 미소만 나옵니다.
저는 자신감은 없습니다. 예? 일단은 바론이랑 장로랑 싸우면은 바론이 디버프가 있기 때문에 1대1에서는 굉장히 강력합니다.
장로를 칠 수가 없는 상황이 바론을 먹으면 더 잘 나오는 것 같아서 바론이 더 중요하다고 생각합니다.
장로 보지도 못하고 게임 끝날 것 같습니다.
이하 농문입니다.
저희 팀이 이기면은 나머지 네 팀들도 이득 본다고 생각을 하니까 뭔가 열심히 더 준비를 할 것 같아요.
같은 팀이 이기면 저희도 약간 응원하게 되고 이런 점이 좀 재밌을 것 같아요.
약간 팀전인 것처럼 보이는데 결국에 후반 가면은 다 만날 상대들이 해서
그러네.
동맹 임시 동맹이라 하고 일단 동맹하는 동안에 좀 협업해서 잘 성장돼서 이 중에서 국제대회에 참가했으면 좋겠습니다. 피어릭스 룰로 진행을 하니까 기존의 LCK에서 보지 못했던 그런 게임 양상도 많이 나올 것 같고
플레이를 하는 입장이나 보시는 시청자분들 입장이나 더 재밌을 것 같아서 긍정적이게 생각하고 있습니다.
그리고 또 저희 팀에 피어엑스가 있어서 피어릭스 잘할 것 같습니다. 됐다.
KT 좀 긴장하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
아쉬운데?
반말을 하려 했는데 반말하는 건 좀 그럴 것 같아서.
네, 뭐 저희를 먼저 안 뽑은 걸 후회하게 만들어 드리겠습니다.
젠지 T1이 잡아줄 거라 생각하고 있고요. 네, DK 저희가 이기도록 하겠습니다. 저희 5승 0패를 목표로 하고 있고 가능하면 장로팀에 합류하는 것도 예? 농담입니다. 5승 0패 목표로 하겠습니다. 새로운 시즌 맞아서 새로운 방식과 새로운 룰로 이제 LCK 컵 하게 됐는데 여기 있는 이제 바로 다른 팀원들과 다 같이 협업해서 꼭 좋은 성적 내서 꼭 국제전 참가할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 저도 이제 그 국내에서의 커리어가 조금 저조하다 보니까 이번에 컵 대회에서 꼭 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶고 좋은 결과 팬분들께 꼭 보여드리고 싶습니다.
2025년 첫 대회인 만큼 좋은 성적 내서 좋은 경쟁 보여드리고 싶습니다.
다른 팀 선수분들이랑 다 같이 잘해서 플레이오프까지 간 다음에 멋진 모습 다 같이 보여줬으면 좋을 것 같고
모든 선수들이 그렇겠지만 새로운 시즌 다들 기대하시고 팬분들 기대하실 텐데 그 기대하신 만큼 열심히 잘 준비해서 잘해보겠습니다.
파이팅.
화이팅.
마지막으로 약간 구호를 정해보는 느낌으로
구호요?
구호?
의견 내실 분.
저는 좀
기원이
아이디어가
찾아보니까 구호를 좀.
그러면은 발언으로 갑시다.
발언?
좋습니다. 발언.
손은 손은 아니야 발언처럼? 발언. 아 죄송합니다.
아자 이런 느낌으로 가죠. 손짓.
아
발언 그룹 파이팅.
발언.
이거 안 하세요?
근데 너 시작을 갑자기
아니,
맞춰가지고.
상열이 형님 이런 말 할 정도면
발언 그룹 파이팅.
발언.
Well, Team Baron need to turn it around right now through T1 because D plus Kia came to play, other than the first blood and the quick kill that happened to aiming. But after that, it was all D plus Kia in the first game of the series here. D plus and T1. D plus up 1-0. D-Gon alongside with Did and Ox. And that, yet again, I feel like I'm repeating myself one more time, was a very, very one-sided game here.
Yeah, I mean, I was excited to see D+'s first game. I'm still waiting to see T1's first game.
Oh my god.
It like started, the invade obviously went well for them.
Yeah.
And then it started a little bit rough, and then it just went downhill from there. And it just felt like they really didn't show up. But D+, you know, there was some thoughts. How would the aiming barrel bot lane look? How would Siwoo look at the top lane? They looked good. If this continues, if this is a consistent level, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I mean, so many random silly mistakes are happening all over the time, but I mean, it was way too crucial. We cannot say it's a small mistake when it happens 3 times in a row from Guma Yushi especially.
And you know, I feel like Guma is normally one of the more consistent members on T1, and I mean, he was consistently bad in this game. But normally he's kind of the rock sometimes when things have when there's been struggles for the teams, and he just really was getting caught out consistent in this one. This is when we saw a 2v2 come out from Faker and Carrier, but the Ambassador, Siwoo piloting it so well, but also just doing so much damage in these fights while also being such a tanky champion. I mean, neither of these champions, Leona and Ambessa, are easy to take down.
Yeah, I mean, some of the viewers are talking about maybe T1's draft is not the ideal, but when you think about the T1's draft, they have Ashe and Zyra, and they really need to rely on their early game, early laning phase, right? They need to have the pressure in the early game, and then you can snowball from that with the Zyra. But they couldn't really do that with this kind of comp because they died so much in the early game.
Yeah, that is one thing that I'll say this game was going to feel quite volatile, especially with D+ having this poke comp with having picks like Nidalee. If T1 got ahead, they have the tools to engage, to set up, to really push the pace. But once you fall behind, I particularly think the Zyra really struggles into these long-range poke champions, because ideally you want people to come into you, you have the counter-engage, but if it's like an Ezreal, Nidalee, and a Jace, they'll just fire skill shots at you from miles away and you'll get poked out, and she feels so slow and immobile, and Ashe is kind of similar as well. You're never really having to come into their effective range until you're finishing them off.
Especially if they get going on the other side, because if you look at all the engage tools that T1 had grouped up, D+ have to fight on their terms, but instead they just fell behind and were just constantly getting poked and picked off. As we take a look at one of our next highlights here over at Otacon, and yeah, just more of the same here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point the game was very heavily in favor of D+. It was just them cleaning up, but they didn't really give any windows, any opportunities. Aggression comes in to kind of stop T1 from being able to contest, and then as Arakan secured, they get the revive, so it just worked out perfectly.
Yeah, and also it was really unsynchronized by T1 as well. Your bot lane is on the river side, and your top side is just miles away from the main court. So it was really weird fight that T1 takes, but also it was really hard game from the early game. So
yeah, and one of the final things we wanted to highlight here is very much at the end of the game, you had Beryl and the rest of D+ really putting T1 to the screws, showing how in sync they were compared to the world champs.
Yeah, this is Beryl that we know from the world champion, right? He always flashes in, even though he has 1 HP. He never goes back, he always goes in. And this kind of plays were DK needed. You know, DK was having great mid lane, a great AD carry, but they have no tool to go in. But Beryl is filling up that really well.
Yeah, and you know, it's not always the best decision, but Beryl will always be ready to go in. And
yes.
Here, it absolutely was the correct one. And I think another big talking point, people were looking to see how is Doran going to look with T1. I mean, you can't really put this game on him at all.
Can you? Really?
Like, he just did his thing in the top. This is like the typical top lane experience where you look at the rest of your team and the game is cooked. You're 5,000 gold behind. The enemy team's got a ton of kills and towers, and you're like, well, it was nice farming against you, buddy.
One half of the biggest move of the offseason. We'll see if they're able to bounce back here in game number 2. D+, Kia, and T1. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Spacers. As yes, I love those games where you're just sitting there, you're just farming, and then all of a sudden your team has fed a bunch of kills, and you're like, well, I guess we'll just queue up again and pretend that game didn't happen. That was the experience for Doran. I'm just hoping we get kind of a real game. It's very nice to see that DK. It seems like all of the new pickups are really working out for them. You know, Zhu played excellently. Beryl had some great moments, as the space was pointing out. But you got to expect more from T1. You know, they're still a strong team. I just didn't really see it at all in that game 1. And I want to see if they have something better prepared for game 2.
You're not going to overreact to just an individual game. But if DK actually end up getting a second game that dominant, that's, well, even then, it's DK week 1. I've fallen for this trap many times before, and I will try not to this time around. For T1, though, there are a bunch of really easily fixable mistakes, right? Felt like they were playing, not really respecting the pace that DK play with. DK were very happy to just all in on many an opportunity. So hopefully T1 will be able to adjust, particularly with that Mbessa and Jace doing some heavy pummeling in the solo lanes, and also securing champions for your players where you have a lot of confidence. I think both the fake Rione and the owner Zyra, as good as those picks are, didn't really feel like they hit the mark, as we are going to continue banning out some of Lucid's champions, as well as the Poppy, which is of course a flex between jungle and support. Could arguably even play a top, as there is the final mandatory ban coming through with the Skarner, and that means that the Cassante is in fact open here. We'll see what Shiu is going to bring against that. Mostly been a lot of answering. As,
well, it's not going to be that.
That is not allowed.
Shiu, come on. It's fearless. Rumble's still available. I was thinking also Jack Sejuani, you know, if you wanted to just bring out the synergy right from the first couple of picks on red side. But instead, yeah, just going to go for the Rumble. Obviously still a very top pick, and there's that Wukong that we're loving to see nowadays.
I do really like this 1-2. Picks synergize extremely well, both. As soon as they're online at level 6, we're going to be able to do some insane amount of damage in the fights. Rumble obviously can also bully in the lane before that, but we have to see what the lane assignments are going to be like. Lane swaps are still definitely around. Now, what is going to be the setup here? Varus for Guma would make a ton of sense. It's been a highly prioritized pick. I'd imagine it'd have to be Lethality Varus, though, because trying to play on-hit Varus into Wukong does not seem like you're going to be having a great time. The Renata, though, is a really, really big pick up here. I think the Keria looks a lot better when he's playing range supports, and I think that the Renata into the Wukong also is going to provide a ton of value. Barrel adding even more CC on top would make sense. Showmaker talked about he's gonna lock the Corki, guys. Don't get your hopes up.
But what about Katarina, Chronicler?
Yeah, okay, well, we knew that was a prank. But
she was in the Noxus cinematic.
She was, yeah. And Showmaker will have some fun with it, but not actually gonna lock it in. The Corki is also still a flex. That is very important, though, because aiming is, I think, one of the few AD carries that's actually played this multiple times, even when Corki was really just a mid laner. Now we're going to, I imagine, pinch the jungle pool. Nocturne, Sejuani, I think would make sense here as far as the bands go in terms of power picks, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, Beryl talking a lot. Not a big surprise. He's got a lot to say. I feel like he always adds a lot to the team outside of his play. He is known as one of the masters of League of Legends. Sejuani the man. Not too difficult there. Elise.
That must be a support Elise. Yeah. Man. Because the Wukong is not... Like the Aurora ban makes sense because we mentioned Corki can still go to another lane, so they could go Aurora mid. But Elise, that is a solo queue special that we've seen come up a little bit, no longer limited to just Lehans playing that. I'm going to come through here. And the Rakan, instead, going to be a lot less interesting as that possible counter pick could have been, but it does make sense with the combination of that Wukong and the Rumble as well, able to set up for this big team fight ultimates.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course they want to save the final pick for, they could flex a Corki if they really don't like what they see in the mid lane against Faker, although Corki's pretty much safe against anything. Victor definitely does make sense on this patch. And that will be the choice here for Faker. Thinking about Kha'Zix, Viego would be much more down owner's lane.
Yeah, I think the issue with Viego is that you don't really have a Viego composition with the rest of the team. Like, you really want something to play off of. LeBlanc, Syndra, these very aggressive setup champions. I don't think any of those make too much sense. So it's going to be the Xin Zhao to come through instead. Xin Zhao, I think, kind of binds this composition together. Showmaker having a bit of a giggle. I feel like he's giggling too much for it to be Hui. Into the Victor.
Maybe Syndra? Xerath!
That would make sense!
I mean, beat him with the long range, there you go! And now, so this pick, I feel like, yeah, okay, you pick it against the Victor in mid.
Okay, but...
With the rest of the comp, though?
Yeah, okay, but I agree. I don't actually think this works into the comp at all. But how do they get on top of him? Like, how do they reach Showmaker?
Cassante flank?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah?
That's about it. I don't think they really have great ways to get on top of this, what I assume will be a big threat if Showmaker can maintain a level of play. It does kind of fall apart when you look at the rest of the comp because, again, that's very dive-focused, very aggressive, gonna play forward. Maybe he's just the turret as they're all going in. He's just standing in the back. We'll have to see.
There's a lot of discussion between him and Beryl. I almost feel like Beryl made the pick. You know what I mean? Beryl's like, no, this is absolutely goated here. You have to pick it. Like, you have a choice, Hui or Xerath. And he's like, Xerath? Beryl, smashes the lock-in button.
The actual discussion was, he's saying, you play Rakan mid, and then I play Hui support. Come on, Showmaker. Get it together, man. I don't want to play Rakan.
Yeah. Rakan mid win.
AP Rakan, never. It's never happening.
Looks pretty normal on the T1 side. This side, though, that's a Xerath. In Game 2 of a Fearless draft, not even Game 3.
Leave it to DK to go for the crazy picks. I do think the T1 comp this time, a lot more well-rounded.
Game 2 begins right now. Alrighty, here we go. Will we see First Blood happen at the level 1 again? Probably unlikely, although Beryl is going pretty deep into the jungle. They are not on the blue side of the jungle. T1, they went for their own invade, got a couple of deep wards. One in the lane as well. They want to see what this lane swap is going to look like, if it will happen, and it does look like it will happen. As TK are sending their bot lane to the top lane.
See how long she waits to walk over? Because we have seen that specific ward a bunch of times before. We see even T1 actually ping the same location there. Saw a vision ping there. There is no vision, but they do not know that. Still playing accordingly, and it makes sense. I feel like with champions like Victor, it always feels like a Cold War race for who can have the most range. And outside of Hui, Xerath is basically the poster boy of having an infinite effective range. Really hard to get on top of him if he positions well for the T1 composition. It really is oh, that's not great. But Lucid is also just straight up trying to look for a level 2 play here. He is quite... Oh, nice. Gets the bait out there. And the problem with being Xin Zhao at level 2 is that you don't actually have access to your best skill in a duel. You don't have Q. And then also, Wukong has both extra armor and his smash, which basically means that you're not winning that 1v1. And Owner does have to peace out. I don't think it's that bad, though, for Owner, because he doesn't really waste that much time. Lucid actually spends a lot of time walking back and forth. So I have to see what the repercussions of this are in the long run. But if Owner crosses over and then gets matched and Barrel also rotates, things could get a little ugly. There is, of course, a man advantage for T1 because they have Keria and Guma towards the bot side here. But even if Lucid can just steal a camp, like Owner's on vision, they are aware that this is happening. Are they going to collapse on him? They don't know the Barrel's here just yet. Owner's not in the brush.
Barrel's also level 1.
How they know?
And he's just going to kind of run and look at him. And he's like, yeah, I'm level 1 Rakan.
Is he? Oh, he's going to try. Okay, good scryer there.
Yeah.
I think Lucid might still try to steal it.
And Owner's going to pull it out.
He's a level down. Owner's level 3.
So
I don't know about this one, DK.
Yeah, you're not really getting a whole lot done. And Showmaker also backed. So yeah, okay. A lot of waiting around just for T1 to get a very nice advantage here.
The reason Lucid isn't level 3 is because of that one Raptor he missed. So if you look at the experience bar, it's very close. Not actually going to hit it. Will hit it now, but I don't think you have a lot of kill threat on Doran this early on, so probably just going to continue his full clear. Ends up being a bit of a, even though no actual kills have been found, it's tumultuous early game, but definitely favoring T1 here early on, as we can see. Because with all those shenanigans happening, DK mostly just wasted a lot of time. Not really getting anything going.
Yeah. So definitely going to feel pretty decent here for T1, but still no first blood. You know, we're still very much in the origin stage of this game. You know, not a whole lot has happened outside of the little jungle shenanigans. Lucid going to get right back into farming. He's going to be down a camp. That's just going to happen just based on the way that this is all played out. The lane swap still kind of happened as the handshake comes in. Keria's getting burnt here, but that's a big wave, so you got to be careful. I love how Jonas Strong's getting hyped as well with the zoom-ins for Siu. He's like, is he going to go for it? I think that would have been a little bit too much. As we had the very common, of course, Cassante versus Corki top lane happening throughout all of this. They're actually fighting right now, aiming. Does he have Valkyrie? Probably not.
Doesn't.
If the Q hits, I think he would have been forced to flash, but not going to happen. And Ocean Drake goes over to T1.
Yeah, aiming was trying the back there, so I imagine they were looking for a rotation, knowing that the dragon was already going to be gone. But then Doran got the cancel, which was what led to that whole sequence, and aiming taking a good beating. Showmaker not actually being able to really keep up with Faker, and that is, I think, one of the issues with Xerath. I feel like he really feels like he doesn't provide that much early game. Obviously, once you get 6, it gets a little better because you get to impact the map, but very reliant on getting at least a first item. Maybe once the inevitable Shuriman show comes out, then he can have early game laning presence, but I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah. He's not that popular at the moment, so he doesn't get quite the same buffs. You know, maybe if Showmaker pops off, he gets played a bit more and can push it in that direction. This lane stayed here, framing quite nice. As it is pushing into him, he's denying a lot of CS from Doran, in this case, his lane opponents, Corki versus Cassante. But yeah, all the grub's going to go over to T1 this time.
Objectives early looking a lot better for T1. Able to get both a dragon as well as the first 3 grubs. Not a single one found there. And Lucid still playing from behind. Doesn't have 6 yet. He's not as far behind in experience as he was before. So I imagine him and Owner will hit it at around the same time. Although I think Owner, with the blue buff being taken, might ding. And Lucid, just Krug's not going to do it. He's going to have to at least also clear his Raptors. Might be a window here for T1 if they want to go aggressive. He's making his way up top, and do see the ultimate is ready for him. Lucid pathing away. I don't really think you can dive them, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's Rumble.
Diving in 2025 as well?
Well, that. And it's Rumble. If he can just ult the wave. And it seems like they're also like, yeah, no, I'm... Maybe just covering for a possible gank could also be the angle here.
There's not a whole lot happening. You know, there's not a lot of camps right now. Okay, we're going to have a bit of damage coming in on Siu. That's more than half his health. Taken down. Lucid is here. Owner spotted. And Siu just holding on to his ult just in case. Might use it here, but we do have Showmaker making his way up. Nice. I should say. Just ready to ult if need be.
Look at the vision control here from T1. And in last game, felt like Keria and Owner were never really on the same page. Didn't see them link up. Very different this time around. Feel like they've been a lot more in sync.
It's such a barrel thing. He just walks in a direct straight line straight into 2 people in the bush. It just happens so often.
Yeah, why wouldn't he? He doesn't have to be afraid. There's no Verisol.
Yeah.
No way he dies.
Everything has been calculated ahead of time.
Yes.
He knows. He is a realizer.
He's always aware. He just sometimes chooses to ignore his better judgment, is what Atlas would say.
Well, he does it percentage-based. You know, he's like, the probability chance of this happening is so low that it's not going to happen, but then it happened that time, so he looks really silly.
And that happens like once every second game.
Yeah.
So I guess he's not very good at math, man.
Well, he's like, you know, it's a 60-40, so it favors me. So I'm gonna try to take the angle, but unfortunately it was the 40% this time.
All right.
Unlucky is Barrel. That's all he is.
Well, I did win 2 world championships. I don't know about unlucky.
Well, yeah, just during the regular season.
Oh, yeah.
It's different.
Lucid now has hit level 7. Gonna get a Krabby here as well. I don't be feeling too bad about that one. And I do think we're gonna have a actual brawl breakout in about 50 seconds for either these grubs or the dragon, because DK are being put in a very uncomfortable position here by T1 because they can't, well, you can trade and then hope you get first blood, but you really don't want to give over the feats just like that.
I mean, level 6 for Khan. All right, he hit the 40% there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that every play that now fails is a 40%er?
It just wasn't, yeah, it wasn't meant to be.
Because T1...
Luck of the draw, you know.
You can just go for either, right? They can just... And with the topside vision they have, I think you just give up the dragon, just play towards the grubs. I don't think there's a way for DK to reliably contest. But DK did play insanely aggro. Like, they even know where Lucid is. They have a ward on his red buff. They are so aware of everything that's happening. Even bot side, look at all these wards. DK doesn't get to play the game, and it looks like the feat, or at least this one feat, it's just going to get given over. They're not going to bother.
Yeah. You know, it's nice to deny the grubs as well. I don't think they really had a chance to deny it here. The flash engage Renata, shocker, does not work out. But I was going to say maybe he got the flash out of someone, but he didn't even.
It's for Cotton and Cork.
Yeah, so, yeah. Nice try, Keria. Good effort. Good effort.
That was a rumble. Maybe this sheds some light on why the Braum wasn't picked.
They had enough of Engage Braum.
Yeah. So now, T1, first feat already in the pocket. Going to try their best to secure something else. And hoping that, as I say, that Barrel doesn't just give up first blood, but we've watched this player for a while, so we got to be a bit careful. And this time around, no weird deaths by T1, no disrespect to the opponent. That alone is not going to be enough, because we get to talk a little bit about the team fights now that the early games played out so evenly.
Two going for a trade here. Doran Lining that Q3, and Chu says, well, you wanna drop the gloves, let's go. But yeah, it's just top lane, so not much going to matter. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen with the Xerath as the game comes along, because it is Victor versus Xerath. They're just farming now for 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's the Xerath is the one thing where I'm not. I want to see the vision, but besides the fact that obviously like you outrange him, you provide a lot of backup fire as the rest of your team goes in. I guess that makes sense. It also means that if you go in and you hit even a little bit of your damage, then Showmaker's always going to be able to make sure that there's no people getting out unscathed, and into both the Victor, but especially into Renata. I think that things like the Xerath are always going to feel amazing, because it means that you have a way of playing the game that doesn't revolve around you diving into the enemy. And they're still going to be somewhat forced to, again, with the rest of the champions that they have. But I think that particularly like both Wukong and Rakan are quite good at going in, baiting out, and then weaving in and out of the fight again. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Lucid though is here. They're turning this one around. It was a bait all along. First blood given over to Lucid, and they want a bit more. Beryl getting pretty low. Owner, he says, this is my kill, but Beryl's gonna get away. Meanwhile, we got the bailout here. Lucid looks like he will get the kill and deny the bailout. Can he actually survive too? That would be insane. They all survive after that. Unbelievable.
Never will reach 60% plays all the time, Valdez, as not only do they get the first blood, but they get 2 kills on the Wukong.
Yeah, it's Trinity Force done. He is... Yeah, this is getting pretty crazy for this Wukong. And as you mentioned, the first blood as well. You know, you got Mountain Soul on the cards here. You get a fed jungler. You get a chance. Now they did a lot of damage to that top turret.
Oh,
did you? If that harpoon hits.
Yeah, the blue trinket, nicely done there by Faker. Not trusting. And look at, again, the amount of vision that's available for T1. Hope we get a replay of that, because that is actually, this is, it's such a good bait. They are just not, it's the one pocket where they don't have any vision at all. And the moment Wukong gets on top of Victor, it's just done. Like, he didn't even have to use his flash, right? And then here, able to get the flash, then the Renata W was already ticking, the bailout, so he doesn't have to do anything. Just needs to get out. And DK fans.
The DK fans are always the most passionate.
There's been a lot of ups and downs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, World was down, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're due for an upswing.
If they get first turret blood here, though, the first blood doesn't really matter. It looks like that is going to be the case.
I mean, they're going to dive Doran here, but he is Cassante. Doesn't matter. The damage, yes, it is stacking, but first turret blood goes to T1, so they get the feats of strength on their side.
Depends on what happens to Dragon here, because I think T1 takes that. The boots are strong, but if DK then also answer with a turret of themselves and get Dragon because Doran isn't there, Doran is going to be fine, right? He's going to come back up in about 10 seconds, has his teleport available. So I'd say that's still a T1 favorite trade just because of the fact that it opens up boots. And unlike last game, I also don't feel like they had to kind of weather the storm against the poke. Well, kind of played out as half poke, half. We saw a lot of spares, but with the solo laners getting fed, it was not just that. But this time around, they have a lot of team fighting power. I don't know, though. DK, they're coming in.
Trying to snipe out Guma here. It's not really doing much. That equalizer was pretty bad from CU. It's just missing everyone. Did not inspire much joy. And chains coming in, but will be cleansed off. Nice little Mikhails. Bit of damage coming in as he's pulled towards the guys he's burning. Got to be careful with that one, as now Owner in a lot of trouble. Has to go back in looking for the reset, and he will be taken out. But She will go down himself. So 1 for 1, but if you're T1, I mean, you get the Mountain Drake. A bit of range with the Xerath here. They're trying to siege onto this mid turret and get a bit more, as actually maybe even an engage here, but instead it's just Cassante. And the engage doesn't happen. Beryl says, better luck next time.
Yeah, that Mikhails actually, I think, ends up coming pretty clutch there from Beryl. Got that first, meant that he could cleanse Shiu, and then Keria could have definitely used his Renata ult earlier. I think that could have actually saved Owner, because they just needed a bit more time to actually get the reset. And it is with Xin Zhao, if you can get into a longer fight with your heal on your passive as well as Sundered Sky, you can really survive a lot. So instead is going to be, I think, a DK favorite trade. If you take another look, the ults pretty bad here from DK.
Yeah.
Neither of them really does anything.
Oh, he actually hit Keria with 1 tick.
Yeah, exactly. And then T1, you got the Dragon. Like, they use a bunch of their cooldowns, and I think they should take it and leave it at that, but that's not the case.
Oh, Faker in a bit of trouble. He does have Keria nearby, though, as the Wukong doing a decent amount of damage with the Fedness he got early on, but Faker is going to live, and now the rest of T1 comes over the top. Beryl will be taken out in essentially a 4v1. The rest of DK just backed away from that play.
So that the reinforcements were there, and they wanted none of it. And this time T1, that's a classic as well. Faker in a position where it looks like it might be too good to be true. Ends up being just that. Shiu definitely still respecting Doran. Even with Deleandres, Doran went Spirit Visage first, so between just that as well as the sustain he gets, particularly when he ults, gotta be respectful. And Beryl going down 40%. Happens to the best of us.
Unlucky.
Take another look at what started off with Showmaker getting taken quite low.
Help me trade with this, said Faker.
Giefing there. Immediate backup from his team. Showmaker not able to quite get the damage done. And by the time Lucid was on top of him, he was the only one doing damage. There wasn't really any further follow-up. A couple of orders from aiming, for example, could have changed it, but I think DK made the right call to just let Beryl go. Do note, and we haven't mentioned this really as much, T1 might be down a little bit in gold, but not only do they have the feats, but they are sitting on Mountain Soul Point, which invalidates, I think, basically everything that DK wants to do. I think DK's comp is very reliant on getting that big upfront burst of damage and then play from there. And you can argue, like, play a little bit around the Xerath poke. Neither of those things will work once Mountain comes through. So T1, as long as they play it slow, set up for that objective, I think they're looking really good to bring us to a game number 3. Doran might be in some trouble here, but even if he ends up going down, I don't think it means too much.
Oh, Shiu trying to bait him into this fight. Doran, oh, this time it's a nice equalizer. He's burning the whole way through, but it's Cassante. Here comes Lucid. And he kind of messes up the angle. Doran's just gonna maybe run this one off aiming. No, not again. He's gonna flash forward and he's gonna bait Lucid into it. Lucid is so dead, as eventually he does be taken out, as T1, they get a big win in that pick. And now they'll look for Otacon.
And that's a Doran special right there. I thought he was dead. Clearly DK thought he was dead as well. And the overchase ends up costing them dearly, as now T1 not only did they get those kills, but also Shiu doesn't have ults. As Otacon feels like it might be a done deal. Doran's still alive. We'll see if Showmaker and his buddies can turn the tide, but with the zone control, I don't think that's happening.
He's going to just have to try to get in there and go for the steal. They are looking to take out Guma, but he's just not that weak. And now he's got the buff. The rest of T1 thinking about going in. They're just going to back away from this one. Actually, a TP from Faker will be denied, so kind of odd positioning there, but he's going to back away. And T1 get away with the buff, and we'll look for another push.
Really big win for T1. And yeah, DK, I was about to say, you gotta hightail it towards that dragon. You cannot give away the Mountain Soul. Shiu doesn't have his TP available, but neither does anyone on T1 FTP. The problem now is that even if you win the fight, that in of itself is not going to be enough. As we take another look at how Doran got to survive, because it felt like a done deal. First gets the reposition, and gets over the wall, and then this is kind of insane, and just a couple of hit rockets would have been the end of it. Lucid, just as you point out, misses up that W. He also could have ulted. And then, insult to injury, Guma's ult hit, aiming doesn't immediately get out of it, then the flash W connects. And now, they might lose Soul for that, and that would bring us to, I think, almost guaranteed game number 3, Valdez.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see how this one does play out. It's still at least an even gold state, so maybe there's a fight that DK can take. Lucid, though, spotted on the flank. And
get the dragon. The problem is that you don't actually kill anyone. There's no TPs. I think T1 should just send it.
I mean, you've got the buff, right? You've got the res. Lucid spotted. He's ulted away. He's not able to get in range. They don't even commit to this one, DK. As, yeah, just going to McHale's to slow off, and DK back out of that. So Mountain Soul over to T1. No Baron, and I mean, at least for DK, maybe you can kind of just wait out the timing as Faker's just kind of wandering into the jungle. He's like, I will use this. I'm using it, guys. Please take me down.
I love how DK is just like, no. Not doing it, which...
Please get...
Well, they still get stuff for taking him down as long as you don't trade kills. I think you still should.
Yeah, 100 gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's still 100 gold if you don't...
Sure. Yeah. No, exactly.
Yeah.
Instead, they'll just wait until it's gone, which it should be relatively soon.
Same for the end of the game, right? That's what you're...
I don't even believe that this game is over.
No?
Because, yes, T1 got out of con, but a lot of times we'll see teams just like win early to mid and then get out of con and just kind of win the game off of that.
Yeah, but I don't care about the out of con. I care about the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, they have Mountain Soul. And the Xerath is like, he's there with a Rumble on his team.
Well, I did go
which
blood.
is the
it
other
did actually
thing.
go Bloodletter, so that should help.
Yeah. But like...
What's next?
It's still double AP into Cassante as Spirit Visage.
Yeah.
Maybe you... a lot of times you can see the thought process in DK's team fighting. It's like, we're going to blow up a squishy. Generally Guma. Sometimes Faker. But...
Well, Faker also went for... Like, the ability's gone for... He's beefy. Because he hasn't upgraded them yet, but he has the Merc Treads, which will have a shield. Then he has Archangels and Cosmic Drive. So he's not... And he also has gone Resolve Tree. I forgot the exact runes that he's gotten, but... Gotta imagine that he is going to be tough to take down.
Bone plating. Saw it a lot in the laning phase.
That makes sense.
So that's one. I don't know about the other.
Gonna be tough. Suffice it to say. Showmaker going for Shadow Flame. I imagine just Void Staff next. Everyone on DK should prioritize trying to get as much shred as possible because those resistance are going to be beefed up. And as you're saying, game isn't over, but I'm feeling good about a game number 3. If it, you know,
I wouldn't mind it at all. Yeah.
No. Even though this is more of a thinking man's game. Yeah. The previous one was mayhem. This one, well, I say thinking man's, but then we had that sequence of play from DK just now, so maybe not. Maybe
thinking man. Game.
Okay, who is the thinking man?
T1 in this case.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay.
DK not doing a lot of thinking, a lot of instinctual reacting. That's the word. Barrel spots them and then just runs away. You don't need the Xayah. You can just play Corki with Rakan. T1 going for T1 Baron. Just going to start it up on Vision and say, okay, come at us. And what are you going to do about it? Keria is getting chunked by this Corki, but now with the TP coming in, they want to turn around and run away. Aiming in a rough spot. Lucid goes for the ult, but they take T1 off the Baron. Keria is still pretty low, but Lucid did use his ultimate ability, so did Beryl. So still 5 ults here for T1. And And to be honest, I mean, they might just start it up again. They have total control of this area of the map, so really the onus is on DK to try to check it.
But they can also keep trading health bars, quote unquote, because they have the shield. So you can see, as long as you use that, it's going to be really hard to win. There's another TP. This time it's Faker.
I mean, the flanking Victor, not as crazy, but Owner's getting in there. He's really making this happen, as now the flanking Victor trying to burst down Showmaker, and that he will with the help of Guma. They get a couple of kills, and Guma will survive as well. And so I guess that flanking Victor was pretty good after all. And Lucid,
Can he
here.
even kill Doran? He has ult. Oh no, sorry, his ult just timed out.
Yeah, I guess he's got Corki. Okay, that's a nice little pick. Doran's just going to get picked for free.
Yeah, he has Cleaver. Good enough. Corki is his passive. They're able to get through him. That was definitely one of the most proactive Victor plays I've ever seen. Do appreciate that. TPing in, flashing over the call, getting the Mega Storm. And they'll get Baron, but who cares? They further solidify the gold lead. Take a bunch of crucial cooldowns. No flash for Showmaker, Shiu, or for aiming. Take another look at the replay here. And it's Owner that actually this time around able to get the setup that he needs, right? Carry up forces an early flash. Then even after Showmaker flashes, Owner still connects the ult, gets the knock up. And then Doran tanks while Faker blitzes through.
It's kind of insane. Guma had like 2 people on him, and he was getting peel, yes, and he had the bailout, but he was still able to kind of have the wherewithal to get the snipe on a Showmaker to finish him off.
Yeah.
Like, it was very clear that the comms were clear, in fact, and everybody was like, okay, kill Showmaker, he's out of position, he has no flash. So nicely done by Guma and Faker there.
T1 clearly tightened it up after game number 1. The only way they lose is if they... Oh my god.
Nice equalizer, but that's a Xinjiao. So not really amounting to too much. See him now in a really rough spot. Just totally caught up. Barrel as well just joins him. He says, I won't let you go down alone. Lucid just spinning in the back line. As meanwhile, Doran is just diving. He is Cassante. He's like, okay, turret changes, whatever. And he's going to go down to it, actually. Owner, as well, in a bit of trouble here. Ult's coming down, and actually he's totally fine. The rest of the team, T1, does come in and clean him up. There's the ace. And T1 feeling pretty good about their situation here, looking for Elder.
As I was about to say, the only way you lose this game if you're T1 is lose Elder. And they don't lose it. They don't flip it. The amount of burst that comes through there on the barrel, absolutely disgusting. Ends up being enough. And then Carry Out finds both a great ult to zone away the damage dealers while also getting the handshake to put Shiu in a position. But as you're saying, Barrel so graciously decides, well, might as well look for the turnaround. The turnaround does not happen. Toaster oven not hot enough. Shiu, unfortunately, in this game, not nearly as big as it was in the last one. And then Doran goes down, but who cares? It doesn't matter. Elder is going to be picked up. I guess they waited as long as possible for the respawn, or I'm not sure if it was the respawn or if they just want to have the buff for as long as possible to guarantee Baron and Elder uptime. But I don't think we're going to be seeing anything else. It's Lucid. This is a Challenger special. He still got it.
Where are you going, buddy?
A year into the LCK. Yeah, he tried to go for the Hail Mary steal, but he's dead. Oh, well, might not be dead, but
now he's dead. Right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
He's W, but like
nice
it doesn't.
Little dodge.
Well, he's getting collapsed on. He's dead.
No, they. Oh.
Yeah.
He's.
It didn't. It didn't.
Dead.
Fellas, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
Well, that should be Exodia here in just a moment. For T1, they'll have Elder and Baron. As Doran.
We now have 2 separate timelines, Valdez, because this is either about to be the funniest story for DK fans about how I did the classic DK thing of stomping game 1, doing a weird pick game 2, and then losing the series.
Yeah.
Or they finally turn it around. And for T1, if they do end up winning, it's the classic lose game 1, win the next 2.
Yeah, or like win game 1 and then fool around in game 2 and then win game 3.
Yeah.
Like they do, both teams do this all the time.
Yeah.
I feel like we come into every new year and we're like, new team, new players, new us. No, it's exactly the same.
Nothing ever changes. Because TP comes in, and all that's left standing is the Nexus, and I don't think it's going to be for very long, Valdez.
Yeah. At this point, Exodia acquired. You've got so much poke with Varus and Victor. And Curry's just going to send an ult in, knowing that they're going to have to stop them on these turrets, but they're not going to stop anything except themselves, as Doran will go down, so they got him, and that's about it. That's a gigantic storm, and Ego's actually going to be sniped there, as down will go the Nexus. It is a Quadra for Guma, and there you go. T1 will take down game 2.
6th game again, Valdez. We are going 12 for 12. Not going home early on any of these days, as I imagine both the other teams in Group Elder and Group Baron are looking at this with fear and tension in their hearts, because both game number 1 and game number 2, I think, felt, particularly game number 1 was obviously the blow, but even game number 2, I felt like once DK got kind of stifled in their early shenanigans, and we saw the Xerath not really do a whole lot. There was the one moment where they got the kill on Owner and Fake, but outside of that, didn't really feel like DK was able to make much of a mark in this one.
It's all going according to what we may have expected looking at the matchup coming into this one. Let's take a look at the post-game. Faker with the most damage. The Xerath, quote-unquote, counter pick. Save for R5 for Showmaker. Did not do a whole lot except flash and die. Maybe next time we have fooled around with the Xerath.
Yeah, Lucid also not able to have the impact. Kind of snowballed from that early one Raptor, and then wasted a lot of time. Never really was able to get anything besides the one ult. That wasn't enough to turn the game in. Hey, Doran baited them in again.
Yeah, very nice. Well, guys, we are going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back for Game 3.
때렸어 반피. 확인. 오공 W 분신. 안 막아도 돼 근데. 확인. 한번 깔게. 한번 깔게. 오공 봤어. 나 좀 멀거든 형들. 괜찮아. 나 잠깐만 넥서스 공 이거. 안 되나? 잡았어. 나 떨어져 1초. 1초? 나 간다. 예, 밀어줘. 이렇게. 죽어줬어? 나이스.
죽는 건 뭐야?
A 12 out of a possible 12 here in day number 2 of the LCK as the world champs tie it back on up here against D+. 1-1 T1 battling back. D-Gon here in the space alongside Wadid and Ox. And gentlemen, it was looking dire at the beginning with some big plays from Beryl, but they battle back to T1 and they convincingly close this one out.
Yeah, I think a big story of it was kind of the objective control that T1 really maintained. So even though they ended up losing out in the first blood, still had the feats of strength on lock, and also getting the Mountain Soul really just solidified their lock in the game.
Yeah, and also Doran saves the day for the T1 once again. And I mean, for the first game, maybe it was really harsh on him. Like, you really cannot blame him on him. And this kind of game, like, he proves himself. And I think it was kind of a hero moment for the T1.
Honestly, I think it took a lot of the pressure off of him with game number 1. It's like, look, my teammates are the one that are making the plays here. Where
everyone already got the int out of the way, so, you know, fresh slate.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here as in the mid lane early on in this game, it's a big play by the D+ jungler and from Beryl as well.
I think this is the DK kind of fight that they were looking for. Wukong and Rakan just jumps in and Xerath is shooting all over again. And I think that was, again, synchronized, really well synchronized play by a jungle and support, especially Beryl, once again, living with 1 HP and saved the day again.
And I mean, Lucid, just the decision-making, the flash over to W straight after, just played about as well as you could expect to, and really find the edge in that skirmish.
Yeah, that type of play can be deflating, especially how close those health bars were to being.
It's a tilter.
It is absolutely a tilter, but you know what else is a tilter? When you chase after someone that you feel you had dead to rights, and then you end up dying yourself. And at the very onset of this play, we're like, oh, here comes the Doran play.
And I feel like he plays this perfectly, like gets the flash over the wall, the long flash, dodges away from the big one here, and then jukes Lucid just a little bit here, thinking he's going to go the other way. And it also gets the damage reduction here to block the burst from aiming. Anything played differently, and he would have gone down. And although aiming gets out again, this is actually the game-winning play because Lucid dies and they go straight to Atakan after this.
For sure, man. And also, your AD carry lost all the summoner spells, and that kind of accelerates the game for T1. I mean, before that, I think DK played really well around the pressure and the map rotation, but after that, T1 kind of snowballed the game really well.
Oh yeah, the T1 fans here in Law Park have been waiting for the Doran play. When they showed him on the screen at the very beginning, after the walkouts, all the fans were cheering, and after that play, it really turned around the momentum for T1. As we take a look at this draft, you guys had some issues with how this one played out here for D+.
Yeah, man, I mentioned that I like Wukong and Rakan and Xerath. It does make sense with Rumble as well because you just jump in, you don't care about your teammate's position, you just jump in and they can just shoot their ability from miles away. But I think Corki is kind of out from their team comp because you want a strong lane, but you have Rakan as your support, which is weakest laning phase. And also, in the team fight, your role is kind of off from the other champions.
Yeah, it felt like one thing to me was that the composition of D+ is quite bursty, but lacks a bit of DPS.
Yeah.
You need that immediate impact, but you're playing as like a Xin Zhao who can block a lot of damage, as can Cassante. The Renata can really just cause an issue when you're trying to connect on that. So if they're not immediately taking out targets like the Victor and the Varus, they're going to have difficulty. And then it was a Mountain Soul, and T1 had all the Drake stacked up, and I think they just, as soon as they lost that kill pressure, the comp just looked so lifeless.
Well, I want to ask you here, with D+ and the way that they've played so far and the success that they had, who do you draft around here as we can see some of the fearless champs that have been taken away so far?
I feel like they are still really good with jungle support playing together. So I want more rock and steady support rather than Rakan because Rakan is kind of feeling weak right now. You're just so weak in the lane, and also after the laning phase, Rakan got a lot of changes. You cannot really engage on enemy champions. So I feel like Beryl need some kind of flashy champions like Leona, but Leona is gone. So maybe Nautilus can help them to proceed the game phase.
I think like having a strong engaged duo like the Wukong Rakan makes sense, but I think I would love to see them pair aiming with a pick that just sort of helps out with that, because we've seen him really pop off in things like the Zeri, like the Kai'Sa, these big carry champions where you're cleaning up the fight, and I think Corki it doesn't really fit how I think of aiming as a player. And I think if you play around him, we saw it all last year, what a team can do when they play around aiming.
T1 and D+ doing battle here, and I think it's a good time to remind everyone back at home, if you want to show your fandom right now, you have the opportunity to subscribe to the LCK channel and fly those flags. They're animated. Get the T1 red up, get the black of D+ Kia. Who will take it? Let's find out as we send it back on over to our casters. And I ask you real quick, Cronny, how do you feel young rookie Shiu has been doing so far?
Well, he was awesome in game 1. Game 2, not necessarily quite as great. But hey, that's okay as long as he pulls it back for game number 3. I would like to see him have a great performance on a champion that isn't Cassante and Ambessa, because I feel like those will always just kind of take away from your shine if you do well on them because of what they do and what they stand for and how many fans feel about them. As game number 3
and casters.
Yeah,
just
a lot of. And Showmaker, personally. I haven't seen his Ambessa rend yet, but the Cassante one is a classic.
Yeah. It's hard to outdo the Cassante one. How deep do the champion pools go? Well, we do know, on the side of T1, you think about Faker and Keria for me specifically. Those are the two players that I think can really dig deep and pull out some cool picks and still be quite good at them. On the side of D+, I think Showmaker absolutely could do it. I'm a little bit worried for Lucid. How deep does it go? He looked fantastic on the Wukong, but now that's gone. Shiwu, he's one of the newer guys up here. He's played a decent amount of Fearless, though, in Challenger League, so he's got that behind him.
That's the one thing, Shiwu, as you're pointing out, Challengers already had Fearless throughout the entirety of last year. Probably going to stick with the Maokai and Vi bands at least. Anything else remains to be seen. Skarner also has to basically still be taken out of
Sejuani.
Yeah, Sejuani. I think we did see Sejuani make it through to second rotation last time around. I wouldn't be too surprised if that's the case. 80 carries already getting pinched here, and aiming does play a certain Yordle, which we did see T1 pick up Ziggs at some point throughout summer, but I do remember that it took them like weeks to kind of be okay with it, and it still didn't really feel like the type of style that they'd like to play. Showmaker, as you point out, with his champion pool, should also always be able to play an AD mid. This is the man that played, like mid Renekton? A pretty considerable amount back in 2021, as Aurora also going to take away. Skarner still up, Vi also still up, so maybe they'll trade. I don't think you should give over to Skarner, but then they do get the Vi for owner, who also is exceptional at the champion. Because now, it's only going to be one of the two that can be taken away here. And I would have to say that Skarner needs to be removed, because that champion is just kind of insane right now.
Yeah, feels like DK has set themselves up pretty well. Yeah, because you have to ban the Skarner. You don't really want to take Vi and give them Skarner, right? So you're kind of left between a rock and a hard place. You have to give them Vi. And that is exactly what happens here. So Vi first pick for Lucid. You're already in a great spot, regardless of what the rest of the draft looks like. And let's see what T1 have prepared in response. The Nocturne available this time. We saw it banned second rotation and also in the first series of today. In Game 3, just to try to deny like a Ori Nocturne combo, which we did see yesterday. Could be a consideration, but with Poppy locked in, looks like maybe not.
Oh, that's a classic. Poppy could obviously still be flexed to free rolls, but most likely with the Azir as well. We've seen that combo with Ton. You're able to slam people into the Poppy wall. Poppy is also a very threatening early game champion, so you gotta respect. I do think that Poppy jungle did take a bit of a hit because of how much harder it is to dive. One of the biggest strengths that the champion has is that you can walk up to any lane, particularly early on, or used to be able to at least, and just make sure that you stun lock them into the turret, fire up the burst. That is a classic. It's something that I don't think we've seen Ahri yet. I mean, we haven't. We're on day 2, but we are already 11 games deep.
Yeah.
So it is something that makes a lot of sense. I was kind of expecting him to go for Vi LeBlanc, though, because Showmaker still gets LeBlanc bans like it's nothing.
Yeah.
That is a pick that I am very wary to trust aiming on, because aiming, as Ox already highlighted as well, can pull out some absolutely insane carry performances, but on champions with no escapes has been known to get caught every now and then.
She's got the chompers.
Not an escape,
an escape,
Valdez.
yeah. Yeah, even aiming didn't look very confident in aiming to play the Jinx after that lock-in.
They're gonna ban just a bunch more AD carries, but like, what you ban? What, like Caitlyn Draven?
Yeah, and also if you're picking just Jinx, like part of the reason why you want to play Jinx is with some kind of enchanter that can really play well alongside of it. But now T1 get an opportunity to potentially take away the Lulu.
I hope they do. Yeah, I think a Lulu ban would feel good, because already you know the one that's going to engage on DK is going to be Lucid with the Vi. So being able to deny him, because the Lulu is so nuts here. It's really good to counteract big plays from either the Azir or the Jax. It allows you to even use it aggressively on Lucid when he goes in with his ultimate, or most obviously you can just use it to keep aiming safe. As the Xayah gonna get taken away instead, so maybe Xayah, Caitlyn.
Xayah.
And then Guma might lock Draven, but you can swap, so you don't necessarily have to be in that lane. Not 100% sure, but
yeah,
we will see.
I mean, Guma's a great Xayah. I just don't think, especially with Rakan not being able to be played, that it deserves a ban here.
No, also Xayah's just been not. Like, playing Xayah into get it into Vi, but into Jinx, I don't think it can be too set as there is the Lulu ban. Do want to note that one of the best answers into the Jax, which is Gragas, has already been played, so is no longer available. Durham piloted that himself in game number 1. So Shiva won't be able to go towards that as a possible counter here. So what he's going to pick, there's not actually that much left.
Yeah, not a lot of meta stuff.
Nar's gone, Gragas gone, Cassante gone, Rumble gone.
Mbessa. Sejuani, there's the Sedge ban finally.
Yeah, they're not 100% sure where this Poppy's going to go, and you want to deny the Sejuani Jax. Insanely strong. 2v2 towards the top side of the map. Yeah, Jhin, I can't believe we haven't talked about it yet, but both Jhin or Ziggs would make sense. I like the Jhin more when you already have the Azir. Looks like that is going to be the lock-in here. It's a T1 classic. We've seen them pull this out many a time. We'll see if it's going to work out here as well.
Yeah, I think it offers you a little bit more flexibility as well, because you can pair a decent amount of stuff with the Jhin. And you can see exactly what this bottom lane is going to look like for DK. As Sion, the choice for Siwu, and it's Braum for Barrel.
I like Braum. I don't like this team comp, though. I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean,
because you have part dive, part peel back. As Sion provides a little bit of space, as Bard makes a ton of sense. I feel Bard's really good into the Jinx specifically because she doesn't have an easy way to get out of the ultimate. Outside of the flash, I think T1's going to be feeling amazing. Like, these are basically full comfort across the board. The composition has a good spread of damage. Team fighting solid. And for DK, it does yet again feel like, is it Showmaker or Lucid, early 2v2 or bust? And I guess aiming can carry, but aiming on Jinx, I have to see it before I believe it, Valdez. Even with the Braum to back them up, even with the front line, she won a tank as well. I think T1 is going to be feeling pretty good with this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing Jinx into Jax as well. I mean, there's just not a lot of good options. Into Jax Bard, you already mentioned. Like, aiming has got to be picture perfect. You're also in danger if you don't have flash of getting, like, Azir ulted and stuff. There's so many different tools that T1 have in their comp. I think they've done a better job here in Game 3 of this fearless drafting system. So, yeah, I mean, you've got decent combos. You know, you can kind of protect the carry a little bit, and you've got a little bit of proactivity, and you've got a little bit of this. But they haven't made the best. They haven't cooked up the best, you know, combo dish, I think. So very curious to see how it's going to go. I think the Poppy as well going to get huge value.
If Poppy into Ari and Vi,
yeah,
that's the dream scenario, Valdez.
Well, we'll see if it plays out after this draft as we hop into the Rift for game number 3. All right, off we go. And, well, one thing you've got this Braum, and he's very good at level 1. So they're just going to run into the enemy jungle. And this time, probably not going to get first blooded, like we saw in game 1.
Lane swap to come through does make sense. Jhin and Bard able to apply a ton of pressure in the 2v2. And Jinx just wants to get to, at the very least, an item if you really do anything. Obviously, you'd also much rather be a Scion. And here you see as well, both top laners are also aware that this is the standard ward placement. Because if Shiwa gets Dove, which, again, a lot harder than it used to be, he's Scion. He's going to be able to get the wave. We've seen, actually, T1 CL, and I think it was Humble Life as well, pulling out a lot of Scion lane swap strats where you use the Scion and just eventually send him to a certain depth just that you can maximize the amount of farm. Now, T1, the one thing I do think they have to be careful about, which they do have a tendency to do sometimes, is not to over-index too much on early plays, because that's exactly what DK is going to be looking for, as it looks like we will just have some vertical jungling going on, which I would argue benefits DK again, just because of how hard it is to reliably shut down a Scion. Let's see, Owner still going to try, but again, these Noxian turrets hit a little bit different than they used to. It's going to be a huge stacked wave about to come up. Actually, she also went for shield level 1, so not going for the Q, just trying to get as much experience as possible.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a lot of experience. He's going to hit level 2, and let's see if they've got it. Can Poppy do it in 2025? That was a nice stun to stop the Q on the wave. A bit of damage comes in. Owner, though, not quite able to tank it up, but there it is, the flash, and the 4th shot from Guba will get the kill on the Shu, who, as you mentioned before, just going to farm up the wave. Meanwhile, Doran just getting zoned out of his wave, not going to be taken down, but T1 do get first blood and that first feat of strength.
Jhin killing a tank. I never thought I'd see the day Valdez, but does happen. Shiu ends up going down. Doran is going to make it back to the wave.
Yeah.
Gonna be feeling really good about that one because there isn't really a dive opportunity here.
Dive number 2.
Could look for another one.
And, I mean, he doesn't have flash this time, right? But a bit of damage comes in. They're not 100% committing just yet, but the Q's going to hit 2. But now that's
Level
the Q
up.
down. Owner going to eat a turret shot, and Sion doesn't really have a lot of damage to trade back. They're just kind of playing with the Sion underneath this turret. The Q is pretty good, but it's not good enough. And Guma picks up a 2nd kill.
2 kills there for the Jhin. We saw Showmaker, an attempted roam, but it's not going to lead to anything. And even more, they rotated over the bot lane, meaning that this entire wave in top is going to be lost as well. And DK, everything looking a bit disastrous early on T1. You need to be a lot more careful, as we can see with the setup here, to ensure that you actually take him down. Starts off with the Bard stun, which sets up for Owner. No opportunity for Shiu, and then that final auto, the Jhin crit, comes through, and then I think here Shiu is trying to position in a way to both dodge the damage from the Q on the ground, but also not getting stunned by Bard. But unfortunately, that Q usage there is kind of tough. The problem is you can't really go for a full charge Q until they have aggro, because the Poppy can cancel it so easily, but you want to try and get it done anyway. Nice flash there from Owner. Guma just takes the 1 shot, not going to be at risk. Now, early game looking really good here for T1, although thanks to that rotation, it looks like it took Doran a while to actually arrive, and he is basically even in experience, but the plates are in favor of DK, which is why the gold still looks relatively even, but the feed going to T1. Still going to be feeling good about that one.
Yeah, I mean, they get that first one, the first blood, and we'll see if DK maybe can, with some of this chip damage on the turrets, find a way to pick up a first turret feat, or if it's just going to be that extra gold on Guma that gets the difference for T1 in some of those early team fights we might see around the grubs and so forth. As now we've got top laners fighting against each other. And Siu, I hope he's not feeling too bad about getting bullied under the turret. The new guy, you know.
He must have known what would have happened as soon as he locked in Cyan. That is kind of resigning to the fate.
Yeah. Imagine this was 2024 and he was playing against Peanut. Peanut would be there again.
I think he would have already been there like 4 times. Yeah.
Like, Peanut always does that to the rookies. He's like, yep, gotta show them the way it goes here in the LCK.
The other cost of this is that Owner is severely under-leveled. He's about half a level down on Lucid. So there could be an opportunity to make a play here for DK. Don't know about Lucid just yet, but yeah, I think they should just dip. Just deny the initial grub. Make sure that they don't get free, so they don't get the feat. Just going to leave it at that, which I think is definitely the right call. Even with Faker's ult being available there, trying to play into an Ahri at level 6, it's not really a risk that you have to take.
Yeah. So T1, they get that, they get away. Doran seems to be doing quite well in this lane. He's been able to trade down Shu a good amount. He's got Demolish, and he's going to elect not to use it. Maybe just worried about the wave being cleared very fast, and didn't want to overstay his welcome against the Scion. Was about to hit level 6. You never know what that guy can do. Speaking of which, Lucid up on the top side of the map here.
Oh, found his way in.
Yeah.
But the problem is the wave is pushing into. Yeah, I think the back air is a good call. Wave's pushing into Guma and Keria. Guma still has his sums as well. If he doesn't have sums, you can maybe go for like a flash Q into ult, but not going to be the case here. Not really a window. Guma now sitting on a very early bounty. Could not be further apart from how his game number 1 started.
Yeah, it's a very different feel. But it is Guma on Jhin. You know, I mentioned kind of Faker and Keria as the guys with the deep champion pools, especially because these are just best of 3s now. You know, we don't have to dig too deep. We don't have to go too crazy, but certainly this is something that Guma has played many a time and is very comfortable on. As we do have the root here onto Beryl. He is totally caught. It might be a third for Guma. Instead, they'll just give that one to Faker. You know, Guma missed the 3rd shot, so Faker's like, yeah, now I deserve it. I'll take it down. But more importantly than the pick on a Beryl, it just means a free dragon here for T1. And they're really stacking up some of these early wins for their team right now.
Also takes... Oh, that's good actually. Owner doesn't have smite, so if that splash damage could have actually realistically taken it, not going to be the case. This also means that, again, an opportunity to fight is being denied here for DK. I think DK wants to try and skirmish around the particularly Braum, Ahri, and Vi. And they're not really going to get an opportunity to. Kashiu, realistically, in a mid to late game scenario, is also just going to get beat up by either of the side lanes that he's playing into. I really wonder. I think the problem with the Ornn is that you feel a lot more susceptible to those dives, but the dives works out anyway, and I think Ornn does provide a lot more reliable values. Lucid looking for a steal, but just going to get spotted here, and will have to give up. Faker has flash available, and Lucid decides the better of it. And I think you can see the difference between how T1 was playing in game number 1 and game number 2 and 3. It's so much more restrained. Really doesn't feel like it's the same team playing.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen. You know, first game of the season can kind of just go awry. As Keria down there at the bottom of the level XP. Not sure exactly why we're highlighting that, but he does have his ult available, so there is that. Beryl just slightly ahead of him in terms of XP.
So setting up really good vision coverage here with that invade. Now they have Lucid's full topside warded. not allowing him. As we go back, take another look here. So Barrel's trying to set up for a play towards this dragon, but severely underestimates how many members of T1 are ready, and particularly these type of really aggressive plays around objectives with the Jhin ultimate. We've seen T1 do a million times. Something that is basically their bread and butter. As a result, going to be both that first blood and the first objective. First blood, of course, secured a lot earlier, but the first dragon also going their way, and also denying it to DK. And DK, they still have the Jinx, which is basically an insurance policy, but it does feel like if mid-jungle don't get rolling, all your eggs are in the Jinx basket, and there's a lot of ways for T1 to shut that down. Between the Bard ult, between Faker going for a big swoop, Owner getting on the back line, Doran flanks on the Jax, so I think this skirmish is going to be a big one for DK, and I think T1 might also opt to just let it go.
I mean, Faker's still in top lane. He could TP if they really wanted to take it like immediately, but it does look like they're just going to give this one away. DK will pick up 5 grubs. So at least they've got that, but they're not the team that has a Jax in a side lane. You know, they're not the team that has a very powerful side laning champ. You know, Ahri's more of like a combo duo with the Vi. So you got all these grubs, but
hey,
they're not
despite the 2 kills, Aiming's still up in gold. Just ticked over, Valdez.
He's the Gold King.
Yeah.
It was crowned last year.
I don't know if it's enough, but it's something. Faker and Guma both in an incredible spot. Imagine Guma should be getting his Collector pretty soon. Shiwu, meanwhile, has obviously fallen behind due to the early game shenanigans that T1 was able to pull off. Malignant's now done for Showmaker as well. And we saw even there in the previous play when they were contesting for the grubs, Shiwu actually walked towards basically the entrance of the Dragon Pit and was just like standing there as like, I need to ult. Wasn't a contest, so no need for him to rotate over.
Yeah.
And the vision being secured, Keria with the deep ward. And let me tell you, that extra health, it's annoying. Actually, much more than you would initially think.
Yeah, but he missed the brush.
Well, yeah, I mean, that ward doesn't do a lot. I would just take it as an opportunity to... Uh-oh.
Okay, well, we're going extremely deep for this one. It still works, though. It's still Ahri Vi. The question is, can they trade back on this? Is the flash ult from Owner? It's not going to do a whole lot, but keeping Lucid around. Barrel in a rough spot, but he's Braum, and now Perry is going to go down. And all of a sudden, DK begin to win this fight. Doran gets ulted by Shiwu, who comes out of left field, essentially. And now they're going to get the first turret.
How the hell did that work? They went to Narnia and back, and this play still worked out.
Just kill Faker and force T1 to overfight, I guess. I gotta see this replay because Owner like flashed the wall. He really wanted to keep them around. He flashed the wall, he ulted them to try to keep them in place, but already Lucid had flashed away and it was only Braum. And they're like, we don't want to kill Braum. And then they just expend everything to go way too deep, and DK immediately take advantage of it.
Okay, so let's take another look here. So it's a full shuffle and then also flash. And yes, they kill Faker. The flash is big because it means Lucid doesn't get slammed into the turret. Then he also is able to get away. But then I want you to pay attention to this. Lucid doesn't actually get threatened by the Barrel, and then Barrel gets the cancel on the Jhin ult. So Jhin is out of the fight. Keria's way too deep. Owner wasn't able to join. Your biggest other damage source, which is Faker, died at the beginning of the play. And all of a sudden, DK pulling around.
They really do. Barrel is ecstatic after that one. It could not have gone better. Oh, I guess you could have aced them. But yeah, it was essentially just T1, they do this thing where it's like, okay, well, you know, we're going to trade in some way. We really need to trade this one back. Speaking of trading, that's going to be a steal, so not a great trade for Owner, as he will lose his red buff. Lucid, yeah, he got away from that. Poppy ult, and then Curry used his ult on him and then went over the wall and just died. So
yeah.
The Bard just had zero impact. It's like, well, that's not what we wanted to use the Bard for. Not to try to punish the Vi that went a bit too deep. It's to try to kill the Jinx, most likely, and to provide a good lane with the Jhin. So a very kind of all over the place team fight for T1, and DK were immediately there to pick up the scraps. So now this game has gotten a lot more interesting because, you know, it kind of felt like T1, they were slowly but surely winning the early game. It looked a little bit like game 2, you know, they're getting all the objectives. Nice timing there, actually. What? But Xiu flashed in the wall! This guy is insane. And, you know, with Showmaker coming up, nice charm. Bit of damage in, the Malignus ticking, but okay. Engage Braum. Beryl getting in. The rest of the team joining in. DK going crazy. What are they doing? I don't know.
Not a lot.
Giving a free turret to Doran? Question mark?
Yeah, Shiwa is indeed kind of crazy. That was a sequence of plays, but it was all for the greater good. If they get a kill there as well, plus the turret, I think they're going to be feeling a lot better because now they did invest a good amount. Showmaker's TP as well as Shiwa's flash. So you get the 1-for-1 trade, so still not the end of the world, and that could have gone a lot better than, again, I kind of saw at the beginning of that play, and it really does feel like DK, at worst, at least are aligned that going extremely ham is the plan. And when you think about it, we talked about this Jinx in a classic front-to-back composition. You can also look at it as a reset comp, right? Where as soon as aiming gets an assist, the duo of Lucid and Showmaker and Shushu creates so much space that as long as he gets anything going with the movement speed, maybe it can be a bigger impact in fights than we initially thought, because T1 is just going to be the one playing on the back foot. And in these few fights that has been the case. Now, feats are dead even. We are one objective away for either team. It's going to be the Dragon in about a minute, and I think that that might be where the game ends up. Not necessarily decided with how it's been going thus far, but...
Step on the chompers. There's the charm. Lucid just totally wide on that one, and he might get punished for it. Everybody's flashing away now. Aiming, nearly getting sniped there with third bullet, but he will just barely get away. So now he doesn't have cleanse or flash against Bard, Azir, and all the threats on the side of T1.
That might up ending deciding the game, because it looks like they were trying to get the force of at least the sums out of Guma, and instead Aiming now doesn't have sums for the upcoming fight. Again, the game in about a minute, either team is going to get feats. It's not really about the feats, but either DK starts stacking dragons or T1 gets soul point this early on in the game. And Aiming not having his sums available, especially because it looks like he's most likely going to hit his 2-item power spike, is a really big deal. And Guma didn't have to expand anything, right? The only thing T1 used there was ult cooldowns, which they will all have available like when the fight starts.
That's a charm, that's a Rip Herald, and yeah, Owner's right there to try to punish it. Beryl in a bit of trouble, but he is Braum. And now Lucid, ooh. If the Q hits, I mean, you got rockets flying, you press an R button, but Guma still has his flash.
Yeah, that's both Aiming's and Showmaker's ult now used. Oh, good charm, but yeah, T1 is taking control of this pit. And this does feel like DK, they can choose not to fight here. It's not soul, it's just soul point. But you're still going to be feeling horrible about it. Look at the vision that's being set up here by T1. I feel like you can just never approach her if you're DK. Entire jungle is lit up. Still might be able to gain entrance through the river, but they're going to have to get a crazy catch to make this work. The zoom in there on both the Zap and the Charm, not going to connect. What about Lucid? That's a Poppy.
If you pick the right target, maybe? Yeah, and you got to hope that Owner's not ready.
Are we just going to have Shield run in? Is that what this is going to devolve into? I could see it.
Go engage you.
Sums are available. Owner doesn't have his ultimate crucially, so keeping Lucid out of the pit might be hard. Doran on the flank does get spotted.
All right, let's see how it goes. Lucid looking for the flash. Can he get it? Yes, he will! Lucid picks it up. Denies the dragon. Now they're turning on a Doran, and the counter-strike can only do so much. He gets extremely low, and the rocket gets the reset. In goes Aiming. He is chasing them down. He's got a frontline. Very nice ult here from Faker, but it's not enough. It will just block the door, but Keria is not long for the world either. It is a massacre. T1 are just running away. They lose the dragon, they lose the feats of strength, and DK, they find all the angles.
Everything goes wrong there, Valdez. If you get the dragon, you give up the kills. I think you say worth getting soul point, mountain. That's going to feel amazing against the upfront burst of this comp. Are they going to get Otacon as well? Oh my. They have 2 TPs. Faker's up in 5, but I don't think he's going to be in time. They're going to get that as well.
Yeah. And just like that, you were talking about the dragon being the game decider.
It kind of is.
It kind of is.
Oh, wanna look at this. So it's the burst, Lucid gets it, and then here an initial re-engage with the Bartle, but that's Braum and Sion! No one can join! And then Lucid turns onto Doran, and as soon as Aiming gets that ult, the splash damage, he gets excited. There's no way that the fight is winnable, even with Faker. Nice attempt there on the shuffle. But Guma is, unfortunately, this is level 2, so he can't kill the Sion, so he's just standing there sadly.
Atakan, let's go. 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 Atakan, let's go.
Atakan, let's go is the message. He said that like 5 times. And now they've got the buff. It's got to be a quick turnaround here. With the buff, you're going to be looking to dive. And, you know, as you framed it before, ooh, that's a denial on the back of Owner. I think he was aiming for Faker. But...
Minute and a half.
Buff. Said before, you know, just get some resets, get a dive going. There's really not much that T1 can do to stop this. Maybe use the Bartle to buy some time. I'm not sure because DK are just begging T1 to step up to give any angle at all. And Barrel's just going to hold up the door. Lucid will get away and not expend his Otacon buff.
Ideally, you just want to get an R off, and then if you die, it's, you know, who cares? Might go for it here.
I don't know if he gets his R off, though, as, yeah, he's rooted and well, yeah, okay. There's the revive. In goes Jiu. Very nice engage, actually, but the follow-up is non-existent. Bit of damage on a Guma, though. They got Guma, and that is the most important part, as everybody else just gonna maybe go down. Owner nearly burning. Not gonna happen, so they got Guma. Now, the issue with this is, you know, it was good, but there's no objective, really, after getting Guma, so...
Yeah, they don't really get anything out of it, but there wasn't going to be an objective within the timer, so...
Yeah.
Let's try and get some value. Definitely not the best look. I feel like teams right now are really going mega ham, and you want to trade, like, at least 2 kills, ideally, to really feel like this is worth it, because the sums are already down. You're not getting a turret, you're not getting any other objective, but then again, you're going to lose the buff anyway. But I'd argue there are scenarios where it might be better to lose the buff, because you're still giving over gold. Like, I know it's not nearly as much, but in this case, because you got the Guma, I'm pretty sure was sitting on a shutdown as well. In this case, it's definitely still a worthwhile trade, as, yeah, Showmaker has been having a series, Valdez.
Potential player of the match angle if DK eventually win this one.
Yeah, it's not over until the Nexus falls. T1 haven't lost an inhib yet. But they are still sitting at 2 dragons, so they're gonna have a lot of time. I think Guma needs to get to a 3rd item though. Faker is sitting at a really strong 1-2, but I don't know if that alone is gonna be enough to hold off on the siege here. If DK do actually start stacking these mountains, things can get kind of ugly though. I think she was gonna be a problem. He already has 4k health, Valdez.
Yeah.
He has 1 item.
Yeah.
And they have a Jhin.
They have a Jhin, they do.
I know that there's also Azir, there's also Jax, but if Azir and Jax are hitting Sion, I don't think that's where you want to be in life.
Yeah. At least it does feel like Faker's builds will do damage.
Oh, he's going Void as well, it looks like next. So.
Leandre's Void should be... He's going to be the guy that's chewing through it. Looking for Guma here. He is going to be caught for now. Flashes the Poppy ult, just gets away from it entirely. Lucid, you can always rely on this guy. And down will go the T180 carry. Lucid, I just said we can rely on you. Please don't just immediately die. Okay, he's just dead. And Showmaker probably did as well. There you go, T1, a couple of big picks. And Baron is about to spawn. And so is that Mountain Drake up and available.
Yeah, that's soul point at T1.
Remember how I said he was reliable?
Oh, DK, never change. T1, smell a moment of weakness and go in just to pick on Guma was great. But DK can't help but overchase. In this case, Lucid going way too ham, and this initial play is so nicely done, right? Get the ults, take down Guma, flash away, Showmaker's at the ready, and this gets you a second Drake at the nice soul point, and you don't need to do more. You don't need to go for owner. But then Lucid just queues into the waiting arms of Doran. Really nicely done there as well, by the way, from Feria to ensure that Barrel and Showmaker can't provide any assistance. And that is now Mountain Soul Point, meaning that this game that we thought was now finally really swinging between the Dragon and then the Otacon as well. Pendulum's still going, Valdez.
I mean, it's really anybody's game from here. I do think that the Baron is going to be an interesting point of contention. You know, how strong can Doran get as well to really force his way in those side lanes? Like, I'm not sure he can do much against the Scion. He's never really going to get a kill, and Chu's never going to attack him. When it comes to hyper carries, aiming's doing actually pretty well. I don't think that T1 have done a great job of locking down aiming. There was one Bartle to hit him. And now Guma, he's got to deal with a very fed Scion. And he's going to have to flash from, flash and cleanse from the Scion. He like just, he wasn't even in bot lane. He was running through the T1 jungle looking for the flank. The entire that's the only reason
drifting.
That's the only reason he was in that position at all. That's just,
who does that?
This guy is a madman.
Okay, TP is forced. This is the moment. T1 looking for a collapse.
Oh, Bartol's gonna miss. And I think for DK, all you gotta do is find Guma. The issue though is if you get Guma, like, yeah, you got a sums and everything, but as you mentioned before, it's really Faker and Doran who are kind of the hyper carries in this comp. So you can't expend everything to get Guma.
You see as well the poke actually being pretty meaningful as that Lucid is going in. I don't know what she was bringing out in this man, but I have not seen this Lucid since spring, Valdez.
Lucid was talking to Diablo before this game. He's like, how do I do what you did? How can I be that aggressive?
With the sums still going to be down, or the sums are still going to be down, but T1 have bought themselves so much time by picking up that Dragon. Again, the big mistake from Lucid, meaning that there is not going to be an opportunity for DK to set up themselves for Soul Point. This game might go the distance. Baron is still up, and I got to be careful saying that because I've said that before, and then there's like a 5-0 and the game is over. But the game is going to stand with, for T1, it's very straightforward. We're getting to the point in the game where the damage from Lucid and Showmaker shouldn't be enough unless someone is really out of position. So it's going to come down to can we kill aiming. That man is about to hit his IE, about to hit 4 items, has been unchecked this entire game. And I think the issue is, as you're saying, I'm sure T1 are aware of it, but like, they are not getting any space to get on aiming because Lucid and Showmaker and even the Scion are diving so deep onto the enemy backline.
Yeah.
And if you trade and aiming as a sums and your carry ends up going down, I don't know if that fight is going to end up going the way that you want it to. What a game, Valdez. What a series.
Yeah, I'm just really glad that we're getting some very high-level action here in Game 3, at least, between two very strong teams. I was a little bit worried after Game 1, to be honest. That was that was weird. T1 lost very unceremoniously. DK have been challenged, though, since then, and we weren't too satisfied with their draft either. We began to see some angles of how they were able to make it work. You know, I was saying before that Guma doesn't matter too much, but if aiming's there and he gets a reset on Guma at least, then maybe he can duel with Faker. They're just going to go for their own T1 Baron. This is a DK Baron, but now there is vision.
No flank this time. You imagine that DK is going to be looking for the turn.
see how it goes. Doran going very far forward into the Braum. As they get the lockdown there on Adoran, and the frontline owners just burst 100-0. That's Guma's doing some nice work, but there is the ult from Finger, gets him, but look at Aiming. He's totally untouched the entire time. Aiming gets the reset. Guma is alone, and he is dead. And there you go, DK take a huge fight.
They might look for the end. It's only Doran alive. There is a wave. I don't think that they can, but we'll see. Yeah, it looks like they are still contemplating as well. Shio ended up going down in that extended fight as well. They, at the very least, will be able to get the inhib. We'll see if they're actually choosing to push on. Can also, and I think should back off, get that dragon. Looks like that's going to be the case here instead. Get the inhib, but what a fight win there from DK. As we take a look at this one, Shio able to dodge away, the Bardold again not really hitting, and then Doran gets tagged, the Braum ult is there, and it looks like a disaster when he uses his his stopwatch, but it doesn't matter, there's still enough damage. Lucid flashes over the ult, and Aiming crucially does as well. Aiming stays alive throughout all of it, and if the Jinx doesn't die, you can't win the fight!
They need to get the Jinx, and if Aiming has flash, and you don't have control of these objectives like T1 do not, there's not a lot of good ways to get his flash. Really, Carrier's got to like snipe him with this Bard ult, otherwise it's got to be Faker, but if he's got flash, you just flash him.
But this is still not enough, because they only get a dragon, like they win the fight, yes, but it's 3k gold at 31 minutes, not going to be the end of the world. The mid inhib, also not the best inhib that you can get, definitely the one lowest in value.
Yeah, I feel like they should just regroup and look at Baron again. I mean,
yeah,
the only real issue is that Aiming doesn't have his flash now. So, you know, obviously Faker can still try to shuffle and find an angle. Faker doesn't have his flash for the best angle, but
yeah, that's the precarious thing, because if Carrier actually does get node onto Aiming and he gets clipped, the setup afterwards is basically impossible to play around. Lucid now gets his GA, further solidifying that he is just looking to go in and isolate a single target. Because all that DK needs is, they just need to get Aiming excited. Even if it's a situation where eventually they're able to take him down, if he can get enough orders of, this is a 4-0 Jinx, 4 items now, Lord Doms, IE, all there. It's Lucid just waiting, biding his time. T1. Dare I say T1 Baron?
Yeah, they're going to start it. I mean, they've got a lot of damage with the Azir especially. They've got Jin very safe positioning here. DPSing literally with his ult. Beryl is though here in the front line, and there goes the Jax! And the smite is early from Owner! It's desperation for T1! Down goes the Jax. Will T1 get away? Oh, the charm hits Faker! The max range! Did they go too deep, though, is the question. There's the GA, though, for the Vi. I think it's enough here for DK. They get a couple of kills. They get an excited Jinx. And they want this game. They want this series right here, right now.
No one saw it but Atlas, but we are on the verge of a DK win!
Oh, Beryl. The engaged Braum.
The flash to Q!
Guma doesn't even flash or cleanse, but I don't think it matters. The memes aside, it looks like DK, they should be able to take it down. Guma can't clear the waves, especially not on Jin. Carrier, they take down the Vi, and that is all they will get as D plus Kia takes the 2-1 victory over T1 tonight. And they get another win here for Group Elder. Feeling pretty good after this gigantic win.
You can only imagine Lucid is going to feel a little sheepish after he went way too ham and put them in a position that was a bit harder to play out. As I'm kind of at a loss for Pom in this one. But DK, remember it took them years to finally beat a team higher ranked than them when they were playing against T1. And now in the first match, able to get the win. In his debut!
Chiu doesn't know what to do. He's like, I don't know, I just play League of Legends. He played fantastically. I mean, She was great. Showmaker was great. I wouldn't even mind an aiming vote. I probably wouldn't go for him personally, but it was a team effort. You know, game 2 a little bit wonky. You know, T1 got a little bit too far ahead, and yeah, Showmaker's got all of the he's got all of the celebrations here. Aiming as well. They got to teach Shu some celebrations for the future, though.
And with that, Team Elder gonna take a lead as well. As T1 not able to get the win. And this is where the DK win started, with a play that by no account I think should have worked. But they made it work anyway. Barrel on the Braum, I think, also doing an exceptional job. And T1 not looking like the well-oiled machine. Even in game number 2, I think we saw a lot more glimpses of that. But in this one, even with all the comfort in the world and a couple of great early dives set up by Owner in the bot lane, the smites weren't quite there. And the team fighting from DK just felt so much more crisp as we see the snap engages and decision-making. And I couldn't really give him the vote, but what a debut from Shiu as well, man. The man made Sion look engaging, and outside of bow streams, that there haven't been a lot of players that have been able to do that.
It's very true. I think he had an excellent Sion game, and his Ambessa game also fantastic. So really got to give him a big shout out. This is a huge stage against T1. So many nerves that goes into this for him, but he was still able to play an excellent series. He even got dove a couple of times, made to look a little embarrassed. He didn't care. He knew what his job was. Yes. They're looking for Jax. They said don't go over, and then immediately Lucid took the portal. I'm pretty sure that's what they said. But either way, Lucid was able to get the 40%er, and I don't want to focus up, he says. I'm going to go in, please follow, says Barrel. Please play slowly, the rest of the team.
I don't think this DK is going to do a lot of slow playing, Valdez.
No. Showmaker doesn't want to focus up. He just wants to play these kinds of games that are wild and crazy. Landed the charm, nice. I think Lucid said sorry for something. I wouldn't.
I wonder why.
I wonder what it could be. Yeah. Well, there you go.
Showmaker doing the most. Okay, that makes me. I did end up going for Showmaker.
Yeah.
Because I think it's Jason.
I think that's very fair.
Yeah. There's a lot of good votes this time around. What a series.
Yeah.
Man, I'm sad it's not a best of 5. Can you imagine?
We'll have the
Fearless.
We'll have the Fearless best of 5s. They'll happen here at the 2025 LCK Cup, eventually. Not during the group stage though. But yeah, it's really cool. We've seen a lot of weird stuff already. We saw the Xerath. Probably not going to see that again.
No, that's okay.
But we saw it. That was cool.
We saw Brand.
We saw Brand.
That happened.
We got the player of the match ready. Who is it going to be this time around? It will be Aiming, who does pick it up. As you know, I would say his game 3, he would be my POG actually.
No, because that's
him or Lucid.
No, that's not
but Lucid inted the one time, so like, can you really vote for him? I think Aiming's Jinx play was absolutely flawless.
Yeah, it's not an easy game to play. I agree, and this is for a guy that we've given a lot of flack for not being able to play these moments. He played it really well.
Well, you got the interview on stage ready to go in just a little bit, and we are going to be hearing from the man himself. I'm curious to see what he has to say about, you know, even the Ezreal game that he got to play very early on. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of choices. I don't think that Aiming would have been my POM, but
yeah,
it's okay. It's fine.
I'm expecting a split vote as well, which I think is fair. There were a lot of moments. Lucid, bar the one play, had a good one. Even she would fit out the best game.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the interview on stage. Let's throw it to Deer for the translation now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation of 2025 LCK Cup's match number 4, joined by Aiming on the side of D plus Kia.
장로그룹이 3승을 달성을 했습니다. T1을 상대로 승리한
Now,
소감
Group
어떤가요?
Elder
일단
has secured their
2025
third
시즌 딱
win.
이제 첫 경기였는데 이제 첫 승부터 이제 시작했다는
How do you
거 이제
feel
너무
after
좋고,
defeating T1?
오늘 새롭게 시작된 이제
I think
룰이었는데
starting
저희가 이제
The
큰
LCK
기여를 한
Cup
것
with
같아서
a
더
victory
뿌듯한 것
is
같습니다.
actually such a great thing, and I think
시작이
us having
아주 좋습니다.
a great contribution to Team Group Elder is also making me very happy.
LCK 컵 첫
And
경기에서부터
the reunion with Beryl and Shu's call up, many people are excited for D plus Kia. So
아무래도 그래도 연습이
just
좀
from your
잘
first
됐던 것
LCK Cup
같고요.
match,
이제
you guys
연습을
displayed some
바탕으로
high
다들
level
자신감을 얻고 이제
performance.
대회 때도 잘 나온 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I think it went pretty well. I think on stage we have high levels of confidence right now.
기대되는 모습이 많았습니다.
And
앞으로의 성장도 기대가
Shu's
되는데
call up,
선수가 오늘
there's been a lot of
긴장하지는
expectations for
않던가요?
him. Was he nervous at all today?
그건 요경이가 더 많이 한 것 같고요. 네,
I
시호는
think
잘하더라고요.
오, 그렇다면 또 시우 선수에게
as
앞으로
for
잘해보자
nerves,
한마디 해주신다면요.
I think
저 시우가 이제 제가
our
봤던 유방주 중에 이제 제일 가는 친구인 것
our
같은데
support was actually
지금
more
너무 잘해주고
nervous
있고
today.
앞으로 더욱 잘할 거라고
I think
믿고
Shu is
있기
actually
때문에
doing really well, and I
응원한다.
believe that he will
파이팅.
grow to be an even better
야,
player.
에이밍
So
선수의 응원을
I will
받으면
support
더
you,
성장하지
Shu.
않을까 기대가 됩니다. 자, 1경기 니달리 선픽에다가 3세트 아리바이까지
And
피어리스 뱀픽에 대한
the Nidalee
준비도
blind
상당했던
pick
것
in game
같습니다.
1 and the Ari buy in game 3. It felt like you guys are ready for Fearless Draft.
일단
So what's your
피어리스가
impression on
너무
Fearless
생각할 게
Draft and
많고
how
이제
now that
픽도
you guys
이제
played on
뭔가
stage?
제한적인 게
I think we
많아서
have so
뭔가
much
그래도
to
선호하지 않는 픽도
think of when
이제
it comes
자신 있게
to
뽑는 이제
Fearless
그런
Draft,
게 되게
and
좋은
I think
것
we just have to be ready to pick
뱀픽에서
some
원딜은
picks that we are not
어떤
exactly confident in.
사실 이제 뚜벅이
or
캐릭터를
comfortable
좀
with,
많이 하게 될 것 같아가지고
with full of
좀
confidence.
힘든 환경에서
So
좀 죽지 않고 잘하는
I think
게
right now,
정말
with the
중요하지
choices
않나
that AD carries get,
그리고 또 오늘 경기를
we have
보니까
limited mobility and limited choices. So it actually makes me think a lot.
남은 LCK컵에서 어떤 모습 보여주고 싶으신가요?
제가
And what would you like to
작년
showcase in the
어워즈
rest
때
of LCK Cup?
골드킹 상을 받으니까 너무 좋더라고요.
And last season, I got the Gold
그래도
King
이제 기회가
award, and it made me
얻을 수
really
있다면
happy. So
골드킹
I
한번 더
think
노려보도록 하겠습니다.
if I were to get another opportunity, I want to aim for Gold King award again.
보셨나요?
봤습니다.
네,
Did you
그렇다면
see
바로보다 장로팀에게 또 한마디 해주신다면요.
BDD shout out
저희가 이제 후반까지
D plus
가면서
Kia fighting?
확실히 바론보다 장로가 더 세지 않았나 싶더라고요.
You know, thinking about
장로가 짱인 것 같습니다.
Group Elder and
장로
Group
파이팅.
Baron, I
앞으로의
realized
경기도
today
기대하겠습니다. 에이밍
in the
선수
later half of
인터뷰였고요.
the game
분석 데스크에
that
나가보시죠.
Group Elder was actually better than Baron. So let's go Group Elder. And that's the end of the interview with Aiming, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. And that's right. Based on the score, it is Let's Go Group Elder as they go up 3-1 thanks to D plus Kia's win over T1 here. 2-1 in game number 3. Welcome back to space. Digon alongside Wadid and Ox to close things out here. And as we always do after a series, player of the match going to Aiming. It was a close vote because it was split all the way across here. So I want to get your thoughts on this, Wadid.
Yeah, I personally voted for Beryl because I think Beryl kind of filled up the missing part of the DK once again. Yeah, it shows that DK finally found the Beryl's replacement, and it's older Beryl. You know? We could see some proactive plays from him, and also he's helping rookie jungler. He's not rookie anymore, but he's still young, so it's really good to see him back again.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's great to see the team have such like a driving force, you know, and really feel like they're not afraid to make plays. It feels like it's been a long time since we've had that. Even when D+ have been playing well previously, I feel like there's just such a difference when you have a player like Beryl with his experience in the team. So really good to see. And you know, the vote was very split. There was a vote for literally everyone. And I think that's justified. I think everyone had their moments in the series where they shone.
Yeah, this was a series where everyone was pretty, I guess, it was a close series throughout, and we were kind of wondering who was gonna step up and make the big play. And you could see Showmaker getting some shout-outs as well from the Korean broadcast. Cloud Templar with an ADC like this, I can play tank all day. less poetic this time, but straight into the point by Cloud Templar. at the start and the finish, there was the Gold King. That's right, aiming the Uri Bank Gold King from last season. Already shouted it out in his first interview. So aiming, getting it started off well here with the player of the match. Now let's take a look at some of the highlights here, because this one was the closest game of the series, and this fight here at Drake was when it finally started to swing one way.
And I think it's really hard because as soon as someone goes down on the side of T1, you have so much momentum given over from the Vi and the Jinx, and it makes fights really difficult to navigate. And you have a Jin who just struggles to cut through. So here, Guma was hitting the Scion, not really doing much. And as soon as that first reset comes in, the momentum is just so heavily in favor. You see Faker tries to make something off it, but his shuffle doesn't connect onto the Jinx, and it's just cleanup time with Showmaker getting all those kills.
I mean, basically, DK's team comp is so much better. They can tank, they can also engage, and also they deal the damage. But when you think about the T1's comp, you have to some kind of like flank with Jax and looking for super plays with Azir, but you don't have a frontline damage. So I feel like their draft was kind of like off compared to DK.
Yeah, a little bit harder to execute. And the Vi was kept away from Lucid throughout the series. When he got it, he made some plays here. Then up a big fight by Baron, baited out by D+.
And it just once again feels quite awkward. You know, they're trying to buy space, and then Doran has to use his Zhonya's. Ona goes down in return. Faker has to try and find a big shuffle. That's really the only angle they have, but you see a great flash from aiming. And again, Guma is just trying to deal damage, but it takes so long to cut through. The Scion takes so long to kill. Braum takes so long for Jin to kill. And it's just cleanup time once again.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, we couldn't really blame the coaches from the bad ban picks, but I feel like nowadays you can actually blame the coaches from the ban picks because it's a fair list. I don't think players can take the time to think about the draft a lot, so it feels like it's all about the coaching staffs and also more like how you think about the team comp. But yeah, this time around, I feel like they just they were just like really bad on the draft in the last game.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time in the LCK we've had like our core strong picks and the drafts haven't been that varied. It's like, okay, what picks are good for you, what are good for them? Generally stick to those. But with Fearless, especially when it's coming to these game threes, we're seeing teams pushed a bit more. And some teams, when you just look at the comp as a whole, you're like, I don't see the cohesion, I don't see the logic. And then some comps, it's like, that D+ comp just plays itself.
Yeah, one fun fact, all the kings from SKT T1 wins against T1. So maybe next time around they can win, but this time around, yeah.
Right, Coach Bengi getting the victory there with D+ Kia, the new coach over there. Let's take a look at the standings as we finally, at the end of the day, have a leader in the group battles. It is Group Elder with a 2-0 day against Group Baron as T1 and BNK FearX fall against KT and D+ respectively.
This is putting a lot of pressure on Honor Life Esports. You know, they're there to represent their group as the one who are the top team from Group Baron, and they'll be going up against Gen.G and kind of really need that win to secure it.
Yeah, remember, all the teams in the losing side at best get to play in play-ins, and at worst are knocked out of the LCK Cup. So come on, bros, we need a couple wins, bros. Let's get ourselves on out of there as we take a look at the matches for tomorrow, where it's the big one, the rematch of the LCK Finals Summer Split 2024. Hanwha Life Esports and Gen.G do battle, and then the bros take the rift one more time against Nong Shim as we start the second matches. Final thoughts here on today, where we got to see a lot of debuts by players, new faces, new places. Who stood out to you the most here, Ox?
I think Siwoo had a really good series. I think ultimately, like, it's not a surprise that DK often start off well, and we've seen all the other players play well, but he kind of just fit in, and it didn't seem like there was a notable, like, oh, we have an issue with top lane, but we're accommodating it. The whole team felt good, so it's a good start for him.
I mean, for me, it's Beryl once again, because DK was missing one part, that they need some proactive, and they really need some kind of engage support, has no fear. And it's Beryl once again, and I feel like DK, the team color, is always being like so fun to watch, and once again, Showmaker makes so much difference between the games, and Beryl, Showmaker playing together is like always fun to watch.
Now, Ox, in the earlier series, KT, BNK FearX, who stood out for you, both good and bad, and just moments to build upon here?
I mean, honestly, I feel like because BDD duo, like BDD had a good series overall, obviously deserving with that play of the match, but I think with the form BDD was in last year, at the end of last year, and also Cuz generally, I really expect great things. So, you know, they won the series, it's a good start, but losing the game against BNK I think if this team is going to challenge the top rosters, it's going to be that mid-jungle duo. So we saw some good signs for them, but I want to see excellence going forwards.
Yeah, I'm wondering if someone is gonna find a solution on Vi, because a lot of teams just banned Vi, but the T1 tried to open it, but it seems like it's just a broken champion.
All right, well, a lot of debuts have been handed out here in the first 2 days of the LCK, but we've got 2 teams still left to show what they've got for the first time in the 2025 season. Hanwha Life Esports and Gen.G will have that match for you tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss it. On behalf of everyone here in the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more action.